习武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，武道即道。 真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron? I will not listen to Akira's lapdog. Today, I will purge you shut of your filth! Go now! You're courting death, Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这遭又该麻烦你了。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I never shared. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I held shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive, the burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am.
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无道即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道，就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
was told to be all that I can be. You can get it too if you just focus and believe. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E, I'm me. Just as advertised, so you gon' get just what you see. I'm not you, not you. I'm M to the E.
Hello everybody and welcome to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Draven, it's do or die today as we have 6 games of trios, but it's the last chance qualifiers. So 6 teams have already been able to make it to the grand finals, but these 12 teams, they're going to be trying to do everything in their power to join them.
Do or die. So dramatic, Moxie. We're one of these teams, for the most part in trios, this is one of the best opportunities for you to really shine and really get warmed up for the big show. You know, a lot of the times these teams really dictate the pace. The top 5 teams in NBPL, it's very hard to contest them off spawn. And once in trios you get Snowball, they build snowmen and no one can really compete with them. So all these teams, we're going to be seeing what the new talent has to bring. And I'm excited to see, Moxie. I usually watch the top 3 or 4 teams, but seeing this last chance qualifiers, we're going to see who has some new ideas that normally don't really get to see the light of day. Can they show us now in this last chance qualifiers?
Well, speaking about new things, it's last chance qualifiers, which means that we have new Twitch drops up for grabs. The last chance qualifiers for 120 minutes, so 2 hours, you'll be able to bag the Floating Dream background banner card, and then if you tune into the finals for 2 hours, you'll be able to make away with the Moonlight Traveler icon stand coming on through for your card avatar as well. So make sure that you're watching with your account linked. Those are exclusives only to the fall 2025 split. Once they're gone, you won't be able to get them again.
Man, last chance qualifiers. What I'm really curious to see today, Moxie, is the new compositions. Is anyone going to really solidify and try some new stuff out? Because besides this last event and Jacob in the future, for a lot of these teams, this may be one of their last tournaments of the year. So even though it's the last chance qualifier, even though the top 6 aren't playing today, I expect some ingenuity today. And for the most part, we've seen Viper dominate the scene lately, which every single year, when we get to near the end of the year, Viper always comes back out. In the beginning of the year, we get the Monks, we get the Transformers, we get the Takedas, and then near the end of the year, Viper becomes the most important characters, and it's gotten to the point where Attack on Titan, the Viper composition, really can only be contested by the counter composition with Matari Fairy, designed to really contest it. But even then, because of the horsepower, now that Wu Chen really is in the meta, we've seen Viper go to this new level of rush down and aggression that we haven't seen before.
I mean, we're going to be seeing mirror matches. First up for our Game 1 and Game 2, which I'm assuming is going to be the Tianhai, with that Tianhai Kylan Zip, and then also the Takeda variant that we've got to see for the past mirror matches coming on through. It's the most picked composition and then the second most picked composition, and then we go into our 4 other games where the hero points are set at 0. It used to be that you would have hero points for the day, but now you actually start off with 0 and you continue with 0, which means that when we see all of our different phases coming on through, we have different compositions being played for every single one of those phases when something gets picked and makes it a little bit more expensive.
Wow, these pre-post points, coming in with 28 points is pretty insane. That's near the upper level of having a pop-off game. Looking at the Fall Finals, OUG, JL, GG, SR, FPX, OA, already qualified, those big names. But today, Alliance, 521, DRG, Wolves, ASC, SS1, Bauda, TE, YZG, WZ, WBG, and BBE are all going to be competing for that top 6 spot. Very surprising to see Wolves here in Alliance, because last year they were so dominant. But this year, with the roster shakeups, the organizations will have to see whether or not they're able to keep up that prestige that they developed last year. And then you were correct, Moxie. 2 Transformers setups with Takeda, with the Kylan Monk, the 2025 Transformers, and the old school Takeda Monk. One of my favorite compositions to play, just because it's very rare that both position 1 and 2 get to be super dominant. The problem with Takeda Monk, though, it takes a lot of loot. Now, with the recent changes to Takeda, he doesn't need as much loot to get online as he used to before. Before, he used to buy a lot of weapon slots. Everyone had to sacrifice and pick up purple weapons just for Takeda. But now, with this reduction, he's able to get to that gold ultimate a lot earlier, and we've seen him a lot more with Transformers, especially in the match point system where everyone's struggling to find characters to fill in. And with Takeda not having his true counter Viper in there, and it's just a bunch of mirrors, I expect some slugfest to go down, Moxie, with Takeda's shoving everywhere. It's going to be very hard to tell what's happening with how much damage is going to be exchanged.
Yeah, Tianhai is not having to worry about dropping Vajra State to iframe through. The Viper ultimate is going to be massive. It means that the uptime of that Tianhai ultimate is going to be for the full maximum value, as opposed to if you have some of your other counters in the lobby. I'm really excited for that reason to see the mirror matches, because every single time we get to those end zones and we have multiple Tianhai players in the lobby, it literally just becomes a pick and mix of one monk finds a grab onto someone, and then every single monk looks for the reverb grab on that player once they get thrown. But something else that I'm looking forward to when we move away from our mirror matches is those potential compositions, because we had a couple of weird ones coming on out. We had Akos V3 from TE, the other bi-weekly, so I'm kind of hoping that that's going to see a return, considering the way that they played it. They paired it with a Tessa, and they tried to use the V3 to be able to just fully lock down those spirit wells. Dunk got incredibly excited because he finally got to see Taka come through in a trios composition as well. And then we have things like that Yushan getting to utilize the skewer tech with the Impale that we got to see starting to make a comeback into the NARAKA scene from EWC that's still been around for a little bit. Plus the old favorites, things like Sand Siphon. Hardy has made a return, which I know has a couple of mixed reviews attached to it, with the cube tech pretty much making any hero playable.
Yeah, one of my favorite compositions that really didn't survive for very long that you brought up, the skewer composition at EWC, the Viper, Matari, Yushan. I always thought the skewer did so much damage, and we really only saw it maybe in just like casual play and ranked very early on in NARAKA, just because Yushan always filled that role of helping and cover their teammates by having that counter Viper ultimate. For the longest time, Yushan was the hard counter to Viper. The modern 2025 NARAKA we see now is Matari's mainly used against the Silence Viper, the 5-second stun Viper that everyone hates to play against, but she's back. Now with that Syra change, you basically have the old school V2 Viper as Syra now, paired with another Viper. It's almost like a double stun Viper composition that's running around just causing pure mayhem for everyone, especially with Justina. Her changes, allowing her to lock down very efficiently in this modern NARAKA. Paired with the two Vipers, it's surprising, actually, looking back, that Wu Chen was ever used with Viper before, just because it was a very hit-and-run strategy before, but now it's just hit, get in there, get more kills. And with the new endgames in NARAKA that we've seen, it's very rare we see anyone left alive going outside of like 3 or 4 teams for these endgames. The zone rarely ever closes.
Yeah, especially because we have all of our changes coming on through now that we've moved over to one of the later patches, which means that Yang Depletion is a lot harder to cleanse. You can at least reset the cooldown coming on through if you're able to pick up one of those buffs from the Spirit Wells or manage to drop a body from a player who has Vermilion Bird's Might. But that used to just automatically remove Yang Depletion. Now all it does is reset the cooldown. So we're still going to be seeing those really long bursts of aggression coming on out from these players as they do absolutely everything in their power to be able to cleanse it. And Wu Chen is enabled, he is back in. But like you said, these players have found that running Viper with the Justino and the Sorrow, where you just have so much lockdown, that CC chain is absolutely unstoppable once it starts rolling if the Viper's able to apply that silence and you end up getting hit by any of those stuns from one of those three characters. That even though Wuchen has been re-enabled, we still very rarely actually get to see him paired with either the traditional Attack on Titan, the Wuchen, Yoto, and Viper, or the newer variant of it that JL pioneered with the Tessa attached.
Tessa coming back into the trios meta. I heard there's a couple changes in the future that Tessa, we may see her come back, especially with the new glyph we work. Now that isn't currently live. We're seeing the absolute end game for this current meta, and you're seeing right there the Enor, Matari, Varia, the new 2025 Cannonball, the only answer to the Viper Menace. For a little bit early in the seasons, Transformers was doing very, very well with the Kylan, Monk, that Wombo combo you're able to do. And before it was Kylan, it was actually Takeda. The big thing that we're going to be seeing today with this first mirror matchup is Monk's landing a grab and the Takeda shoving whoever he slams against one more time in the air, and it's very, very easy for Monk to re-grab off of it. Now, you haven't really seen Kurumi paired with Monk. Traditionally, she was always next to Monk's side in the past, so it's very fun to see her back in the meta, especially since a few months back, they did change Kurumi ult to give armor, but still heal Transformers. So it's gonna add a lot of sturdiness to both Takeda and Monk. And from what I've seen in the past, like I was saying earlier, it's a slugfest when these compositions go at it. Now, one thing I've always loved is the Monk end games with 5 or 6 Monks and all the teams scrambling. I'm curious to see if that's going to be a possibility, just because Takeda does so well at claiming Spirit Wells, and so does Monk. So who is going to have the best timing to secure the Spirit Well? Because if you go a little bit too early, you can get jumped by everyone. But if you go a little bit too late to the party, someone else can claim it. So usually the top teams, JL, GG, SR, they have very sneaky strategies. I'm curious to see if any of the teams in the last chance qualifiers are going to apply these same tactics. We've seen in the past Wolves and Alliance dominate in these type of situations, but with the roster mix-ups, especially like 521 NBPL, we're seeing 521 at 24.1. Unfortunately, BBE at 8.3, but a 20-point game is just one game, Moxie, so it's still anyone's game past game 1 and 2. It's a brand new day, and like I was saying before, Moxie, this might be some team's last tournament, so hopefully we get a good show and some of the best strategy that these teams have to offer today.
I mean, Alliance, they're coming off of a heartbreaking moment. Honestly, the reason why they have so many pre-post points, they were literally tied for a position. 6th and 7th top teams were tied, but Alliance was unable to make some of the bi-weekly finals. So even though they really did put their heart on their sleeve, they actually came through with the most amount of kills for 1st and 3rd position in the bi-weekly finals, the last bi-weekly finals that we had. It sadly was not enough to be able to propel them into the top 6, so they find themselves in the last chance qualifiers. Although I will say, having a strong bi-weekly final is really, really good because you're coming in with a lot of momentum. It's much better to have a strong performance from the last bi-weekly final than to have had a rough last bi-weekly final and had a strong bi-weekly final performance at the beginning of the season. As we can have a look and see, YZG is just going to be looking for a couple bits of loot. He's already been able to get his hands, though, on a purple spear, looking for an opening from that skill rush, making sure to dodge away from the R&B coming on through from the fans. Back-to-back casts coming on out from YCG's XZ side. He trying to find the Dragon Slayers to land into an Essos, but they're just not allowing him to charge it on up, keep staggering the Tianhai out before he can land it. And unfortunately for him, because he hasn't been able to cover for his team with that massive cleave attack, he's already lost one and is now going to lose a second and himself as well, as he just wants to try and keep that purple spear as long as he possibly can, but they're not going to let him kite out. But here comes Bowder Raven looking for an opportunity. They have to be very careful though, since YZG did take that fight and did more damage. They're going to be ahead in terms of rage, although it looks like Bowder got their hands on Fireflies and decided to come on through with a timing attack instead.
Bowder started off the season very, very strong with the XCM and NY7, both super strong position 1 players making their way to Bowder, and we are going to see them starting out here. It looks like Lin is going to be on the Monk, though. Opening up here, we're going to see our first Monk battle of the day, ZXL versus Lin. Nice jump on the hip, getting a nice stomp onto him, moving into the Kurumi circle, now looking for the grab. Moonbane is going to be coming down. Nice, sneaky tactic from YZG. Getting that kill off, allowed them to buy a Moonbane, and now Bowder, they thought they were surprising them. The gig is up right now. They're surprised by the new MVP of this round, the Moonbane, and Lin's gonna get barbecued right here. YZG turns this ambush into their favor, and they're gonna take down Bowder. Woo.
Oh my goodness, YZG, that Moonbane, absolute MVP. It's a rough one for Transformers when they take fights against a team Moonbaning, because you really do have to just try and disengage, but that means that you give up the entirety of your ultimate. As we can have a look and see WBG, they haven't found kill, or rather they have found kills. They were able to find all 3. Looks like they were split 1 between their Takeda and 2 onto their Tianhai, and they've also been able to get their hands on the Vulpine Essence, which is going to be absolutely huge for them. Kurumi currently carrying it, as Kurumi does come under a lot of focus fire to try and get her to exhaust that F3 Tether prematurely and have to teleport to one of her players. So we can have a look at 521 over on Celestial Barge, who've been able to get their hands on 2 sets of purple armor already, scaling towards that Takeda V3 maximum, as well as making sure that when their Tianhai goes for transformation, he's going to have a lot of extra health to be able to play with. As we get another Monk Ditto coming on through, ASE's Han and WBZ going to be looking for an opportunity to land some of these grabs. The second one finds a grab. It's going to be up to the other Tianhai to try and find the jump and stop them from being able to transfer it into a slam. Peter Crossbow's also going to be in the mix, as well as that Ballista Tower, which both of these Tianhais are making sure to stay on the blind side underneath of. Xiao Yao is already down though, and ASE's Han is out of his ultimate. The Kurumi's going to try and tether onto that Ken and potentially bring that person back, as the Takeda V3 now comes out into full chain together with the Palm Lightning, and oh my goodness, ASE just have full control of the situation right now. Yes, the parry does come on out, but Young's already fallen, and this is just a matter of cleanup.
Nowhere left to go. ASC with a clean execution. Still having the Kurumi ult in the bag. We are going to move over to BBE versus TE. Geodown trying to make his way to finish over off Roy Hehe. Roy Hehe didn't get anything going. Unlucky. Weren't able to find good loot coming out front. But wait a second. Youth is going to go down. Zufu. Can he bring this 1v2 back for his team? No ult zone. He's going to make his way out, make his way back in. But nice parry from Xiaonan. And BB is going to be eliminated, I believe.
TE, though, might be caught out here, because that Forbidden Seal is seen so far away. DRG have shown up to the plate. They have all of their resources, and they have all of their players to be able to focus one by one on TE's players. Though TE did still have their revives up and available, so they'll be able to visit the Soul Altar and get themselves back into that game. So you can have a look and see Wolves out and about scouting along the outskirts of Imperium, managing to put their purple armor onto you, but also playing for better Soul Jades, so that they can have some of those Soul Jades of Destiny moving into that first realm of Yang, pushing on over to the Rift Dealers as well, trying to pick up some of those upgrades, making sure that everyone is going to be nice and prepared, as WBG also going to be trying to keep that Soul Jade from Development Essence as long as they possibly can. They do not want it to proc in the open world. They need to have it for the Realm of Yang when their Kurumi is going to be left defenseless. One thing about running Tianhai with Takeda and Kurumi, unlike the Yushan or another Transformer, means that the double grab potential is still incredibly strong, as opposed to some of the previous compositions which were played around the Tianhai, where you would have two Transformers in the mix and you would pop both of your ultimates at the same time to try and nullify any potential of a double grab. So that Kurumi is going to be a little bit more vulnerable, as we can see all of these players just camping out, waiting for those floating piles to spawn on through. There's going to be a contest on one. Wolves just utilizing the Kurumi umbrella as a shield stand-in. DRG now looking to move up into a position and put the halberds to work to try and kite away from Wolves and get that stagger off so they can pick up the loot first.
Wow, this has been a great example of just the pure macro play of trios, where you're trying to get the most amount of loot possible. Something that stood out to me when we looked at the map earlier is just how spread out every single team was. Besides YZG off spawn, everyone else didn't really want to take a contest. Everyone wanted to land very safe, to set up, loot up, and prepare for that first Yang. That's what this composition was designed for, to really loot up, get as much loot as possible for your Takeda and Monk, and set up for that first Yang, because it plays so well in an isolated 3v3 with no threat of a third party. It's just one of the strongest composition when it comes to that. Now, unfortunately, in Battle Royale, there's no such thing as a fair fight outside of Realm of Yang, but looking at the spread of the map, I feel this would be a great opportunity for anyone who's interested in understanding loot paths to relook at a lot of these teams' perspectives for this game, just because rarely have we ever seen platform being contested like that is for trios. So that was one of the biggest kept secrets. I know a lot of trios teams had different timings and everything, because there's very specific timings that those come up and set places they come out, but there's like two variations of it, and that was the first time I really seen it on a cast, that being exposed, of just how different locations on the map are taken as like mini objectives in order to get to this position where you get into Realm of Yang and you have as the best loot as possible. We are going to kick our first Realm of Yang 5-2-1 versus Wolves. 5-2-1 in second place, one of the juggernauts of this lobby. Who is going to take the first one of the day?
That's a very early transformation coming over from ZK. Pampy's going to mirror behind the pillar. The Kuruma's already using that Tevas too, so they can get that armor right on through from the Transformer. One grabs come through, but 5-2-1 have been able to prevent ZK from finding that slam, and at the moment, Pampy just continues to put the pressure. Every single time ZK's been able to pick up a player, Pampy immediately follows him up with that jump to stagger the Tianhai out so he doesn't get to follow up with that throw. Nice little armor swap coming on through as well to make sure that the Tianhai is going to be nice and safe as he comes out of that ultimate, as the Takeda V3 starts to come on through. NiHQ utilizing the stagger against Ivan to set up into Dragon Slayers, and Nez has continuation. Ivan now coming on out with the jump horizontal from that fan, has the stagger, sends it back on his opponent, trying to turn onto the Tianhai. Has to use another one though to turn on to NiHQ. Fully aware of the Takeda looking to charge up that Dragon Slayer stagger yet again, and he's all going to be out of those daggers to peel for his players. Has to try and bop out of that fight within the hit of that F1 before someone can try and punish into him, but he gets caught in the back, and Wolves have a massive advantage as NiHQ just continues with this purple spear to find the Dragon Slayers into Nez's lockdown, and there's absolutely nothing that 5-2-1 can do because of the goal-focused nature of that attack if they manage to let it through without staggering the Takeda first. The 1-2 light stagger into jump L&B. Palm Lightning is shown, but it's not going to be enough, and at that point it's just Wolves cleaning things up and walking away with a clean Yang win, not dropping a single one of their players.
Wow, that was just suffocating pressure coming out from Wolves, the 2024 J Cup winners. 5-1, you could consider like the favorite going into that fight, but after seeing that, I don't know. Wolves looking like they're going to be the favorite now. This is the Takeda Monk composition. Transformers, not every team's specialty. 521 has been always a very, very scrappy team. DRG versus ASC. We're going to see Han chased down and executed from the buff from Billions team of DRG. They get free reign going around, picking off teams right now. It's always interesting now that there are 4 Realm of Yangs that happen. 4 teams that will need that Yang depletion. I feel like there is an art form at this point of figuring out exactly where everyone is when it comes to finding the teams or cleansing. Are going to get 2 buff teams going to be going at it right now. WBG versus YZ. Kurumi's using their armor early in the fight, almost mirroring each other. Perry's going to be coming out from CXZ. Nice peel coming out from his teammates to deny any of that punish, and now both monks going for that heavyweight fight. First stomp's gonna be coming out. ZXL comes flying in. Nice peel gets in between him and his teammates, and unfortunately puts himself in a precarious position, being slammed against the wall over and over. Luckily finding a small window to jump out of there, but Yuran gets the best of him in the monk boxing match, and now WBG with a ton of momentum. It's going to be very, very awkward for these guys. 38 seconds left. Do they give up the kill now, or do they try to fight for bust?
Oh my goodness, the Palm Lightning. I mean, the third party comes on through from 521. Unfortunately, every single player who was involved in that scrap-off had Vermilion Bird's Might, so all they've done is been able to reset the Yang depletion timers. WBG, 17 seconds left. Yal will be able to go down and join his teammates as the fight is still going to continue, as SS1 were not able to pick up the Soul Blooms and reset that timer, so they have to relentlessly chase on to 521. Do 521 know that SS1 also have Yang depletion alongside them? If they can literally just stay on top of this TN High team, they should be able to shadow them and pick up the Soul Blooms when they fall if they don't manage to take a fight. As 521, by picking up those Soul Blooms, have such a huge lead in terms of time bank for that Yang depletion debuff. Unfortunately, though, you can't really keep a track of who exactly has Yang depletion off of the heroes played, as everyone's on the same composition. And so it's going to have to be a straight up fight looking to play off of telegraphed aggression. Boye goes on for the transformation. Pampy also going to be using all of his jumps so that he can scale onto the cliff sides and join his team. No grabs so far yet from Luye, but Pampy's already been able to find one player. Goes for the immediate throw. Luye goes for the stamp, trying to shove Pampy out of that Kurumi circle, but Alliance have joined the fight too, and now we have a 1 versus 1 versus 1. Alliance find the double slam, still have some of their ultimates available. The Takeda ultimate out on the field as well, trying to pick up as much follower as they possibly can. Jiang is still going to be in that transformer, going to also be able to pick up another double slam, just managing to find the slam off as the transformation ends, although PP is able to, or rather Lin is able to live it off of utilizing that F1 combo breaker and gets to go into his own ultimate state and find a grab onto Alliance's players as the monk who uses their ult last and rolls up into the party gets the last laugh.
The last laugh. Flying knives. The MVP weapon for these monk grabs, able to damage all of the grabs. Man, really changes the dynamic between different Transformer scenes. We're seeing YZG looking for a potential ambush right here. Battle just fighting in the zone forever. Their corruption, you can see in the top right, almost at max right here. Soon they won't be able to heal. XCM, nice parry, going to be able to find the monk, but they want to finish off Ivan. Little do they know in the background, though, I think YZG is stalking them. They are, and now YZG brings the trap with the Takeda ultimate, killing off the remainder of Bauda's players. XCM can't do anything, just so much damage coming out from YZG. Takeda ends up countering Takeda. We are going to move over to the realm of Yang. Wolves versus DRG.
Wolves going to be investing their Kurumi ultimate and that Kurumi Teva, trying to keep NiHQ alive for as long as they possibly can. But even with all of the damage reduction, it is not enough underneath the focus fire from DRG. As Kakaishi again with the spear strategies looks for the Dragon Slayer's Nez's lockdown once they've been able to fully push the Takeda out of the Kurumi ultimate's AoE, and DRG will be able to find a clean win, getting their hands on, oh my goodness, legendary flying knives, which, yeah, as you just pointed out, Raven, is probably the best weapon when it comes to following up from a player that you've been able to grab with your Tianhai. It used to be that you had to swap over to things like the musket or the repeating crossbow. Now you just get to hit R&B with those flying knives, and you'll be able to absolutely melt through all of the health bar when they're held aloft and can do absolutely nothing about it. We don't have all that many players left in this lobby, though, as there was an absolute bloodbath coming through from the first cleansing of that Yang depletion. YZG as well, I believe they were able to get their hands on Stanchion Skypillar, one of the Soul Jades that one of their fallen opponents dropped. So having that silence could be the difference maker, especially since there aren't Vipers in the lobby. So you're relying on a Soul Jade like Heartstopper or Stanchion Skypillar to be able to come on through and silence your opponent to potentially prevent a Tianhai from getting to go for his ultimate so that he gets the health reset.
Wow. I mean, there's still 22 players left alive, but this is before Spirit Wells. When the Spirit Wells come out for endgame, it's so hard to survive if you're not one of these Yang winning teams. We're seeing Zhao with white armor. WZ's Zhao trying to hide in the corner, but DRG's Dong Q9 is going to track him down. We're seeing a trend here for the weapon setup. All of the monks opting for the spear. Now, spear and pole sword has always been a big position one weapon. We aren't seeing this from ASC's Han, but they are underscaled compared to most of the teams here. Flying knives, like Moxie was saying, one of the best weapons to follow up. There are a couple other weapons that have enough vertical reach in order to hit someone in Monk's Hand, pole sword and long sword, but flying knives has so many awesome extra abilities that comes with it. There's almost no reason not to use it. ZK going to be with the purple fist chasing down Bauda on this rooftop. These blueberries don't want any part of this, but Wolves needs to be cleansed right now with 3 minutes. The time is ticking. We're gonna get the monk on monk action. ZK gets the initial stomp from the early ultimate, and now Bauda's trying to space out, makes his way across, jumps on the hill, jumps over ZK, gets the best of him. This time a little bit of some spider monk going on. Bauda's making it work for now, but now 5-2-1's gonna be showing up the party, and multiple teams are looking in. Wolves doesn't really have much options here. It's do or die for them. They need to find this kill, and Lin coming out of this. Bell is going to be coming out, but the Takeda ult just taking away all of his options. He's going to fall, but the rest of his teams are going to run out of here, and Wolves is going to have to track them down if they hope to cleanse for all three of their teammates.
Yeah, but by tracking them down, they're going to run into so many more teams that still have their ultimates to the name. We have almost everybody over here, which is not what Wolves want to hear. Plus the kiting pathing. It's so brutal if you have something like a fan or a dagger in your back pocket with all of the verticality and different layers of buildings, especially if the Kurumi is able to break away utilizing the teleport from that parasol. ZK is going to lose all of his purple armor, getting juggled extra damage off of the verticality startup from those cliffs. Matches found a big parry onto hand, but enough pressure has come on through that they feel like they have to invest the Kurumi armor circle. They'll have one recast of it, but it's not the greatest opportunity to use it, as everyone's just going to kite away, and they've only got a minute left to be able to pick up soul blooms for either their Takeda or their Kurumi. At this point, they need to do something to be able to incite another fight, and that just might be the play, as ASC's Mist gets caught out with those nunchucks when he climbs the parapet and is now coming under so much focus fire. ZK off of the back of that has been able able to do enough damage to buy himself another ultimate. And out comes the Transformers. Han already on half HP. Mist getting absolutely fried currently, but no one from Wolves have been able to consolidate damage onto one specific target. It's all been spread out around these players, and so they haven't been able to find an elimination until now. Palm Lightning comes on through. Karumi ultimate also going to be utilized as ASE tries to sustain inside that Karumi AoE. CK looks for the spin up with the RMB, but the third party is here, and Wolves did not find the picks in time. I think they go out of this lobby, and they might just bring ASE alongside them as Baroness Lin shows up with the Tianhai ultimate still in the pocket and finds a massive double grab as everybody tries to disengage away from him in the commotion, not able to anticipate the monk's hands.
So much chaos around this building, and in the chaos, TE is going to be able to get a free Spirit Well. DRG is able to claim the other Spirit Well. ASC still trying to survive. Mist has his team's hope and dreams resting upon him with his crewmate Xiaowen. They'll make their way into the city, find a building to slow down, and hopefully find some type of sneaky third party to get a cleanse and pick up one of their teammates. But first, we are going to go over to YZG. 4 minutes. Spirit Wells are claimed. Everyone's back to Yang depletion, and everyone back into that seat. We got to find a play. We got to find a cleanse on someone. Everyone posturing, trying to see if anyone is foolish enough to go first in these situations. Now, something we've seen in the past is that teams would wait to the 1.5 minute mark, try to really choose to go in, just so there's no delayed fight for a long time where they get picked apart from the very, very strong teams with gold armor, the Yang winners, all just watching them, waiting for them to go. Instead, they waited for 1 minute, everyone pops their abilities, and the winner who makes it out gets to get out of there instead of slowly being barbecued by the gold teams. Now, YZG making their way around the zone here, trying to find a duo anywhere around. There are a couple duos running around, so one of the things that you can do in order to get a cleanse is find one of the solos and duos on the edges right here. Now, one of the safest places to actually be in these situations, as you see them hunting the edge, is actually in the center somewhere. On the edge right here, this is where all the action is going down, as YZG sat in zone for a really long time. It's going to put them in an awkward position as the Draco Storm team see their health, possibly with the cannons coming out and some Rupture Gale burn, put them in a tough situation, but they're able to reset here. The buildings in this situation, Moxie, they're really coming into play just because monks need line of sight, and with these buildings, everyone's able to hide from the gaze of all the enemy monks.
I mean, YZG were able to find the cleanse, though. Of the capture flag mechanic, 10 seconds on the altar. Unfortunately for them, the reason why they were coming under fire from all of those players, the zone had actually moved. So they had to have that Takeda take the flag, get the Karumi Tower, because he was attracting so much attention with the Rupture Gale and Flames Breath. Attached to the cannons, Moonbane's also going to be hitting now, randomly generated. And unfortunately for all of these players, it drops right at the center of the map. So everyone who was trying to utilize all of those building structures is now coming under risk from the AoE splash damage coming on through, which means that we're going to be seeing everyone actually forced to take sidelines instead. But there's still so much verticality and just disruption of line of sight for a lot of these Transformer teams. There's still going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players currently with Yang depletion, and they're about to hit the under a minute mark, which means that Desperation's going to start to hit on through. Out comes those cannons, hitting as many players as possible, depleting the resources too. If they're able to find the connection of a cannon with Flames Breath, it's going to be able to absolutely melt the efficiency coming on through of all of those resources, with the fire tick debuff taking heal efficiency, including Karumi utility, to 50%. as the next Spirit Well is going to spawn on through. 2 Transformers already on the plate. 5-2-1 looking to try and zone WBG away, although Pampy is still on a blue scaled weapon, which means that his slams are not going to have as much bite to their bark in comparison to Yiran, but Yiran's getting absolutely fried. Oh my goodness, Yiran goes down, or rather Pampy goes down to the Fan RMB, as we can see WBG trying to hold their ground, getting shoved on out here by the Takeda V3. Now they pop their own, find a huge parry into the stagger coming in through from the screw and shoves in the corner lock. Unfortunately for them though, another Transformer team has showed on up, and they've only got 20 seconds left to be able to find a kill and pick up these balloons for 2 of their players. I don't think it's going to be enough. The Scale Rush tries to find the hit, but it's just going to be to buy a little bit more space so Yao can just put himself into that zone and not give an elimination away to a player, as XD finds a double slam, putting the pressure onto everybody. YTG trying to hold their position, but another Transformer ultimate rolls on through for Bowder, and Bowder with the late of Archer State now control the Spirit Well.
Oh my goodness, this reminds me of the old wrestling cage matches where these mucks are just coming in and just trying to wrestle for the center dominance, but no one can manage to claim this. It looks like TE finally held their ultimates to the very end. It's a David versus Goliath. They didn't come into this endgame super stacked, but by holding their ultimates, they're able to sit here and shove everyone out. Bowda with the gold armor is going to make their way in at the last second to shove them out, and now XCM is going to be battling it out with the Takeda ult, shoving everyone out. This is what I was saying, Moxie. Takeda is so good at claiming this center right here, as you see all of the Takedas tethered by their Kurumis, and everyone is now setting the center on fire as DRG Kakaxi is holding onto the center, healing, eating all the cannon shots. He's like, wait a second, this is too hot. I'm gonna get out of this kitchen. Now it's gonna be TE jumping in. Can anyone really set up and cook to take this Spirit Well? The winner of this is gonna be set up very nice with the ultimate reset, but no one wants to go in for too long. Everyone has a cannon ready to go in. It's gotten to the point where the Kurumis are just putting one person in, sending in someone to the center to try to claim it, not letting anyone get super low. But still, the zone's going to be coming in, Moxie. It doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to claim this.
Yeah, I think this might despawn unless TE can hold their position. They're so close to being able to claim it, but that dome just popped, which meant that unfortunately all of the range damage was no longer blockable, and it's gonna despawn without anybody able to claim it. No buff, no armor reset, and now potentially no ultimate cycles either. All of these cannons though have been doing significant work, as we're going to be seeing the tome coming through from DRG, trying to push everybody to the other side of this wall so that Kakashi with a cannon can absolutely fry them. He's got his hands on repair roll as well too, so that means that that cannon uptime is going to be really big as we go into these end zones. There's so much verticality. All of our Transformers trying to utilize their ultimate and find an opening as well as get some space for the rest of their team. Everybody except, from the looks of it, Bowder and TE have just put themselves into the corner, and now they're going to have the ultimate advantage when the zone closes. Although with a minute left before we go into a full zone close and the cannon pressure with things like twin shot and bounce shell, we're going to be getting to see those Tianhai ultimates come back again real soon. YGG trying to hold their position on the high ground, having a better optics for the Tianhai to find those grabs, does open themselves up, taking a lot of pressure coming on through from the Flamebringers, as DRG are trying to make a play occur right now. Dongqing coming on through with that Takeda ultimate. The Kurumi's also going to be investing the armor circles, just trying to keep everybody alive. The zone damage is going to be doing so much, as well as the knockback from things like Palm Lightning, as Dongqing tries to find the opportunity but just keeps getting staggered by other people. They fall to the lower levels, trying to knock some of these players out, but the Takeda is also coming under a lot of focus fire. They've identified that he's got Palm Lightning, and they hold him in the zone off of Exy coming on through with the Staff and Slanch and Sky Pillar, and now YTG, who held their ultimates, are in the driver's seat to potentially be able to win the heal situation.
Kakaxi holding the set here, getting a stomp off, pushing XL out, and then Bauda's Lin coming in at the last second, stomping, getting some AoE off. XCM is gonna follow up, find some kills, and Bauda picking up a ton going into that late game. Man, it was non-stop action, Moxie, with the Takedas doing their best to shove their opponents into tough situations, and the buildings ended up making a lot of the monk, a lot more exciting. Everyone was trying to hold their ground. We saw a little bit of that chess match, that ranged chess match that Transformers is known for. Old school Transformers, the monk always had a cannon in order to build up his ultimate over and over and over. Takeda as well on the Sand Siphon, known for that as well. And we saw some excellent positioning coming out from YZG for them to navigate winning this game. We saw them off spawn, winning it out, and then finding the Moonbane comeback. And this is the name of the game, I would say, Moxie, of this modern NARAKA. It's like the old days of kind of sitting back, picking your spots very, very safely are gone. Now, fortune definitely favors the bold as far as finding the early positions to get ahead of your opponents and then keeping that momentum as you go into these late game situations.
I mean, I have to say, it was so surprising when we saw that last Spirit Well that even though so many teams contested it, we didn't really see all that many eliminations coming in through from it, and it goes to show how much improvement these teams have been able to have at being able to support one player, have them stand on the Spirit Well. They take a little bit too much pressure and they weave their positions in and out of that Spirit Well stance so that you go in, you contest the team, but you don't go down. And then they come out, and it's essentially like a relay race, right? You just keep handing the baton to player after player after player so that no one gets that massive advantage to be able to determine, okay, I want to look immediately at this team. We've got the buff, and so everyone else looks in the lobby to just try and find any amount of value that they can off of the back of it. But here is your question, answer for treasure. Which team has the highest pick rate for hero lineup of game number 1? Was it A, YZG? Was it B, DRG? Was it C, WBG? Or was it D, 5-2-1? So that question, I think what it means is which of these teams picked that composition the most that we've seen. So who do you think relies more on the Tien Hai with that Takeda and that Kurumi of those four? As YZG were able to walk away with 16 kills, and crucially, Bauda, despite being able to pick up a lot of late steam coming on through with a later Tien Hai ultimate, were denied the kill score multiplier because there was actually a tie between 3 teams surviving at the end. So they didn't manage to get that score multiplier, which would potentially have let them overtake YZG for the MVP position.
Wow. It's such a tight score at the top here. Looking at the overall stats, YZG's Kurumi, 35k healing, so much damage coming out, and it makes sense because ZXL pumping out 32k damage, QGG 21k damage. This is something that most people don't realize about Takeda. He's very much a facilitator now in modern NARAKA. Before, Takedas would just use their fear and shoves for themselves to do damage. Now Takeda really shoves with the coordination of all 3 teammates, and you see the monk able to capitalize on a lot more damage. Now looking at the overall standings going, this is plus the pre-points. BB still with a slow start at 9.3. WZ a little bit of a start here at 5.5 and 18.3. SS1 only 1 point, a lot more to go though. 18.6. WBG with 10 points, so jumping up to 21 now. At the top though, DRG is going to restructure who going to be at the top at 16.5 and 39.5 total. Alliance does get shoved out of the number 1 spot at 32.4. YZG is going to jump up with an 18-point game, 32.3. 5-2-1 at 6. Baldo at 13 or 13 kills, leaving them around the middle of the pack at 30 points. But we are going to go to some highlights of this Transformer Perdoria, brought to you by China Unicom.
Here's that opening fight where YZG were able to juggle the focus fire coming on through from BBE, perfectly interrupting the Dragon Slayers from behind, taking a 2 versus 1 so they can find that next elimination, and then managing to, and then again, isolate out one of these targets every single time, splitting the team and just jumping in so that they can always find that stagger into follow-up damage. This is the Moonbane moment as well, where the hunters became the hunted, and Bauda found themselves being taken down with a little assist coming on through from that Moonbane.
Very, very good stuff from YZG. A little bit of the playbook I was saying. All these teams chose to not fight off spawn, but YZG did vulnerable to the timing attack. But if you rush buying a Moonbane, YZG has shown the blueprint of what it takes to win with a ton of points this round. Now, Bauda able to bring their game back with this double grab from Lin, and then in this end game they went from rags to riches right here. Lin delaying his monk hold to the very last second, comes flying in, gets the stomp kill, gets not much more from that AoE, but his teammate XCM able to find multiple kills through Takeda shoves, and they ladder up with that end game performance. Now, obviously, you want to have the best off spawn, but what really makes or breaks these teams is keeping their head in the game and finding more frags. Speaking of which, QGG facilitating for his team, getting his first MVP on the Takeda at 21k damage. Now, he didn't have the most damage for his team, but he was highly impactful, and you get to see the cannon damage from him. Even though he did the most damage with the Hog Sword, just behind it was the cannon, and most of that damage was in endgame.
I mean, I think most of his damage came from the V3. No, if you're looking at the melee weapons, that does not tally up to anywhere near 21,940. Which means that those Furin shoves are finding the connections that they're looking for multiple times. And YZG has always been really good at organizing, coordinating that team around things like the Takeda Furin shoves. Like, they have such good coordination and focus fire where they can just find one person and absolutely steamroll over them in the space of about 5 seconds. So a lot of the time that means that they don't really have to have all of that much worry about the third party coming on through, because they take fights and they close them out so quickly. That is one of the sort of drawbacks of a Moonbane that early on, right? Just like we saw the Forbidden Seal essentially being that dinner bell that rang, and another team, and then another team, and then another team all showed up looking for the third party because they know there's a fight going on. They know that teams have likely already started taking that fight, which means the ultimates are going to be down. Moonbane is the same. It can be very, very risky, especially that early on in the game, where if you invest your ultimates and you get immediately attacked by another team that shows up later on the scene, they have ultimate advantage, potentially they have better loot, and then if you go down close to Yang portal spawning up as well, you miss out on one of the biggest opportunities for that composition to ladder on up in terms of equipment scaling. You don't get to go for the legendary weapon, which would immediately push your Tianhai's damage through the roof in comparison to some of those other players, and you might find yourself coming out of the Soul Altar getting targeted by players who have Yang depletion themselves, because they know if they find you on the grey armor or just coming off of the Soul Altar themselves, you don't have a million birds might buff, you're going to have a Soul Bloom for free to give them.
Well, Moxie, game 1 in the books, last chance qualifier. These are the mirror matchups, and especially for trios players, Transformers has always been that composition that you just had to know in order to even call yourself a trios team. Transformers used to be the main composition played in early NARAKA, and it survived all the way through its lifespan. And now, after seeing the Takeda variation with Monk, we are going to move on to the modern Kylan zipping Monk. Similar idea again. Just like Takeda, Kylan just absolutely crushes the spirit world, being able to shove people out almost like a batter in baseball, knocking people flying away. Especially on Perdoria, he's been one of the staples of knocking players into that end zone that does so much damage. Now with Kylan and Monk, it's a little bit of a different of a synergy. Before the previous comp, we saw Karumi, Takeda, and Karumi Monk with a ton of synergy. The modern Monk composition has really the zipping Kylan synergy. We've even seen end games where the Kylan and zipping are able to clutch it out with just how well those two characters work together. Kylan normally, without a healer really pocketing him, can't dash and knock people out into zone willy-nilly, but with the zipping ultimate and with how reliable he's going to get the heal, he's really able to unleash and have full say of how these end games are playing. Now Monk still is that character with a ton of dominance, and because he doesn't have that same Karumi synergy, we've seen the rise of healing Monk. Until the 2025 Monk composition, there wasn't really as much healing Monk throughout the years. There was this Temi Monk variation with Karumi for a little bit, but it was very short-lived. Kylan zipping Monk has survived for a while now, and with the healing Monk composition, I saw a couple Monks in that previous game running the old school double grab Monk. It does a lot more damage off the double grab, it allows you to re-grab, but Monk is a lot more vulnerable and doesn't have as much durability as this variation. Now, I would say the first game is a warm-up game, and it just by chance, the back-to-back mirror matchups are Transformers. So game 1 was a slugfest, Moxie. Game 2 is gonna have to be an absolute slaughter now that a lot of the jitters are out and a lot of the coordination problems are probably out. And these teams are going to be going at it now with the normal Transformers teams they've been preparing this whole year.
Yeah, Zip really does have good synergy with Kylan with the tracking of the F. Kylan is going to be a little bit nerfed though in terms of what he can do with the V2. We haven't been able to really witness the impact of the nerf that came onto the V2 in solos because it's much more frequent that we see the V1. But now the V2 is going to be blockable for those Kylan dashes. So you're gonna have to be very smart about how you time coming on through. Not parryable, but blockable. But that is still going to open up those players to potential follow-up hits coming on through from the Kylan's teammates. As Trios is all about creating opportunities for your other players, the way that we've seen things like the pole sword with the RMB catch, as well as the Spears looking for all of those openings, so that they can just run on the outsides of the fights and hit you when you're least expecting it. It's become a little bit harder with that playstyle, a little bit more riskier ever since they made parries 360 frame, as opposed to forward-facing that it used to be. Having to deal with a 180 pivot to deal with Dragon Slayers in the back was not a fun opportunity that those players always had to worry about, especially if it was for drop-downs with RMBs as well. But now it's been a little bit easier for everybody, so setting up your actual stagger windows has become all the more important so that you cannot allow any opportunity for that player to be able to look for the parry opportunity unless you want what should be a good thing for your team being turned against you entirely.
Kylan zipping Monk. Now, initially when Kylan first was released, he wasn't early adopted. Actually, no, I take that back. He was early adopted, but just how broken his ultimate was. It did so much damage. Now, it's been tuned down a lot since then, but it's really its ability to control fights. The double charge sets people in the air, and now the team play in NBPL is just so next level. The follow-up is so important. We've seen all these characters that have been so dominant before being utilized more as setting up teammates rather than it just being selfish play where they're trying to go out there and have free reign to finish off opponents. Especially with the changes to zipping, her F change really changed the game when it came to a ton of her compositions because it provides a lots of damage reduction. So before, zipping used to be kind of like fire and forget, get the heal off, but it wasn't that impactful. But now a well-timed F actually can make or break saving one of the teammates' lives, because it reduces a ton of that damage, especially if you get double grab. If Zipping kind of gets to decide who is going to survive that situation in double grab situation. So make sure that you suck up to your support position 3 Zipping if you're hoping to live one of these double grab positions, because whoever gets that F is going to be able to survive it with that damage reduction. Now, I believe we're going. Perdora is the first day. Holoroth is the second day. Both these days are actually very, very good for both these compositions. It's actually what they were designed for. Since these end games have a lot of cliff sides, both Kylan and Takeda are able to dictate a lot of the positioning by using their ultimates to push people out of locations. Before, back in the day, it was Yueshan with the slams, but with the slams didn't really push people away. It didn't really have a knockback effect. It was more of just like, oh, there's a Yushan here, it's annoying. You can't really fight back. He just smacks you over and over. But with Kylan and Takeda, you really do get literally shoved out of a certain location. So we're going to be seeing another stacked end game with the Spirit Wells and a lot more range play. It's one of my favorite compositions, Moxie. I always love to see the chess match of how these top teams kind of leverage out each terrain situations, because in NARAKA and in Battle Royale, you can kind of chunk in some terrain situations, but we see new locations all the time. We haven't really seen a monk endgame in that building situation on Perdora, so hopefully we'll get another exciting endgame in a new area for this Holoroth.
I mean, it's just going to be aggression. It's going to be aggression all the way throughout, because not only is it going to be Holoroth, it's going to be Starry Night, Holoroth Raven, my favorite submap of Holoroth, but that means that we're going to have meteor showers, which means more ultimates, and then the environmental as well. Whenever there's a weather condition on Holoroth, it refreshes all of the troves on the map, which means a opportunity to loot those resources that had previously been picked clean, so that you can prepare yourself to have the win against the War of Attrition. That's going to be felt when we do go to those end game Spirit Wells and things like the Flames Breath is going to absolutely melt through all of your stock of Vitalia and Armor Powders. As we can see, the Kylan V2 is indeed going to be in play. Some of the changes that did come out onto this was not only now is it going to be blockable, it's also going to be slower. The dashes still cover the same distance, but the speed that the Kylan is able to land them is going to be significantly lower, so there's more opportunity for these players to either block them or simply get out of the way. And as Raven said, since we now have the zipping coming on through, rather than that Karumi, it is going to be the self-sufficient Tianhai with that V2 over the V1 in terms of loadout. Not seeing anyone with the parry bell coming on out for the Tianhai. Everyone is just running the very basic F1 combo breaker that you can either utilize for yourself as you come out of your ultimate, or to potentially cover for one of your teammates. As we can have a look and see the landing locations, YZG and BBE both going to be going for Matab, BBE landing directly on top of it, YZG just a little bit outside of it. But crucially, there's only one team that's gonna be going for Salvation Podium, and they're going to be landing directly on the Fireflies as well. ASE are going to have a very comfy landing when it comes to being able to pick themselves up those goodies and then move a little bit more south to solve Salvation Podium without having to worry about any other team other than maybe DRG looking for a timing attack to prevent them from getting their hands on legendary loot before the first realm of Yang spawns up.
Looking at the map layout, we're seeing the same trend of the first map, not as spread out, but you see a couple off spawns willing to take that initial fight. SS1 and 521 with a couple timing attacks on the outside though. Everyone's landing on a Firefly though. Wants to get that advantage. It's gonna be interesting who they give the Firefly to, as we're gonna get Alliance versus WBG off spawn year round already. Tough position right now, no armor to his name. He's gonna get a big double charge out. Zipping ult is gonna be coming out, but it's not gonna matter. So much damage comes out from Alliance as they focus fire the monk down. Now PP is going to see WBG coming in as DRG is going to come in with a timing attack. Kylan with ultimate. Donkey trying to lock down WBG's Yali. Yali trying to make his way out, but the double slash is going to come down, setting himself up. getting floated in midair. Not much he can counterplay he can do right there. DRG gonna be able to pick up a kill, but Alliance gets 2. DRG gets 1. They're gonna move out. Tons of Firefly in this location. Look at the overall leaderboards. Wait, a little bit too soon. Alliance is coming back for some more, as Perry's gonna be coming out, catching out the Kylan of DRG. They're trying to make their way to the no-wall zone. Alliance PP needs to find a grab right here as DRG is going to make their way around the corner. Tough a break for them as he's going to be peeking in. Can he get another grab? Kakaxi does get lifted up and scooped up. Get out of that no-wall zone. Come back into my hands. But Alliance, a little bit of an overchase here. DRG very, very wisely uses this pill here, able to turn the ult deficit into their advantage, finding a 3v2 situation. Now Alliance with no monk ult is going to be jumping in right here. They want to take this no ult duel as DRG surrounded. PP trying to find a focus attack, trying to find a flank. DRG's zipping, great play, goes out of the no ult zone, gets the ult off on the zipping, healing her teammates up, and now PP fighting this juggernaut of a zipping. Ult's going to be canceled out here, but he does get his teammates healed up.
Oh, but Kakashi now, he's on the outsides of that Forbidden Seal, looking for grabs as well. Trying to find the grab onto Alliance's Yuma, but the Kylan V2 just makes him a little bit of a hard opponent to be able to grab, especially now he gets to utilize those pillars. And Breakaway goes for a charge of a dash, potentially can't risk it. Jiang does get caught out by Kakashi into the throw, but Kakashi's ultimate is now done. And Jiang sees an opportunity, eats the R&B though, coming through from that Hong Sword. Clank comes on out. Yuma is able to find the parry off of the second focus attack follow through though. And off of the back of that repulse damage, DRG start losing their players. The Scarish is going to be enough to take Kakashi down from the Fist Blades. And Alliance, it was rough. They really did manage to find their recovery after that overextension originally. Are able to come out on top as Te Xiaonan is currently doing everything that he possibly can. Down every single one of his players up against WZ, gets one grab off onto Young, but unfortunately for him, he is not running the V2 variant and he is not going to gain any of that sustainability off of the throw, which means that he's going to be rejoining his team on the solo to 2.
Tough break. We are going to get a 1v1. Ivan versus the zipping of Bada XXL. Oh my goodness. Very, very close right there. Zipping almost through the fight right there. But she closes it out with the fan. We're going to move over to the south. ASC's miss, making their way through their high yield. Xiaowen, surprising that the team is putting the purple armor onto the zipping. Zipping being one of the critical weak points of the composition. With Monk having heal, it looks like their strategy is, hey, Monk, you can heal yourself by getting a grab. So as long as you're getting grabs, you're going to get heals because we're going to keep the zipping alive. Now, WG going the more traditional line, giving the purple armor to Yeren on the Monk. We are going to look at Yuma over here. And again, Alliance's route, giving the purple armor to the zipping and Kylan. So not the agreement here. Looting strategy, very, very interesting. It really sets the difference when it comes to these mirror matchup games. We see a different scheme here. We got zipping with the purple armor and Monk with the purple armor for YZG. CXZ on the Kylan. He's just a position 2, trying to make things work. It reminds me of the old Transformer days where you would give all the loot to all the defensive loot to the Monk and Karumi, and Yushan would only get attack Jades and blue armor usually, and you would just have to survive. It's looking like they're running that strategy. ZK, happy to have everything, the healing Monk and the purple armor. Big chillin' going into this first Yang. Now, just like the Takeda Transformer setup, a lot of times when you're playing Monk, you want to find that isolated fight inside the realm of Yang. This is really what shines of who is the most skilled trios team and also the endgame situations. But realm of Yang gives you the best loot, gives you good armor, good weapons. So ideally, you want to set up to get there with the most amount of loot. And of all of the Transformers teams we've looked at, BBE seems to be the luckiest with the purple armors. Now, you're able to build up money off spawn to buy weapons and armor, as we're seeing, just because things go right, sometimes they don't go well, and you have to be able to salvage your games. Remember, we saw Bauda not have the best off spawn previously, but they ended up dominating the end game and navigating it perfectly. Can they do it again, looking very scuffed in this game?
I think ASA are probably the most scaled though. Yes, they've only got 2 sets of purple armor in comparison, but they also have a legendary weapon. And that's the only legendary weapon in the game. Plus, if you give it to Evio, Kylan, or Tianhai, when they're using their ultimate, you don't have to worry about it being parried out of their hands, which is very big when it comes to being able to commit. We are going to be seeing, though, a scrap over who gets to control this position of the map coming on through with the Moonbane. WZ investing it, trying to chase out SS1. SS1 taking cover from the Tianhai's grabs underneath, utilizing the Grove Vineyard to make sure that they interfere with that LOS. Liu is going to look for an ultimate of his own. As Zhuan now on that Kylan out of his V2 is going to be very vulnerable. Keeling Guard already broken through. Young gets grabbed into the follow-up coming on through from those flying knives, but the Kylan is trying to put the pressure onto Liu. Doesn't manage to find enough of a kill, as that Moonbane is still something that SS1 have to worry about. Combo Breaker comes out from the Kylan. Xiaoyao back against the wall, trying to turn around with those nunchucks, looking for the parry. Tianhai gonna cover for his team with that F1, as we get to see that Moonbane still not really finding the target that it's looking for. SS1 have not had to worry about all of the AoE. Moonbane is RNG based, unfortunately, for WZ, and they use it now as opposed to being able to leverage it for a holdover for the Yang Pass, which means that they're going to have to contest BBE, who are going to have the ultimate advantage. ALC going to be waiting opposite YZG to see who exactly can get on through first. We might see the Karumis utilizing those parasols to try and body block players away, or everyone's just going to try and tap dodge their way in. WBG was indeed able to make it, but the loot disparity is very strong in comparison. They've only got 1 set of purple armor on their players, and that's going to currently go over to that Kylan. As doors open on up, ASE's hand, we're going to be following along his POV. Has that purple spear, is about to eat the blistering edge, but the jump manages to avoid the frame of it, so he doesn't have to worry about the fire tick being applied onto him. Was able to find 1 grab, potentially looking for a double, doesn't manage to find it. WBG going to be utilizing the zipping ultimate to try and peel for their players. They are able to apply the blistering edge this time around. Enhanced HP is absolutely fried. He doesn't have the V2 either, so he's not getting the sustainability, and out of his ultimate, he has to do everything he can to just roll and wait for his zipping to send out that F. Manages to find the connection and gets fully healed up off of the back of it, but another application of blistering edge as he mistimes the parry into the overhold. Now has to burn the combo breaker, doesn't have it to be able to cover for the parry that comes on out, and that Kylan ultimate is doing work. Another zip F manages to find the application onto Han on that Tianhai. They've been able to find the kill as well off of missed setup from that Kylan V2, and can now apply the damage before the blistering edge can come on out from WBG, holding them in the stone form into the follow-up from those flying knives, and will be able to find the win.
Very weird to see zipping with a pole sword. It's very rare I see CN teams with the pole sword on their support. On the outside, though, we are going to go over to Alliance and SS1 Yuma. Throwing out these R&B kicks with the fist plates like hotcakes, and it throws out the horizontal, gets parried by Juwon on the side, back to back. Juwon said, get that out of here. No release for you, good sir. And now Loye gonna be grappling out. They see a third-party team going out. They're not gonna be able to have their zipping with them, but they are gonna escape with their lives. Purple weapon, purple armor on the monk, so as long as we're alive, we can find a res for our teammates. I'm looking at the overall scores. It looks like YZG, again, having a solid off spawn start, 5 kills already to their name. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, as you see that red line, this is the last chance qualifier. We are in game 2 Holorock for the mirror matchup. The top 6 are going to be able to go through. It's going to be 6 rounds today. Right now, 4 teams with the Yang depletion. Looks like ASC with their red buff is going to opt to loot up more, get even more scaled up for the second realm of Yang. Unlike solos,
Wolves.
trios is a lot harder in order to like go into the second Yang. It's usually whoever is the most scaled up. As ASC's Han with the gold weapons gonna be jumping into Wolves. Finding the first grab. But Wolves is gonna get a double grab, Moxie.
Oh my goodness, and it's the V1 too. They're just dead. They're just dead in the blink of an eye. ZK now gonna be de-transforming, picks up the Soul Bloom, starts regenerating that rage. Does only have blue armor, but he spotted ASC Xiao Wen, incredibly vulnerable at the moment, and they've been able to find the isolated 2 versus 1 against this poor Zip, who has to go for the overhold of the LMB. Manages to find the release. Zip ultimate is gonna be able to proc. Bowder rolling on up for the third party too, and now has 2 players from Wolves, and oh my goodness, the revenge double grab. Wolves lose 1 player. The Tianhai was able to bail themselves out with the F1 into the transformation state coming over from the V1. Manages to jump onto Knight 7's head as well so that he can try and find the interference. But Bowder Gem is about to hit pay dirt with this ballista shot. Oh my goodness, the direct amounts of damage. PvE are getting absolutely barbecued. Make that a direct dome cranium hit, and that's going to be Bowder with the ballista assist, surely walking away with the kills.
Oh my goodness, that has to be so much damage. Bowder's XCM just sees like 9 players clumped up and shoots a ballista shot into the dead center of all of them. Bowder is gonna come out of that with 7 kills. Good googly mooglies.
Yeah, but all of them had Vermilion Birdsmite Raven. They didn't find a single cleanse.
Well, you know, something in that fight that I thought was hilarious is Wolves ZK jumps into that fight and Monk ults on top of another Monk and then jumps on his head 1 more time, and then Roy Hee comes with the Monk ult and comes and stomps on another Monk's head. It was a bunch of like Monk leapfrog in that fight.
You've had a free kobolds in a trench coat. Get ready for free TNIs on top of each other's shoulders. It's just to pass the height limitations required to ride a roller coaster. You know, you must be this tall to get hit by ballista.
I mean, I love me some Monk boxing action. There's a lot of finesse when it comes to the rock, paper, scissors of the Monk mirror matchups. Especially, for the longest time, Monk didn't have a way to catch up to other Monks. And with the added addition of the jump, we just see so much more interesting gameplay now that Monks are able to close the distance on each other and kind of leapfrog like frogs onto each other. We are going to get Bowder, like Moxie was saying earlier. All those teams with Vermilion's buff, with the recent change, it only extends the Yang depletion. We still need to find a kill, or claiming a Spirit Well can cleanse it. And before, the situation used to be a lot more dicey, where you only have a couple seconds if you didn't get cleansed. But now with the extension, it becomes a more reliable strategy, since everyone who won that first Yang has a chance of going that second Yang, and everyone who grabbed the Spirit Well or the caves does have a chance of going to second Yang, but you will be fighting against a ton of gold weapons. Now, Moxie always points this out, that the puzzle team does have a gold weapon as well, but with 4 Yang teams with gold weapons, it becomes very, very hard to overcome the loot disadvantage. We've seen it before, though. Crazy upsets happening when teams are so far ahead of their team play mechanics. They're still able to clutch it up. Now, we are still going to have 2 Juggernaut teams, BB stacked to the gills, just juiced up. Same thing with ASC. Very, very stacked, and gold weapons. They're going to be duking it out. Who's going to bring this back? BB needs a better start. They hope to qualify.
ASE's hand goes to the transformation. Roy Hee also looking for his. Roy Hee's already been able to find a grab onto the Kylan, which is not good for ASE's. Han has to try and make sure that Mister's going to be able to survive. Manages to find a grab himself. Immediately goes for the throw before Roy Hee can round the pillar and stagger the monk out of being able to follow up onto that. Out comes Dofu as well with that Kylan V2, trying to find the displacements onto these players, push them out of the pillar into the monk's LOS, as both of the Kylan V2s are going to be on board. Cavalry Bloom is going to be showcased from Han, but he goes a little bit static into that Tianhai burst. The Tianhai gets set up into the Kylan V2 stagger and gets fully juggled on through, having to invest the Tianhai F1 to be able to escape it. Now they've been able to set up the same thing onto BBE's Kylan though, and he's out of that ultimate. Bajra is going to be shown with the grab coming on through to make sure that he can hold on to those dual blades, as BBE are just trying to keep as much focus fire as they possibly can. It's a 2 versus 2. Han trying to make sure that he's able to live, loses the dual blades on the floor, and BBE now just have to deal with ASE's missed. Bowder, in the meantime, I believe, positioned themselves to go to the Spirit Well, so they weren't able to cleanse Yang depletion when everyone was taking the second realm of Yang fight, but they were able to reposition that timer, so it is going to be reset. They are still going to have the debuff, but they have the time now to be able to find another fight and live it, as everyone is now going to be out of their Yang fights, and WBG are going to be wiped from the board by YZG with legendarily scaled pawn lightning damage on those flying knives, as we can see where exactly Bowder have been hiding. The jumped LMBs coming on through from that longsword, just getting so much pressure into WBG's thing. That's going to be the Zip ultimate. Force turns around, tries to find the connection of the RMB. Shem looking for the parry opportunity just in case the Zip decides to commit it. And Bowder now will have been able to pick themselves up 2 Soul Blooms. They just need to find a cleanse now for that Tianhai.
Oh, that was a crazy clutch up from BBE. All of them were so low in that realm of Yang, and with great team play, they were able to cover each other and make up for the HP deficit by using team play to blindside. Now looking at the overall score, YZG again, dominant performance, already up to 8 kills. Bowder on the cusp, and they're still bringing it back. They won't go out. They got alligator blood. No one can take them down. We are going to see WZ Kylan trying to survive the pressure of ASC. They need to have a solo as well. They need a cleanse, chasing him down, but Kylan just so hard to finish off in his ultimate. Multiple teams looking in here. They have to be careful and clean with this. Xiaowen on the zipping, very, very low right now. Other teams are looking in right now as WZ's Yao Yao trying to make their way out, and Bowder is gonna scoop in for the kill and getting the last cleanse for their Kylan. Bowder's game recovered, and not only just recovered, thriving, leading the lobby with 9 kills.
ASE is not going to be happy about that. I mean, the good thing for ASE is that they were able to hold on to their ultimates. They knew locking down just the sole Kylan, if they committed their ultimates there, they would just be so vulnerable after those ults ended to all of the other teams in the area, who would also be looking for a cleanse. So they're just not able to find it, and that means that Bowder find that opening. BBE have been able to find a lone Tianhai in the form of Dihashi's Kakashi, who unfortunately is just getting absolutely fried on the feet by the RMBs from both the Fist Blades and the Halberds, and BBE will be able to find the kill onto him. As ASC, they've got a lot of money to their names, but it's not going to be enough really to try to bring all of that team back if they go down to Yang depletion and have one of them buy them back into that lobby. They need a fight. They've got so much loot, but only 3 eliminations to their name, because they've really prioritized going for the slow roll so that they could be able to snowball off of those wins inside the realm of Yangs. Losing out to PvE really threw a wrench into the plans coming on through from their tempo. And now they don't want to go out prematurely before they can find that endgame situation and use the disparity of loot to absolutely snowball through absolutely everybody in that path. Out comes the cannon pressure, everyone trying to position on up because it's a Draco Storm Spirit Well Raven, which means so much additional damage coming on through for all of these teams. Roy Hee and Han both going to be going for the early transformation. So as we saw previously, if you're there first, it doesn't mean that you're going to be there last. As the barbed bolts and venom tips start to come on through from those repeating crossbows, ASE getting lower and lower. Zhao Wen on that zit, trying to space away from the fight and use her ultimate on the other side of the dome. Roy Hee immediately puts himself out of the dome to be able to find the pressure and kill onto the zip. But YZG have rolled up to the plate and they want in. They're investing the Kylan ultimate to chase onto the players from both of these two teams who'd already invested their ultimates and wanted to just use the sidelines of the outsides of the dome to get a full stabilization, but that just set them up for the isolation.
I would say YGG was able to come out with double ults. I'm surprised they just didn't give it up to Wolves here and not force the issue. They are super far ahead, and we've seen teams take their foot off the gas. That's a guarantee not getting all in by the Yang depletion teams who are very, very desperate and are very, very much opportunist. It's a feeding frenzy now in this endgame as Wolves with the Draco Storm is going to be showing up with the double ultimate, and HQ at the tail end of his Kylan ultimate, not able to secure a kill as everyone makes their way away from the Draco Storm teams. Wolves looking very, very stacked right now. At 6 kills right now, still in striking distance to claim the MVP. And I didn't see this before, but BBE was at 12 kills. Now, 2 of their players still have Yang depletion. The really cool thing, though, about the Yang depletion timers is they're a lot longer now. So it really gives teams an opportunity to figure out exactly which play they're going to live and die by. And speaking of living or die by, if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, this is the LCQ Trios Game 2 mirror matchup. Top 6 teams are going to be able to go to the NBPL Finals, but only the top 6 teams are able to get through. And this comes into question to Moxie of like, what is going to be the winning strategy for today? Do you bet it all with how aggressive you have to be with the spirit ball situations? It's also top 6, so you're not really playing for first place. Or are you going to opt to try to play it very safe and consistent, like we've seen a couple teams take their foot off the gas so they don't get lobbied right here? But will this come back to bite them in the butt that they didn't leverage? They had good loot. Not all the time do you find yourself on the winning end of Yangs, but we've seen certain teams like Bauda scrapping it out to find their way back to being competitive in these end games, as we're seeing other teams like TE. They're not in gold armor, they're just blue armor, kind of trying to survive this situation. In this situation, are they going to opt to stay safe, or are they going to risk it all to try to climb out the deficit? Because top 6 teams go through, Moxie.
I mean, Wolves just babysat all of that capture the flag potential from these teams. So anyone with Yang depletion off of not being able to get their hands on one of those spirit wells is going to have to do so by claiming an elimination. And unfortunately for BBE, that means that 2 of their players rather have 1 minute remaining to be able to do so. No ultimates have been invested, but we're still seeing the ranged attrition warfare. Wolves leveraging that position that they were able to claim it from the Draco Storm to already put that position over to that Spirit Well, just going to be holding down the fort with the Palm Lightning. Their Zip does have Yang depletion currently, so they want to be able to claim this to be able to get that reset onto it, and they were able to do so. No other team tried to jump on in in and contest Wolves off of the back of it. Everyone wanted to have a better disengage opportunity once that buff got picked on up. Gem gets left behind the pack, however, as ZK is going to be looking for these grabs. D transforms so that he can join the rest of his team inside that yurt, and the zone is going to be moving. Everyone trying to grapple up the high ground so that they don't get caught on the low when the zone fully pushes them off of that space, and that means perfect setup opportunities for the Kyle V2s to start to come on through, catching them as they scale up so that they get sent extra far with the baseball bat home run style. Roy he's going to be able to set up a lot of eliminations for his team, but unfortunately they have lost their own Kylan in the meantime, as ZK sets up the stagger onto Bowder's other players so that NiHQ with the Kylan V2 can find the guaranteed connections of the after images from those V2 dashes, and all of the action has not stopped yet. Wolves are out for blood. They've got one person who still needs a soul bloom, which means that they need to continue taking these fights right now, or they lose their zip. They've been able to get a grab onto BBE's Roy into the follow-up damage coming on through from those flying knives. The second Roy leaves Wolves' hand. They just immediately reverb. Another Transformer sees the opportunity, and unfortunately for BBE, I think they just have their zip left now. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to translate the 13 kills that they have tallied into a kill score multiplier, as YZG and Wolves both hit the double digits themselves.
Wow. Well, it's funny in the lobby with the Draco Storm was coming out. It was like a giant carousel. Everyone was just rotating in a circle, constantly on the edge of the zone. As BBE's zipping Asbon is gonna get caught out. There's nowhere left to hide. We got no terrain. It's just a bowl with a couple trees. Pretty much nowhere to hide. All the solos and duos are gonna get picked out as Wolves ZK. He's been impressive all day with his vision. All the monks gonna transform at the same time right now, waiting for an opportunity to find someone, as multiple players are hiding. You see YZG cooped up right now. TE's character's just hiding right in the corner. Only ZK throwing anything, as everyone is staring at each other, hiding behind the legs. Fat Milk from 521 is going to get scooped up as Pampy comes over and body blocks so he doesn't get re-grabbed here. We're going to move to the phase 2 as the Kylans are now going to pop their ultimates, trying to survive the situation. Zone's going to be closing in. We're going to get the POB of YZG's CXZ blasting through the center of the map. He has Pampy juggled up. He's coming over to peel for his teammates right now. Zipping ult's gonna be coming down, but QGG, the zipping of YGG or YZG is gonna fall. Wolves is looking like the favorite to take this, as all of their players are nice and healthy with their zipping ultimate still up right now. And ZK is gonna get the monk ultimate one more time with 9 players left alive. Can he scoop up a little bit more of some extra credit? He is gonna catch Pampy. NHQ with the flying knives is gonna execute him. Another kill on the board as Wolves is climbing up the leaderboard, taking the lead over YZG. Both these teams have been neck to neck, but now closing out this game 2, Wolves in prime position to win this out.
Wolves get another kill onto YZG, taking down one of their main rivals in terms of the kill scores. YZG now down their Tianhai, not going to have that health reset if it goes all the way to the zone. It closes. Everybody takes to the skies. No one wanting to play on the low ground, getting absolutely chewed through by the full pack of Wolves. Youth tries to come on out with that Kylan VT, looking for the connections, pushing players out of the zone as much as he possibly can. Manages to find a big connection onto CXZ, who is going to go down, but Wolves are going to have another Tianhai ultimate, and they should be able to win the heal-off situation off of the back of it. ZK uses it here. It's just a case of taking down Fat Milk. Are they going to be able to do so? Yes, they will, and Wolves will be able to walk away with all of those eliminations as well as their kill score multiplier. Something that was really interesting to me, actually, Raven, was that Wolves even though they had a Zip who still had Yang depletion, prioritized ferrying the Soul Blooms over to their Tianhai so that they could build the Monk ultimate up as quickly as possible, so that when we saw all of the Monks utilize theirs and essentially body block for their two squishy players behind them, Wolves were able to do the same because they knew their Zip, because they'd been able to pick up the buff from Spiritwell, had the timer reset. So she actually would only have had to worry about Yang depletion timing out with something like 20 seconds left in the game before it fully ended, which meant that when we go to the explosive action of Kylan ultimates coming on through after the Tianhai ults are all done, there's so many Soul Blooms around that the Zip is just easily able to waltz over to one of the bodies on the ground, pick one up, and get a cleanse.
Excellent pickup there, Moxie. And this is what I was looking for today. What are these teams going to be showing up? Wolves is the 2024 J Cup winners. So they have a lot to live up to as far as a reputation. This year, they haven't had the same performance like they did last year. They're a lot more dominant. Even though GG did very, very well last year, they were able to scoop up that very coveted J Cup win. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the question for your game 2, which hero will be the MVP of game 2? Oh, this is a lot easier than the last time. A, Kylan, B, Tianhai, or Z, Zipping Yin. That other question, I'm not gonna lie, the first question, I've never really considered that stat. And I was like, oh, this actually is very telling for the future. I'm gonna note this for the future. But this is the end of this game 2. The mirror matchups are over, and we're going to be moving on to the latter half of this tournament, where now we're going to have hero points and different compositions. Now, the cool thing about the mirror matchups, especially this one in particular, the Tianhai, the Monks, it's kind of a blast in the past for any of the newer players. Early NARAKA, without hero bans or anything, was just all Transformers, all Monks everywhere, and even bigger lobbies. So you just saw all these Monks transform in this end game. Now, with less teams in the lobby, you're able to spot really nuanced stuff that was really hidden before. Everyone's hiding right there, but Moxley pointed out the zipping tech of funneling the Soul Blooms to the Monk, so he's able to ult over and over, and the Yang depletion not really mattering. It's really that heal-off situation where your Monks be able to have that ultimate and really dictate the pace. And Wolves, with that ingenuity, is going to be paid off with 17 kills in a 24.4 game. BBE able to clutch it out. They unfortunately lost some of their members in that end game. They were able to ladder up though, still able to clutch up some ranking points there at 14.5. And looking at the overall stats from the game, again, just like before, Kurumi doing 30,000 plus healing. We're going to see Zipping doing 30,000 plus healing, and the DPS, Kylan doing 28k, and this time Monk be more of the facilitator. Remember, this Monk is the healing Monk. He's mainly going to be tanking for everyone. He doesn't do as much damage, and Kylan just so much pressure with his Kylan ultimate, able to slash through, setting up his teammates, but still doing a ton of damage himself. Now, looking at the overall standings for the day, WBG, they had a fire start to the day, but a slow start for the second game. Now at the overall top, another shift replacing Moxie. Wolves is going to be taking the lead at 50.7, YZG in second at 45.8, DRG at 42, Bout at 40.5. Alliance going to be dropping down further. They're going to be on the red line, the dreaded red line of the day. Top 6 are going to be able to go through. 38.4 and 521 dropping down. These two teams, Alliance and 521, started the day in first and second, and now they are on the cusp of being pushed out of the coveted qualifying for this NBPL finals.
Yeah, I mean, the cushion's gone. The pre-post points that Alliance and 521 were coming in with was the thing that kept them afloat at the top of those leaderboards, and now they've had 2 games back-to-back where they have not scored as highly as they need. So it really is all going to be down to the wire as we can have a look at our replays brought to you by China Unicom. Double grabs coming on through for Wolves. I'm sure we're going to get to see as well another double grab here from Bowder coming on through before the ballista shot. Absolute insane amounts of damage coming on out. As we can see, poor VVE's Dofu, this is how they were able to turn around that realm of Yang. Dofu able to survive that pressure from the 1 versus 2, just going for the roll on wake up so that he manages to just squeak out of range of the follow-up pressure coming through towards him. Roy Hee now getting to set up his team. Unfortunately, we did see him fall prematurely, and they tried to get the res off onto him, which was immediately punished. As Wolves Nai HQ, known for his Takeda, now pulling out that Kylan V2 and managing to find the back-to-back dashes on as many players as possible, making sure to cover for the bodies and also rejoining with his Tianhai so that ZK does not take the pressure and can build up entirely unimpeded another one of these Tianhai V2s. That was the name of the game for Wolves. Just protect the Tianhai and make sure that they can follow up on everything that he was able to create for them.
Wolves with their dominance. You're seeing ZK, that last second heal off situation, able to reset his health and secure the win. Zipping barely not able to survive, bringing it to a tie. And Wolves able to get the MVP of this Game 2 mirror matchup. And the MVP is going to be going to the Kylan NHQ. We got his Jades. We're seeing that normal split that we've been seeing besides the actual special Jades. It's always been a 3-3 split between melee defense and attack in this modern NARAKA. Now his, like we were saying before, his Kylan ultimate going to be doing the most amount of damage. He does have Blistering Edge, so he does rock the Pulsar, but just like the previous Transformers, Flying Knives just one of the best assistants to capitalize on your Monk finding the grab in the hand. Flying Knives able to secure the kills and do a ton of damage to his opponents. But Blistering Edge, burn is the name of the game for these heal off situations. You're able to cut off a lot of the healing by having a burning item. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. There's still a lot of NARAKA to play as we are going into Game 3 after this short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Last Chance qualifiers for trios. I'm Nbpl. I'm joined by the beautiful Moxie. It's been a wonderful mirror matchup first 2 rounds, Moxie, but now we're moving back to that traditional NARAKA. The facings in, new compositions, that mix, and the Vipers are going to be coming back out to play. Monks not having their heyday, their Transformers without Vipers ruining it. Now we're going back to what the meta is. Vipers, Justina, Temmie, and the Wombo Viper back in full swing. I got to actually try out the Syra Viper variation this week, and I got to say, Moxie, being a Viper, one of the things playing Viper is vulnerable at is that you're so squishy. Like a little gummy bear. It's so easy for a team to come over and squish you and take you out as soon as your ult is out. But because of Syra's changes, she becomes a lot more durable, and you're able to keep your Viper alive a lot longer. So I expect to see... I'm really curious to see, just like for Transformers, what teams are going to come up with to find the follow-up. Is Viper really just the best target to go for once her ult is up? Or is there a new target that teams have figured out in order to get through today?
Yeah, especially because when you play Syra in trios as opposed to... So as we've seen the V2 actually carry over sometimes in solos. It's still far more often we see the V1. But in trios, the meta for Syra is very much F1 combo breaker, V2 ultimate. So yes, duration shorter. However, Powerful Dazzle at the end of its expiration buys you a lot of space. You can literally just have your 2 teammates essentially huddle for cover inside the AoE around that Syra, and none of your enemies are going to want them to find themselves within that AoE once the Syra ultimate breaks. Something to talk about as well is that we've seen the rise of Ino in trios compositions, which I'm really excited to get to see, paired with the Feria and that Matari for the reset of the F ability when the Matari goes for her ultimate, and also Feria being able to give things like the mech drop and cover for her, who does still run the risk of having no combo break available on both the ultimate and the F ability, but it's a lot easier to cover up the absence of that in trios as opposed to solos, because you quite literally have 2 teammates to be able to cover for you, especially with the Feria being able to silence out the opponents with her own combo break as well. So there's going to be a lot of teeth to that composition, especially if it's able to make it all the way to the end game and make a play to just bulldoze through teams with possession of those spirit wells and no one really wanting to go through those contests. Now we head into our phases. We're going to have 0 hero points for all of these teams, which mean that if something becomes more expensive, even if it only costs 1 hero point, it's not going to be available for any of the teams afterwards. So there's going to be a lot of diversity in compositions that we see as we head to the traditional Morris Isle Dawn map.
I'm curious to see today for the bi-weekly floor finals. We saw Hadi being reintroduced into the meta. Now, Hadi was so dominant for the longest time in NARAKA, which is his kit, which is so powerful. With his recent changes, though, and his lack of ability to heal, we saw him fall out of the meta. Now, while the rise of other characters able to target Hadi, the D-mech of him flying around really took him out. But teams now, because the character points has limited them to choices, have utilized Hadi kind of as like a budget Wu Chen back in different compositions. Now we are going to be opening up with that phase 1, the Vipers coming out. We've seen it, 2 main lines coming out, either the Temmie or Justina, depending on which one you care for. I feel like Justina ekes out a little bit more killing power, but it's a lot harder to execute. There's a lot more openings to make mistakes. Temmie being a lot more solid of a choice. And yeah, Balda is going to be going with the Hadi instead of Enor. Now, very, very interesting. It's usually been Matari Enor with the reset for pure rushdown, but Hadi brings an interesting element because that cube gives survivability to everyone. No one has a gold combo break, and we are seeing
Moxie's favorite thing. For some reason, she loves Akos in trios. I don't
Akos be free? Are they going to do the coffee? Is it going to be the Akos be free that we saw TE play?
Before we went live today, Taki was actually telling me he was watching one of the scrims, and Akos Tessa Wuchen has been doing very, very well, actually. Now, in the newest patch, Akos is super buffed, so he's a lot stronger, but I'm curious. I really wanted to see this composition just because it feels like a jank comp, something that you would only see in ranked, but we see it working, so whatever works. That's how the meta set up.
This is the run back. This is what TE ran. So TE ran the Tessa Wu Chen with it. And they would utilize the Akos be free to lock players in so that you would get caught out by the Tessa ultimate. Didn't find the greatest amount of value, but they did manage to come on for and make it almost all the way to endgame as they were able to contest the last Spirit Wells. SS1 are going to be running the Tessa Zai Wu Chen, as they're not going to be able to have access to that Matari. And we're going to be seeing Kurumi, Yushan, Takeda, given the fact that Temi was too expensive to be able to make a play for a Sand Siphon composition too. So we're going to be potentially, I mean, without the Matari, I would imagine it's not going to be the Impale variant of the Yushan ultimate, but we'll have to see what exactly the ability loadout is going to be. But yeah, you bring up a really good point. When you pair Hardy with Ino, it does make up for the absence of a combo breaker. So there's going to be a little bit more survivability to that hero, and I'm really interested to see how exactly it's going to compete in terms of viability and impact compared to the other two compositions, which are still going to be running that Eno, but with the Matari for the refresh, rather than giving him the opportunity to actually dodge out if it becomes a little bit too hot to handle.
A lot of interesting compositions going into this Game 3, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, this is the last chance qualifier for trios. Top 6 are going to be able to go to NBPL finals. We are moving on to the phasing as we lock in for this Morris Day. I'm curious to see whether or not the lack of Temi with the Yushan Takeda. It's a lot of oogly power with this Takeda Yushan, but Yushan has really fallen out of his ability to dictate the pace of fights, just because there's so many weapons in the game now that can absolutely cook him, and there's so many things that stagger him. Before, he used to be able to do whatever he wanted. Today, not so much. He ends up getting focus fired a ton, and it's going to be the V3 variation on the Yushan. Very interesting. I am curious to see how Hadi plays into the current setups for Cannonball. Bowda with Hadi Enor Matari. I saw this running around in ranked as well. So a lot of new compositions being tested out right here until we go into the NBPL finals. Now, this isn't the latest patch that everyone is playing on, but this is the absolute cutting edge of the previous patch. For this off spawn, we're seeing a lot more contention. Not everyone's gonna be sitting out trying to macro up, loot up for as much as possible, setting up for that first Yang. A lot of teams playing that rush down, trying to get in there very early and trying to pick apart other compositions that may not have the best off spawn without ultimates. Depending on how many combo breaks you have, that's usually what it takes. If the more combo breaks you have, the better synergy you have between your teammates, especially having support on your team. Generally, even double support we've seen very rarely in the Pro League, but having multiple sports off spawn allows you to have that durability to take fights over and over, and especially with the change of giving armor to everyone. Now it's really just about finding that initial weapon. So we do see slapping coming out in a lot of these ISO fights. Now going into this off spawn, we are going to see Alliance, WEG, and BBE start out this day on Morris.
Both of these Akos, by the way, are running the V3 variant. So we are going to be seeing full lockdown Akos composition strats coming on for as one on that Viper is going to be running the silence, looking for a connection onto Alliance's PP, manages to find it. And that's going to be the immediate focus fire. F2 comes on through from the ACOS in the sky, looking to take the attention away from his teammate and create a little bit of an opportunity for that silence to wear on out before Alliance just try and use that pole sword and the movements to keep themselves away. But Bauda coming on through with the third party, putting the pressure onto Jiang, does get healed up by PP with the Wuchen F1, making his way over to a Trove, looking for an armor swap or potentially the space to be able to pull off one of those Vitalias. They've led BBE into Bauda. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to break away from the scene of the crime. WZ also going to be coming in for a later third-party opportunity with heavier loot. Definitely going to be giving them a big advantage in this fight. When it comes to loot scaling, not so much when it comes to ultimates though, as being out of the fight means that they've done less damage and have not been able to build up the rage in comparison to the other players around them. So they're going to be very careful that they don't overextend into too many bodies. As we can see, WBG's Viper is going to be taking the downtime to set up a Moonbane and drop it on all of the players in the area. And Young has gone down. Lacking that combo breaker really puts that Eno in a vulnerable position when it comes to multi-way fighting. I think WBG should be able to pick up their Syra too off of the smokescreen cover coming on through from that Moonbane.
We are going to be moving to the north. Wolves and YZG, both these teams having red hot starts to today. And YZG CXZ is going to get taken down by NHQ. Nice parry going to be coming out. Now we're moving back to the action. The south as Alliance on the ACOS. You know, well, I want to see this Wombo coming out. It looks like we're not going to be able to see it because the Moonbane of WBG and the Viper just causing absolute mayhem. And that's the power of Viper. It doesn't really need much loot to get going. It just needs to find the silence, find the stun, find the focus fire, as WBG is going to be able to make it out like bandits. Where are they on the scoreboard? They get 2 kills off spawn. Man, that off spawn absolutely insane with how many timing attacks were coming in and out of the initial engagement. We are going to see back to that area. Alliance getting picked off by WZ. Yuma gonna throw out that Tessa ult. Gets healing up for a PB for a second. Dodges Matari dash through. Yuma having a tough time surviving here, but a nice ACOS. V3's gonna come out and save him, and Alliance turns it around. Wait a second. WZ had a lot more loot, and they're gonna die to this shenanigan. What is this?
Look, ACOS V3! It locks you into position. If your players are low, they can run out of the ACOS V3 and heal up on the outsides. And then go back in. I'm just saying, it's not just good for contesting Spirit Wells. You could even grief a person out of entering a Realm of Young Raven, where you just put the V3 down and they literally are chained in place and can't go through the portal if you make it that the AoE circle doesn't go over it.
I mean, it's working. I'm wondering if Zai is able to find some value here. We've seen Zai really fall out of the meta here. One team is running Zai. I caught them for a second there. Which team? SS1. We are going to see again the Akos chain coming out, not letting Jang out of here, stuck in the blender. And Gianan's going to find a Tesla ultimate here. Wuchen Port is going to come out, though, keeping his team alive. Very, very interesting idea. The Alliance made their way deep into Celestia, but TE in hot pursuit right now. Jang max range grapple, sends himself flying. Oh my god, frog outfit with the horse hat is insane. What is that monstrosity? Oh my goodness. TE is going to catch up to Alliance here. Xiaonan is going to throw the Tesla out, find a parry right here, but all 3 of TE's members are going to get Tesla ulted right here. All of them stagger right now. Youth very, very low. Yuma is able to find the kill on to TE's Youth, and now Jang Alliance on the back foot. But with the better Tessa ult is gonna turn this around. What is this shenanigan? Again, the horse hat and the frog outfit. This is cursed.
I mean, that was such a good F2 connection from Jiang. That's how they weren't able to dodge Yuma's ult. So many of them get hit by the Akos F2 stagger into the Tessa ultimate follow-up. And they've still got the V3 to be able to deal now with the third party coming on through with SS1. Out comes the Akos F2. They do get caught up by a Tessa ultimate. And immediately the Akos V3 turns 2. They're stuck in position. The Tessa ultimate will come on through. Yuma, an absolute sliver of HP, manages to make it actually into the Wu Chen F1. And then Jiang puts himself onto the post, looks for the skill rush opportunity, trying to find the stagger onto Luye, but a good coverage comes on through with that Zai, managing to keep the Akos in position off of that stagger. However, Luye is having to take a little bit of downtime going for a heal, which means that Alliance try and turn onto the Zai when she was looking for the 1v1 against the Akos, buying enough time for the Wu Chen teleport to come on out, as we can see that TE have been able to drop their own Moonbeam on the outsides of Celestra, using it to pick up their fallen Akos and break away from the fight, pushing SS1 into having to reposition entirely with a Wu Chen ultimate of their own.
Wow. Insane. I never thought of the day I would see an optimal variation of the Akos V3. This new
I'm so
rule
happy.
set has pushed these pros to the absolute limit that we are even just checking out ultimates that have never been used before in comp. Like Akos V3, it was always looked at as a big gimmick. We've seen it before be a Temi replacement. And now that Wu Chen has finally broken up with Viper, seeing him find his position with an Akos E3, that is absolutely wild. But it seems to be working. The peel, I'm curious to see how the Akos uses the dashes in the V3 to kind of win the team fight as well. We've only really seen the combo come out, but pointing out the roar or the F2 of Akos being comboed with Tessa, normally we see that in solos, setting up for Akos to do combos himself, but that stagger is very, very long, and it makes the unreliable Tessa ult reliably land. It's basically a guaranteed stagger. Now, are we going to see Akos go into Rumble? Yeah, we are seeing the Kylan potty zipping variation. We saw JL come out with this. It's just so durable. It's going to be going against DRG in the mirror matchup. Who's going to be taking this one?
HQ looking for the slam down RMB with that spear. Palm Lightning is shown in the hands of HQ as a trump card, and he's still trying to find the RMB connection, setting up long enough for that hardy V1 to come on down. They're finding the isolations, but the cube tech means that everyone just repositions away so that they don't get locked into an outnumbered engagement. HQ's been able to just continue landing these RMBs. Goes for the Kylan ultimate as well so that he avoids the stagger coming on through from the heart. He gets staggered by Kylan ultimate coming on out from his opponent, however, and gets scooped in to a follow-up from the fan RMB from DRG's and fried into the Palm Lightning follow-up as well. Does manage to get one of those heals coming on through from his Zip app, however, and that gives him all of the health bar to keep those dashes going. Clanks against the horizontal charge from that longsword, but Donkwing, despite being parried, will still be able to set up the elimination, taking it to a numbers advantage fight for DRG to come on through off of a big parry. That should just be the cleanups. The jump LMBs coming on through to track ZK's position and put Donkwing's position directly on top of him, and that is going to be DRG beating out Wolves. In terms of those Realm of Yanks, but here we go, Raven. Alliance of the Akos V3 did not, in fact, go into one of them and are having to face down TE instead. They don't have the V3 available. They get staggered by the Akos F2 coming from the other side, and now we have to go back into the neutral.
Yang with this horse hat is just, it's too ridiculous for me, Moxie. He's just It would be so tilting to me for someone to roll up and just fry me with this Akos outfit.
I mean, it's a good thing they don't see the skins then, right?
Yes, this would be mental warfare right now. So Lions to be able to pick up the kill onto TU and then get a nice reset right there from their Wu Chen PP with a nice Wu Chen poured out. Youth looking for the F2, not able to land it. Jang looking for his F2. Trying to connect right here, and they're going to keep going at it. Drop down, nice flame coming out from Jang, finding the RMB, and we see, oh my goodness, he dodges the Tessa by using the pole to dash up, and then finds the stagger for everyone stuck in here. In the, well, I'm just blown away
love
from
this comp.
This is actually looking very optimal.
I love this composition so much.
It just seems so silly Billy, but with the Tessa ultimate and the synergy in neutral, man, I gotta say that there's like multiple opportunities to win that situation. We are seeing WZ Xiao in the fairy ultimate. A little bit annoying with these turret shots hitting missed here. Looking for the stagger, and Jiaowin, nice stagger coming out of the D-Mech, and Enor's had enough of this nonsense. Kurumi ult is going to come out to keep a Mist alive right now. Trying to stay on top of the enemy here. Kurumi jumping in. Battle Kurumi resetting the armor circle. And ballista shots coming in from another team right now as ASE is able to find a kill. Wolves going to be showing up to the party. Tough break for ASE. They did so well in the 2v3 situation, only to get cleaned up by Wolves.
Wolves are finding kills onto players who had Vermilion Birds mode, which honestly for ASE, they managed to go down at the right time. That had 17 seconds left. If Wolves had shown up a little bit later, they would have been out of this lobby without getting that buff to be able to proc on through. As YZG running the Eno with the Farrier and the Matari. I really want to see how that Eno was doing with that Hardy. As we're going to have a look at SS1 currently having to contest Wolves for continuation in this lobby. The Zai does have that ultimate out, finds the interruption as well onto Wolves' Yu, who was looking to reposition out of the fight. The F2 coming on out from that Comet chasing, as we can actually see Zhuang with the perfect spacing to avoid the stagger coming on through from the Hardy's triple charge on that V1. Does look for the launch on the staff, doesn't manage to find the connection, manages to find the RMB connection this time around, but the ultimates are over, and the Wu Chen teleport is going to be employed so that they can get over and put as much distance between themselves and Wolves as they possibly can. NiceQ does still have this Kylan ultimate up, but unfortunately is not going to be able to properly utilize it, and unfortunately for them, they've been tracked directly into two other teams, one of which is Alliance, who are going to have dollar signs in their eyes looking to try and find a lockdown of that Acres V3 once it's been able to be built up yet again. As Wolves have kited over to Ballista Tower, do Alliance decide to try and give chase?
Alliance looking at the scoreboard, up to 9 kills with the Akos of Jang. This horse hat, I can't get over it. DRG with 8 kills on the Hadi Kylan. Zip, very, very durable. Wolves still with 5 kills, but Yang depletion on the mirror. YZG running the classic Cannibal, the Matari Enor. I want to see whether or not this team can win in Yang with Akos versus a lot of the traditional lines, because if they are truly the Wu Chen hit and run combo, the problem with Wu Chen is like inside the Remo Yang, he doesn't get as much value because you pour to the opposite side of the arena, it's really not much time. You need to go max range.
Oh, Wolves, no. They tried the rebirth strat, Raven. They had Yang depletion and they brought their players back, but SS1 gate capped literally inside the zone and jumped on them when they left the Soul Altar after having revived.
What is this composition? Alliance in the Matari Enor Hadi. Hadi making his way back into the meta. YZG. We're going to be watching 2 GGs. Enor right now. Phantom Step as well. Gold Pole Sword. Going to be Enor ults. Means Enor ults. QGG looking for the flying R&Bs. Lynn's gonna be peeling him off right now. He's trying to connect to NY7. NY7 able to dodge out using that hottie Q. His Matari is gonna get caught out here though. Enor finally closes distance. He's gonna pop the invis and dash out of there. And it looks like CXZ is gonna get randomly executed, not able to pop ultimate as NY7 is... No, he's not gonna fall. He's gonna get the Matari dash off. He was at 1 HP. Nice peel coming out from his teammates, able to keep him alive, and all he's doing is dashing away from this situation. Double jump away, and again, Bauda peeling for his teammate perfectly. NY7 with a sliver of health, just causing so much problems for ASC. That's a tough one to swallow. So we're going to move to the outside as Alliance is going to be continuing their dominance with Akos.
Oh my goodness, Dragon Slayers and Tenez's lockdown. It is going to be a Wuchen teleport set up from the Tessa Ultimate Connection Stagger. But Alliance, 10 eliminations, looking to make it more as they try and chase on to SS1, who are going to have to kite away from this team. The Wuchen F1 is going to give them a little bit of space so that they can try and pick up some resources off of that store. But that does mean that Wuchen has been left behind. Oh boy, the numbers converge. This Wuchen is about to disappear. He doesn't have his F1 to use. And the jump LMV from the spear will take him down. The 11 kill composition coming on through from Alliance as we can have a look at BBE. Currently with this Viper V1, looking for the lockdown. However, WZ able to avoid that stun. They're going to try and hit the Viper into the tail. Or rather, the Temi tries to peel for the Viper with the Wisp's position, as Asbon is going to have to try and just hold this pulse sudden ability for as long as he possibly can. Running away, tries to find the commitment of it, immediately gets parried. And WZ will be able to walk away with the kills, but sadly they did end up losing that Matari. We've still got two teams on Yang depletion, ASE and YZG, and both of them have a fair amount of kills that they are not going to want to give up.
Wow. We haven't really seen a strategy that doesn't go into Realm of Yang. That's a winning strategy. And it looks like finally, Wuchen has found his way back into meta with this Akos V3 and Tessa pairing. They're able to get a ton of kills on the outside. Finalize a lot of success. Now we're going into the Realm of Yang. The Yushan Takeda composition. Having some heyday here. What's going to be going against DRG. Watching Don Q on the Kylan. Kurumi ult's going to be coming out. He's throwing out some horizontals into the center of all of it. Big damage will be coming out. Hottie just causing absolute mayhem for this team. But eventually they delay double ult here. Takeda and Yushan. Don Q. Ultimate is going to be running out. He makes to the sky right here as his teammates peel for him. ASC's Han running through with the Yushan, getting some hits onto Don Q, but they're just so looted up right here. ASC has a lot of work to bring this back. Kurumi's gonna get a parry onto Don Q, but it's not gonna matter. He turns his parry into Han. Missed with 1 HP on the Takeda, not able to do much. Oh my goodness, that looks so painful. Takeda just, he used to be so dominant and a bully, and now he just gets bullied by everything.
Still waiting for his rework. Oh my goodness, the Dreadful Whale. Louis had absolutely no chance. DRG absolutely stacked in terms of kit setup. We saw as well that they were just doing Dreadful Whale setups so that the Stagger would be able to lead into LMB charges from that longsword. I'm so looking forward to these Spirit World contests though, because I think we have our Akos teams still in. Yeah, Alliance is still in. Not sure if our second Akos team was able to make it. I think they might have gotten knocked out prematurely, unfortunately. But we also still have Bauda with the Hardy and the Eno composition and that Mitari to try and make a play for Spirit World as well. And Eno really does bully on Spirit World when you don't really get the spacing to be able to run away from him and his thunder marks into execution stances. As QGG first have to be able to pick up a Soul Bloom to get the opportunity to make it there. They're scouting, trying to figure out if they can find a team. They're going to run into Bowder, but unfortunately there's a lot of mobility, as we're going to be seeing ASE with Yang Depletion and Forbidden Seal coming into play. They don't have Temmie, which means that we're not going to have either the Temmie V1 or V2 already on the field when the Forbidden Seal procs. So no alternates in play for either of these teams. And ASC are down to under a minute to be able to find this cleanse. DRG not having Yang Depletion can simply time their opponent out and look for those last hit eliminations, as it is going to be that Spirit while trying to spawn on through. Can DRG manage to cap it, or rather can ASC manage to cap it in time to get a refresh on that Yang Depletion? Out comes the Takeda F looking for a connection onto YZG. 24 seconds left. Mist gets parried into the follow-up damage coming on through from that pole sword. They have not been able to cap the buff that they were looking for, and unfortunately for them, I think this is where the Takeda will fall. The question is, who's going to be able to pick up the elimination? Is it going to be Yang Depletion, or is it going to actually be another player? It's YZG with the RMB coming on through from that pole sword into jump LMBs from the staff from the Scale Rush. Should be able to take the elimination away. DRG now with that buff, getting their ultimates, but having to reposition outside of the Forbidden Seal to be able to access them, can now put the pressure on the teams that are trying to run away. YZG passing the stealth check. Not going to have their last player scouted on out. Oh, I spoke too soon. Two players from DRG go past him. The third one, however, manages to sniff him out. And QGG is going to have to hide for a little bit longer, as on the other side of the map, WZ with that Draco Storm are going to be determining the full tempo of the teams around them, as that is a Draco Storm enabled Eno, who's going to be doing so much damage. Thunder squared coming on through from that V1. Bowder have no choice but to try and run away as far as they can.
Wow, NY7 is so hard to kill on the Matara. You see him pop his ultimate, triple dash out there with the Draco Storm. Enor of WZ's Young trying to catch up to him, as Bowder is going to be kiting this out. They don't want to take this fight just yet versus this Draco Storm. A minute and 23 seconds. They are going to make their way to the tower right there, giving them ample space to get the kite on, you know, just up and down, down and up, left, right. WZ not willing to play tag with them, is going to opt to see if they can find someone else. Wait, they're going to actually use the healing power of their Draco Storm to leave Zhao in there to claim it. Draco Storm does provide some healing, and the rest of the two teammates are sitting on the outside guarding them as they come back in. DRG is going to see them going for this greed play. Are they going to opt to punish this, or are they happy to kind of move on to play out their end game? Curious to see where the actual scoreboard is, as we're going to go back to Bowder holding their position on the tower right now. Alliance with 2 minutes 20 seconds on the Yang Depletion. Oh my goodness, Jang Jang is still alive with this Akos. How does V3 Akos work on this tower though? Is it gonna just go infinitely up? I've always wanted the vertical. Never seen the verticality be tested on this ultimate. That's how rare this ability is in trio, or just in general. In trios and even in solos, it's just a rare ability in general. I wonder how this interaction is gonna go. As we're moving on to the 80% Moonbane, you know, everyone's getting forced to these corners. About a minute and 45 seconds. It's getting very dicey for them. They're gonna have to find an opportunity here, and unfortunately for them, they're gonna be running into the Alliance Jang Jang, and this squad has been devastating everyone. Already up to 13 kills. Can they find a cleanse here with a minute and 30 left to go?
Oh, he got the V3 off! He baited them to the low ground! Out comes the Akos V3, locking them in position, but can they find the follow-up? Goes over to the post, gets the Scale Rush. Lin is going to be able to break the Akos V3. just gets out of position for a little bit. Has to snap the tether twice before getting to chase Alliance's 2 other players down with this Eno V1, which unfortunately for him is about to run out. He might be able to find one execution before it does, however, and manages to find the connection onto Jiang. And unfortunately for Alliance, I think this is where that Akos V3 composition is going to fall short, as everybody else is currently contesting this Spirit Well coming on through. Out comes the Palm Lightning. WZ looking for their setups. Kakaishi also down that Hardy ultimate right now. It's all up to Dongqing on this Kylin to set up for the dash throughs and look to destabilize some of these players around, as there's an Eno in the center of that Spirit Well and no one wants to be there. There's 2 Enos fully transformed into V1 on the center of that Spirit Well. Itessa chances her luck, tries to throw the ultimate in and stun a couple of players out who aren't expecting it, but WZ are still holding their position, will be able to gain the buff, and now Young gets his ultimate all over again and can start turning the attention onto some of these other teams.
Other teams? You mean 7 players left alive? That's how quickly everyone just gets destroyed by this hit and run. I don't know, with WZ on the traditional cannonball right now, this is a statement of just how durable this composition is. You gonna be able to pop that Enor ultimate, supported by Aferia and Matari. He's gonna be able to have his way with DRG, but nice heal coming out from the Hadi of DRG, smacking Jung away, breaking up the skewer kebab. But Jung has his pick at the all-you-can-eat buffet of the last remaining players. They are... Wait, are they the last trio? They are the last trio. We don't know. WZ also has 3 players left. There's just a rogue Hadi XEM just running around, just causing mayhem. Griefing right now, but DRG's Dongtu gonna find an execution onto WZ. Xiao Yao now popping his ultimate, able to survive the burst. Can they seal the deal? Juggle's gonna be coming out. Xiao now is gonna fall to Kakashi, and DRG is looking to cinch this up. And it looks like the name of the game for this particular lobby, Moxie, is the hit and run strategy is back. Now, even though Hadi is not really Wu Chen, we're seeing teams not in the realm of Yang actually winning.
Oh, Young has to be careful not to overextend. He's getting fully pressured by that Hadi. Gets full sent all the way back into the zone. Has to try and use the F1, or rather the F2, to try and make his way back in, but immediately gets held into the zone by DRG's Kakaishi, who simply need to finish things off and will be able to walk away before the zone closes with the MVP off of that kill score multiplier picked on up for them. My goodness, what a game coming on through. I am so excited to see whether or not that Akos V3 composition takes on off. I really wonder what would have happened if Alliance didn't get struck by Yang depletion off of not being able to control one of those buffs towards the end, because that V3 on Spirit Well contest could have been devastating. Unfortunately for them, the terrain just worked so heavily against them where they had to kite to the low ground, and their Akos just got pummeled by the cannon pressure coming on through before he even got the opportunity to use the V3. Then when the V3 comes out, his task is not there for the follow-up, and it all just falls apart.
Wow. What a day to be alive, seeing Akos run around and actually dominate a lobby at the B3 variation. We've seen in the past V1 variation back when it was Tessa or Viper Wu Chen. Akos kind of filling in that role as that position 1, leading the charge. But now, Tessa was paired with Wu Chen before, but Viper always was there. Now we have Akos filling in that role. And what surprised me about the Akos is just how much peel he's able to give his teammates when he has everyone caged up. We saw like 1 HP situations where Alliance... Jiang Jiang was able to keep his teammates alive by putting a well placed V3 to chain his opponents from chasing his teammates, and then able to go and combo all of the other players, creating that stagger and that nice flank situation for his teammates. I gotta say, Moxie, I'm curious to try this out for myself to see how powerful this is.
That was the game the Lions needed too, because they were really lagging behind in terms of that overall scoreboard after the first 2 games. But let's hope that, chat, you're not lagging. How many players chose Syra in game number 3? Were you paying attention? Are you going to be fast enough to be able to get the correct answer into chat to walk away with our special gift? Was it A2? Was it B3? Was it C4? Or was it D5? Here's a hint. Remember, with our hero points ruling, if Syra becomes too expensive because she's been picked too many times, well, she's unaffordable for anybody else. And there it is. DRG, 18 kills and a multiplier, bagging them 25.6. But Alliance, with the ACOS composition, I feel so bad for TE. TE were like one of the first teams that ran this strategy. They ran it here. They got 1 kill and they got 1 game score. Alliance, who copycatted the homework, 14 kills, 15.5 game score.
That's a tough pill to swallow, but it just goes to show that just because the composition may be underpowered or overpowered, it really depends on who's playing it, as we're going to look at the overall stats. Dipping it again to be able to do 30k around there, 29.8. We'll round it up to 30k healing again. And the DPS, Kakashi and Don Q on the Hadi Kylan. This has to be such an annoying composition to play, just because the way Kylan has been playing in this modern day, he sets up his teammates for kills. It's something similar to that Hadi was doing as well in his knockdown. Now, it's not as easy to just follow up and throw a foes attack because the opponent gets knocked down, but similar concept as you have 2 of them now paired with a Zippy. Now, looking at the overall scores, remember the top 6 is going to be the teams that go through to Nbpl finals. ASC right on the cutoff at 39.3. They are the gatekeepers. And at the top, Alliance Battle Wolves, YZG, all 50 plus. DRG jumping a mile ahead with that monster game, 25.6. Now, this isn't the usual composition that we saw dominate. Now, it just goes to show that even though Viper Justina, Syra has been absolutely crushing everyone lately, it looks like another meta is evolving, that being able to run away with the Hadi ultimate and the durability of the zipping and Kylan peel gives them that sustain to outlast the rushdown. Now, going back to the highlights, brought to you by China Unicom, we're going to be watching DRG and their win today and their comp.
Yeah, DRG getting to come on through here with these Rumble Bangs, going head to head against that Yushan as well, utilizing the mobility of this composition. There's the Dreadful Whale set up into horizontal swing pulse or follow through. Just back to back, managing to find the setup so the Pole Sword can find the full commitment. And the second that you get hit into that stagger, you are just in a blender. As we can see that DRG really utilized that sword to set up almost every single opening here in these fights coming on through from the replays before we move on over to have a look at the palm lightning coming on through from those flying knives, the double jump as well to stay clear of any potential staggers, as well as utilizing the F1 from that zip to track the location that her Kylan's V2 dash would end so that they could get the heal as he came out of it and keep that health bar as sustained as possible. This is the moment where they're able to push out that Hardy, rather the Eno, forcing him to have to come on through with that F2 to try and come back into the zone. And it's going to be a Kylan who'll be walking away with the MVP. Dong Qing will be able to pick that one up with a soldier that we didn't really get to see all that much of. He had things like Merciless Havoc in the back pocket, but he wasn't really utilizing the staff, so we never got to properly see it. For the most part, his damage coming on through from the skills and ultimates, but also that longsword and polesword follow-up that we got to see the second that it was calmed that someone was locked down within the Dreadful Whale.
Wow, the Hadi play coming back out of the past. Like it's been a minute
since we've really seen Hadi utilize. And I still remember when Cube was first coming out, just how powerful it is. Like, you see the teleport, you see the Cube, but the most important part is having a combo break for your teammates to get out of very sticky situations. Speaking of sticky situations, ladies and gentlemen, that is our game 3. We are going to go to a short break as we move on to the later half of the day. Don't go anywhere, folks. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played.
welcome back everybody to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, and it's heating up here for the Trios LCQs. We've hit our halfway point, Raven. For the teams not currently in the top 6, they have 3 more games to try to oust someone from their position, steal that spot, and make it to Grand Finals, but it is not going to be easy because Alliance popped off in that last game, widening the distance. So now there is a lot more pressure on the lower half of the leaderboard to be able to do the same.
Yeah. And Moxie, I was hoping to see some new stuff today, and we're seeing a pretty big shift in the meta again. Before, we saw early in this year, it was Transformers, very slow play, which we got to see today with the 4 mirror matches. But when it goes to whatever composition a team wants to play, now we're seeing that hit and run strategy coming back into proficient, the timing attacks, and not really winning Yang. For a long time, since the introduction of Yang, it's pretty much been only compositions, only teams who can dominate that fair 3v3 that has been able to secure top 5 placements in the league. But now, after today, seeing the hotties coming back, providing that cube, that combo break I was talking about before the break, and the Wu Chen coming back, being able to port their team out of dicey situations, and now with one of the best peeling we've seen so far, Akos V3, able to deny even Enor chasing someone down. That chain locks him down at least for 2 chains, how the V3 operates. And I'm curious now to see if when Akos is in V3, whether or not he's able to stagger Transformers, because if that's the case, then for that brief moment when he gets that V3 down, Akos is doing a lot more work than most people would expect. And I'm wondering as well, are we going to see them ever go into the realm of Yang, or is it strictly an outside composition that Wu Chen was known for before?
I mean, I feel like it could be really strong in Realm of Yang, especially if you're able to sort of push players into trying to utilize pillars to be able to break away from the fight. You're really going to give them not a lot of room to be able to break away from that V3. You could also quite literally clip the wings of a Hardy so that he doesn't just get to roam around, staggering every single player left and right into all of the follow-up damage coming on through from his teammates. When the V1 Hardy composition comes on through, I wonder as well whether or not we're going to see Alliance and TE double pick it. Because if it's something that they've only recently been running, you want to try and get as much uptime, as much practice as you possibly can on this composition, especially if you're angling to utilize it within the Grand Finals, where every single match is really going to count. And I think it's a really good composition too to sort of fall back into if you're late in the phases, because it's not actually all that expensive. Like, Wu Chen doesn't get used in a lot of other compositions. Akos in Trios doesn't get used in any other composition. There was like one time where a team tried to run him on a cannonball variant. Didn't really work out all that well for him, and that wasn't the V3 variant either. So you're not really worried about things like the Tessa, the Akos, or the Wu Chen being picked in teams in earlier phases, thus making the entire composition unaffordable.
Hey man, DRG, I gotta say, they got the macro outside of the game. On top of their jerseys, they have an extra jacket on top. I think that's the first time I've seen a layered outfit coming out from a team's like jacket or jersey setup. Now, we are gonna go into the next phase, and earlier we were saying we're past the halfway point, Moxie. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played, and going into game 4, all the teams are warmed up. You know, we got the mirror matches up, and now it's do or die. This is last chance qualifier if you're just tuning in for the NARAKA Pro League Trios. The top 6 teams will be going on to the Nbpl finals. It's a little bit different because it's the last chance qualifiers. These teams are playing for the top 6. Now, even though you're gonna try to do your best, very best every single round, it always is gonna be in the back of your head. Do we slow down and play it safe to guarantee the top 6? Or do we need to knock it out of the park and try to go for as many points as possible? As looking at the phase 1, we're seeing that Viper compositions coming out with the 2 variations. Temmie versus Justina. Still going to be the same first phasing for phase 2. Lines are going to be popping out with the Hottie zipping Kylan, while DRG and Wolves opting to go with the cannon. Wait a minute. That's
Yodo.
That's not cannonball. I saw Yodo sneaking in there. Sneaky, sneaky.
Yota Eno Feria. Wow, that's like classic OG cannonball composition back when you played it with Yoto Yushan and Feria. Does anybody try to go for the ACOS run back? Nah, TE are gonna be opting for a Hardy Kylan Zip. As to ASE, we're gonna be seeing Sand Siphon come on through as well. What is the last phases? So many of these heroes have been picked clean. Is it going to be Sand Siphon with the Yushan variant over the Temmie, since Temmie is also too expensive in terms of hero points for these players to be able to pick on up? Because you can't even go for the Hardy composition. Hardy just got bought out in the last phase. So 5-2 WBG and BVE gonna have to go back to the drawing board. And indeed, there it is. Sand Siphon with Yushan. What do 5-2-1 and WBG decide to go for? Is it going to be an ACOS composition? Are we going to see a Wu Chen composition? There's debate coming on through. Another Sand Siphon variant with Yushan, and 5-2-1 opt for the Wu Chen Zai Tessa that we saw in the previous match, which unfortunately didn't make it all that far.
I'm wondering how Zai deals with everything out there. Does she have an edge versus Syra, Viper, Justina, or even Temmie? I feel like in every single matchup, what does Zai do except kind of get bullied by their abilities, or just a transformer hitting her over and over? We saw Zai before able to burn through even transformers, but the one thing she really had going for her before was how long her ultimate lasted, so that you could delay the Zai ult to the very end and just clean up everyone. Even in like 2v3 situations, 1v2 situations, Zai's ult was so oppressive just because of its duration and her ability to really lock you down. Even though her ultimate doesn't have pure melee aim assist, a lot of these guys with the omnidirectional could lock another player down, and 100-0 players. And near the end of the Zai meta, she had so many combos going for her. Now, I'm curious to see if 5-2-1 has found a place for her over ACOS. It's gonna be a hard sell to me after seeing how much ACOS was doing, but she does peel very, very well. So I'm gonna keeping a close eye on 5-2-1 of how they are gonna pilot that composition. Now we have been seeing. We're gonna have to eventually name the zipping Hottie Kylan composition just because of how powerful it was. It was looked at before as kind of one of those connecting compositions that allowed you to get to match point in their 8-round format, but now we're seeing it become a staple in the phase picking as being a very, very reliable composition, able to deal with a lot of the rush down burst options that Viper gives. Now on paper you would look at this and be like, well, there's no Matari, there's no Yushan, but everyone always forgets just how powerful a well-positioned Hottie Cube is. It's basically a Wu Chen port, but instead of there being a ton of execution and coordination, your teammate, as soon as they're in a bad position, just clicks E and gets out of there, as it being a combo break as well. And right now, they're mainly fighting against Matari Enor Feria's Cannonball inside Yang. I'm curious to see which composition really ekes out on top and what is really the win condition, because on the outside and even inside Yang, Viper, Justina, Tessa has been crushing everyone. So a lot of interesting questions I have to see this round. It is Perdoria, and this is a type of endgame where Kylan really does shine. So a lot of things going for that composition as we're moving into our game 4 of this trio's last chance qualifier.
Yeah, no surprises. We're going to be starting off with Arcadia, focusing into this area to see who can control the Thunder Coins and who will be able to get their hands on the Volpine Essence. But first, they have to throw hands against their opponents. SS1 going to be going head-to-head against WBG Loye, looking for the R&B coming on through. That is a Takeda F2, by the way. That he's going to be running, manages to find the uppercut into the R&B charge-up follow-through on the tap land. Will be able to find the kill off of the back of it, but they can't actually stay on the body as Alliance rolls up with the timing attack. Yuma putting pressure on that Kurumi is going to mean that the Kurumi gets to reposition, however, with her Tava coming on out, teleporting her to her teammate's side. But that means that they've given up the grind in Arcadia. Alliance, despite not getting any of those eliminations, do claim the area, which means that they should be able to claim the essences. DRG, oh my goodness, the ballista shenanigans. Direct hit, do I hear a third one? And even gets the 180 turnaround on the player that scaled the tower to push him off of it. Whoa, that's what we call a hot seat.
DRG already up to 2 kills on this Yodo variation of Cannonball. It doesn't look like it's gonna be the F1, just a normal combo break. WZ though coming in with the Syra Viper Justina attacking them. Parry's gonna be coming out from Xiao Yao, able to secure the kills, but Fairymac is gonna be coming down. They lose their Syra. WZ was dominating his position until they dropped their Syra, and now DRG switching over to XL use POV on the Enor. He still has the Enor ultimate, but it looks like another team has posted up on top of that ballista. Now, there is a blind side of the ballista, so they can be able to hide in its shadow, and it looks like ASC is going to be coming through, eliminating DRG's Don Q. And ASC with triple ultimates, even though they don't have much loot going their way, they got the ultimates going for them. WZ's Viper trying to make their way out, and now Ballista Shot's gonna be coming out. As soon as you leave it, another team jumps onto it as DRG's tries to peel for his teammate for max range, but it's not gonna matter. ASC is gonna close the distance and find the parry onto the Enor of DRG, and ASC is gonna clean this up. Very, very nice and tidy, just off the Kylan ult as 521's gonna jump on the ballista.
We're just playing musical chairs. Oh my goodness.
Oh, no.
ASC, they overstayed the welcome. The floating pile spawned on up, so they went from picking through DRG's body to picking through all of the troves that had spawned, and then it just leads into 521. Coming on through with the pathing, they were going to move into this area anyway, because floating piles is just an absolute dreamscape for Hertassa to be able to put the pressure on of the ultimate. From left field, we can see indeed that Alliance were able to walk away. No eliminations, but Volpine Essence has been secured for PP on the Zip, which means that that Zip survivability is going to be a little bit higher than everybody else's in the lobby. As there's been a couple of kills spread here and there. ASC for 5-1 on 6, however. Oh my goodness. How many times are we just gonna be seeing all of these attacks coming for Roy Hee on the cliffside, trying to scourish away, but they're gonna be trying to run away for a very different reason now, as Alliance slowballed, bolt their way up into a Moonbane and find a huge stagger, knocking BVE down into the Moonbane AoE when there's nothing that they can do to recover from it. Roy Hee has to go for the Yushin ultimate and try to put pressure onto Alliance's players, but he's got to do Wuso, weaving in and out of the Moonbane AoE puddles. At least on the Yushan gets the health reset. Has to worry about one of those Moonbanes. Oh my goodness, 2 of them? Gets the Kurumi Tava. Has to avoid the third one with a double jump, and they've lost one of their players. They're about to lose their Kurumi as well, I'm sure, as he finds a big parry, but Alliance just have the numbers advantage and will be able to take an isolated 2 versus 1, which they win, and a 1 versus 1 inside, which they also come out on top on.
Wolves snapping over to NHQ's POV on the ferry. Parry's gonna be coming out onto Zhuan of SS1. Last hit situation on the Temmie, trying to make his way out of there as NHQ laying down the cover fire. Does it? Wait, interesting that they switched targets and let the low HP Zhuan back off. But they are going to keep him in line of sight, nowhere to run, as they are so far away from any type of POI. It's just flat ground out here. Oh no, NHQ missing one grapple, giving Zhuan some room to breathe right here. He does make it over to this cliffside, going to be able to scale rush a little bit. Oh, from downtown. Oh my goodness. NHQ with the snipe onto SS1 just when he thought he was getting away, Moxie.
Oh my goodness. That was so clean. Faria F into pistol shot follower as well when he's staggered by the connection. I really thought that Temmie might be able to make it out. It wasn't just the grapple movement error, but Temmie was also able to find a wisp connection onto one of the other players who was actually closer to being able to lock him down and increase the distance between the two of them off of that. And since he'd thrown the wisp too, his combo breaker would have been coming online real soon as well, which would have been able to block the range pressure and follow-up coming on through. Is WZ are going to be getting the surfboards out and just going on a nice cruise down Mercury River. Wolves also going to be finding themselves on Riverside for floating piles, though this isn't as relaxing as WBG are going to be in the area potentially contesting. However, it looks like they're going to back off from that potential fight, given the fact that it is an Eno with a Feria and a Matari and just the lockdown potential. So being able to control all of these space areas is just too strong for this composition, and everyone is going to want to really posture on up so that they have their ultimates ready for the realm of Yangs.
Wolves looking pretty stacked here. Matari with the purple armor, NHQ with the purple armor, and ZK, tough break on the Eno, are not going to be able to get that purple armor. But we are going to look over at YZG, making their way into the zone. Bunch of blueberries right here, but that's a great thing about being Viper composition. When everyone's stunned and standing still, it just matters what your weapon rarity is. You want to just get as much burst out as possible. Looking over at Alliance, they're looking pretty stacked and annoying to fight against inside the realm of Yang, especially if the primary target is going to be the zipping of Alliance PP. He is going to be a nuisance to catch and kill. He's going to have not only his ultimate and his F for mobility, but the Hadi Cube going into the realm of Yang Alliance. It's looking like peace, but we know how this ends. Mox, there's going to be some punching to go in. No, everyone was nice. Everyone just mashed Z to go in. It was just a click.
No. There's only two.
Oh.
Someone was not nice. Wolves are only two players right now.
Oh yeah, he gets it.
He just manages to get it. I was going to say, someone was mean. Someone's on the naughty list this Christmas. As Alliance having to deal with that Eno coming on through, immediately Yuma's going to be using the cube to fully reposition his escape. Comes out with those halberds looking for the R&B follow-up, just trying to stagger the Eno off of being able to find the execution stance onto his zipping. We do know that they do actually have that Vulpin Essence in the back pocket too, so if PP doesn't have the peel from his team, he's at least going to have the Mortal Defiance proccing on through. As the Feria mech is out on the field, Yuma trying to set up the staggers onto these players. They've been able to bag one kill onto Wolves DK. The Kylan falling a little bit too low with that V2 still in effect, so the Zip throws out the F1, manages to find the sustainability, and now they've been able to isolate as well. A 2 versus 1 currently coming on through. Make that a 3 versus 1 as everybody just ignores the Feria and goes for the elimination. Yuma does get parried, but there's no follow-up damage, and he gets to use the opportunity to turn onto Wolves as you instead, as now it's just going to be NightHQ. PP putting himself behind that tower to make sure that he gets healed up and doesn't have the Vulpin Essence proc when they just have to clean up the last player from Wolves. And Alliance walk away with the win, the loot, and crucially, the Soul Essence for their zipping unprocced. They'll have it available if they find themselves taking a little bit too much heat when the Yang depletion teams show up for the fight.
Wow. This anti-burst strategy is working out so well for everyone running the hottie zippying Kylan. There's just so much durability and escape that it provides that it's even able to survive against the burst and sustain a Feria Matari Enor. Now, Bauda with the buff, we didn't get to see how Bauda did with the Viper comes from who they fought, but we are going to get to see how this goes against Kylan and Hottie harassing them. Syra ult's going to be coming out into the Viper stunt. PB nowhere left to go, bedazzled into the V1 and the Justina ultimate, but WZ comes out of nowhere. Another Viper composition with Yang depletion, needs to find a kill right here, is gonna find one. Unfortunately, it's a Vermilion's buff, but they're gonna be able to extend their time. Double parry's gonna be coming out as Yao Yao is just gonna chase down Zem and take him down. Zemu now in the target corner, jumping R&B. I've seen a lot more people throwing out the jumping R&B with Spear today. WZ's Zhao is going to get chased down here on the Viper. 1 HP situation, going to scale rush up. He's almost to the building. Can he make it out? No, he cannot. They are going to find the kill in it, but XEM does fall for them. They're only down to 2 players, even though he is going to find the res. YZG comes out of nowhere, picks off NY7, able to scoop up 1 extension for QGG, as we're going to make our way to Plume Castle to see how the other Vermilion buff teams are faring.
Yeah, everyone is outside Imperium right now. You've taken his opportunity, trying to cleave as many players as he possibly can with the disruption of that Kylan VT. He's not the only one, though. The composition against them is trying to do the same thing. You know, looking for those Thundermark applications as well. Kakashi tries to take cover through the umbrella state of that Yodo F2. Does not manage to find it, though. The duration of it is so short in comparison to what it once was. And everybody just rolls on up for the third party with the cliffside ranged angles, cannons, and repeating crossbows. Uchen Teleport does come on out. BBE looking to find this elimination onto the Eno will be able to pick up 1 and a Soul Bloom, which is very good news for them. And we can have a look and see how the rest of these teams are going to be faring. There's YZG now trying to turn on to BBE. Tammy looking for an ultimate lockdown from YZG. Hasn't been able to find the opportunity, though. So XE is still going to be holding on to that Syra ultimate. Out comes the Viper V1 looking for the stun. Do they manage to find any of those players? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the opening was there, and has to be now a reliance on the Syra V2. That powerful stun dazzle the second that the 8 seconds are through. Everyone is just going to disengage away from the Syra ultimate, though, and avoid getting hit into it, which means that they run directly into Wolves with the Eno V1, and YZG get absolutely fried as Wolves utilizes them as a lightning conductor.
A lightning conductor indeed, Mugsy. BB is going to get shredded up by Wolves ZK, as he is a man possessed on a mission to find a Soul Bloom here, but this Kurumi tether is keeping up BBE's Takeda Dofu, and he's able to get away from it. Now ZK is going to get chopped in half by Roy Hehe's Yushan with the slam, but he is going to get chased down by Bauda's XCM, peeling him off for a second, but he sees someone else. Bauda finds a different target, taking out BBE's Asbon. NY7 on the Viper, sees the flanking alliance, calls out the retreat as they only invested Justina's ultimate in order to secure that. Now to the north, we're watching the zone push ASC, and as ASC is gonna find 5-1 here. Missed. Gonna find Fat Mill, get the juggle. The 2-piece Kylan combo, looks for the third slash, not able to get it, but his teammate Youth is able, actually not his teammate Youth, TE comes with the kill steal with their Kylan picking up the kill and breaking a piece of this 5-2-1 in shambles here on the edge of zone, as TE is gonna be looking back into zone to see if they can find any other stragglers coming in, as Pampy on the Zai is going to be fighting TE's Peak, here, parried with Geonom with the flank, and now Pampy, the hunter becoming the hunted, is going to fall to TE.
Oh my goodness. Don't you hate it when you get parried and then immediately they use it as an opening for Palm Lightning to fry your side? By the way, we heard second Realm of Yang spawning. There's just so much fighting in the actual zone itself that currently no one's really in it. As Alliance have been able to get their hands on White Tiger's prowess, WZ also being able to pick themselves up Draco Storm. My goodness, the amount of damage that we got to see coming on through though in the corruption. We're down to just 25 players. We've still got YZG with Yang depletion too. We're gonna have to see whether or not they can find a cleanser, buy one of their players back, as I believe Wolves are currently in the process of buying their players back. They used one rebirth charm onto their Eno when everyone else's attention was focused. I don't think anyone even challenged the Realm of Yang Raven. I think it was just one for free. So many teams were just not in position to make a play for a portal.
Yeah, the Yang depletion situation creating so much opportunity. Feast or famine right here as WZ Yao Yao with the Viper stun is gonna get 2 stuns down. SS1 getting picked apart right here. ASC though. Wait. WZ gets 2 of them. Yeah, they get 2 of them. But I think Miss from long range stole something with a bow shot. Yuan, Lone Karumi stuck in the zone. Oh no. Multiple Viper teams. She's gonna cut right here to try to find a res as AS. Yeah, I was right. And Miss did steal that, and WZ is like, hey, get over here, Buster, stealing our kills right here. We have 50 seconds left on the Draco Storm, and still a Syra ultimate, 40% on the Viper ultimate. Ooh, wait. The disrespectful buy in front of him. Buying in front of a Viper is quite the ballsy move because you're all stacked buying right there. All it takes is one silence for shenanigans to happen. Now we are going to go over to Alliance's Yuma. Going to be coming through this pylon with a ton of loot. Ooh, delicious. Now looking at the scoreboard, now that we have a little bit of a moment of rest, something interesting evolving here, honestly. The cutoff, 48.8. They were tied with 5-2-1, but it looks like ASC and 5-2-1 are going to be duking it out. Now, WZ and TE tied, and BB not that far behind. They're going to need a solid round right here. 8 kills is definitely very, very good. Same thing with TE, but they're going to have to secure this end game if they hope to ladder up and get closer. But, yeah. ASC 5-2-1 right on the cusp right now of who's going to be able to be top 6 going into this NBPL finals. We are on game 4. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played going into this end game. But right after this game, it's going to be do or die for at least those 4 teams right on the cusp. Game 5, very, very important to set up for that clutch game. But one thing that's always been very interesting about this new rule set is the kill spread is actually very, very similar. The overall lobby average is actually very, very high. A lot of teams are able to get 6 to 10 kills. Really, what sets the difference of having a massive game is being able to secure that first place because they remove that multiplier. So now all of these teams do their very best to get that first place. And something that's very different, I also noticed, Moxie, we don't really get ties anymore. There used to be ties all the time.
I mean, we got 1 tie at the beginning of the day, but then after that, it was just teams playing for the win. They either bulldozed all of the other teams or they won the heal-off situation off of transformer units. Something that's also going to be very different this round is that since no one actually contested the Yang, both of the teams that were able to go into the Yang got their bus for free, no one's on Yang depletion currently. There's no reason until we get the next Spirit Wells, where if you're not in control of them, you get automatically hit by Yang depletion, to actually have any momentum or aggression from these players unless they feel like they can take those fights and look for the eliminations. There's no one going to be really stirring the pot and trying to force everyone to have to aggress and get embroiled in one big old fight so that they can steal away those soul blooms with the divided attention. not having to worry about taking a 3 versus 3 and then getting third-partied by another team that rolls an up and decides to try their luck. So what we actually have for the first time when we hit the 9-minute left mark is not peace, but a lull. We have downtime, enough downtime to actually go to a replay of our first Realm of Yanks. This is ASE coming in for against YZG. Mist looking for these opportunities to throw out the LMBs on that fan, getting now absolutely blazed down. The target focus coming in through from that Syra V2. He does have that Hardy Cube tech set on up so he can distance himself, come on through with the activation of the Kylan V2 and look to lock everybody down. The Temi Windwell is going to be making it a little bit difficult, but he's still able to charge on up the triple charge hit from behind that pillar. Goes through the Windwell, manages to find the connection onto CXE to take him down, and now still has that ultimate left to be able to keep up the disruption onto QGG. Forcing out the Stoneform, looking for the parry in case he decides to commit to the focus strike, waiting for his two teammates to be able to converge and let them take a 3 versus 1, where no matter what option QGG decides to take, they're always going to be able to walk away with that win. As now, the peace has been broken. No more lull. Spiritwell is up for grabs, and no one wants to let it get capped for free. But WZ have already been able to make away with one set of Mystic Might. Do they decide to utilize the ultimates to bully everybody else out of position and stop them from picking up even more loot? It looks like they have. This Justina, Viper, and Syra is just too formidable an opponent. Fully stacked on up with too many ultimates, which are so good for the multi-way fights, that no one is going to try to hold their ground and go against them.
About just super ahead right now with 8 kills, but ASC with 9. Wait a minute, so many teams. A lot of kills, actually. WZ with 8 kills, TE with 8 kills. Everyone getting depletion, though. STE, 4 minutes on the clock. Gonna be poked out by the scary team of Alliance. Flamethrowers coming out, but not the best team to focus fire, as this is one of the hottie compositions. They are running away with the flag, hoping to cleanse right now. That's why they're getting a lot of focus. Like, hey! No cleansing allowed. Good sirs. TE. This making their way in, but I don't know where Alliance Cavalry Bloom around the corner. Oh my goodness. They immediately hottie ult and zipping ult in response, putting the cube down. A lot of durability coming off with this heal, but Alliance keeping up the barbecue as he is going to opt to hug the zone here and this little bit of rooftop to buy some room. Wolves on the outside, pressuring with Alliance, but TE does a really good job of getting everyone's health out, but no ultimates to their name as they are going to get focus fired by the lobby right now. BBE putting some pressure onto them as Youth is trying to help them get out of the situation. Even YZG is joining in the party as TE zipping peak is going to get executed. Youth trying his best to keep his teammates alive. He's going to opt to let them die instead as he hugs the corner with his teammate Young, as the rest of the lobby does lose sight of them.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, the zone moved away from where they wanted to cap the flag as well. So poor TE picking that flag up was essentially the powder keg that ignited this entire lobby to now throw hands at each other, since everybody has Yang depletion and no one wants to be the team that gets taken down when they only have a minute remaining and they're forced into an uncomfortable position where they have to overcommit or go out of the lobby regardless. Alliance have been able to find 1 cleanse. They still need 1 for their Zip and 1 for their Kylan, but Yuma's still going to be holding onto his ultimate, as we can see where the final zone is going to be coming on through. YZG incredibly behind in terms of loot scaling right now, but they don't have a lot of pressure on them currently. That's going to BBE right now, who are having to contest Alliance for control of this high ground. Phantom Step is going to be revealed. But it's Yushan, Roihihi feeling like he can go aggressive, having the health reset of the ultimate cast, but a big parry comes on through, and Jiang with that hardy V1 is just absolutely cleaving through them. Unseen current from the fan, but it gets interrupted before it can hit the gold frame focus, and Alliance just keep up the pressure until now. Roihihi got the gold frame focus of Unseen current off, and it absolutely stalls out Alliance's players. Yuma's able to utilize the Kylan V2 to survive the repercussions of it, but they've lost their zipping and they might lose their hardy, as Xiao Yao does have this Viper V1, is looking for an opportunity to use it, coming on through with the confidence set on up by their Syra with that V2 investment, and WZ are going to be able to survive the rotation that took so many players down. TE is the only player currently with Yang depletion. Everybody else either went down or found soul blooms from the fallen bodies that got dropped. Alliance now just having one player in the form of their hardy, having to hide on out inside one of those invisible bushes and hope that they don't get scouted by any stray cannon fire coming on through, as it's going to be an absolute all-out slugfest for control of all of these ledges on the cliffside so that you can pressure with the cannon fire the teams below you.
Wow, this is one of the biggest cliff sides I've seen for an endgame. That wall is humongous. As Bowda climbed up there, and there's a team above them, but just how far that cliffside drops, Bowda's gonna be able to look down here and start raining down cannon shots off the glow ground. We got WZ looking up, hitting the middle ground of ASE, stuck in the middle right here. They want to get out of here as their zipping is taking a ton of poke damage from all this range pressure, as we spot one of the members of YGG hugging one of the small pockets there. Last one remaining standing for that team. Looking at the overall leaderboards as this zone is closing, ASE and 521 were neck to neck the whole way through until 521 finally fall. Now it's time for ASE to create some distance, create some space, as they are the gatekeepers of the top 6 spots. Top of the leaderboard at around 60-ish, all maintaining that pacing. DRG does get eliminated finally. They were leading, so the rest of these teams are going to be catching up. But it really just goes to show the point spread and just how competitive this lobby is. No one is holding anything back. Everyone's trying to desperately get into this top 6, as WZ has a good chance of climbing and rocketing themselves into contention to the top 6, as they are up to 10 kills now at 41.8.
They got grief though. They put pressure, and immediately it was actually to the point that YZG was forced into using the Syra V2, which in turn he used to stun WZ, which is why we have all of this fighting going on right now. They were forced to utilize their Justina ultimate to get the freeze to catch onto a Farrier mech. Alliance are going to lose their last player, and it's really going to come down to ASE and WZ. If either of those teams can walk away with the kill score multiplier, they're going to be able to heavily impact the standings for the top 6. Wolves looking for an opening, trying to come in through with that Ina ultimate timing, will be able to find it. And oh my goodness, the knockback onto ASE Xiaowen. He might just die to corruption 6 damage, and indeed, there he goes. ZK's actually going to cancel the ultimate, go to the backside of Cliff, pick up the soul bloom, so he starts regenerating the rage, but the body was camped, and ASE's Smith takes advantage of the situation. The Eno fell quite literally into his lap, and that's going to be the 12th elimination picked on up for the team. They've got both their Kylan and their Hardy still in play. If they can manage to push people out of the zone with any of the knockback attached to those ultimates, it could be huge. WZ trying to make their way in, but the Viper ultimate from Bowda manages to find the connection first, and what looked like such a good opening for WZ is fast becoming an ending as the Kylan ultimates start to come on through. Farrier mech also on the field. The cannon shots looking to pressure everybody into the corruption 6 damage. The X2 is going to come on through with that Syra V2. This entire AoE space is going to be covered by the powerful Dazzle once the Syra ultimate ends, which is going to be able to stun everybody to the far reaches of that zone. And surely Bowda are going to be able to walk away with the elimination before the zone fully closes on through, bagging them the secured MVP.
Wow. Baudo just looking like an efficient machine. Because ult after ult after ult, no wasted utility at all. NY7, coming from Alliance, being that premier Viper player, leading the charge for this team. I was a little worried that maybe Viper composition is falling out of the meta. Maybe we're moving to this anti-burst strategy. It turns out, nah. Viper's still very, very strong in this endgame, especially on Predoria, that cliffside endgame. Exaggerated by that giant cliff there. There's nowhere to run when it comes to that Viper ult, and without a Matari, you're going for a 5-second stun and probably gonna die from it. So we're seeing Bauda using their utility perfectly and using a lot of that cannon we saw from the Transformer games to dictate their positions. They came from the low ground, pushed the other teams out, being like, hey, you want to mess with a Viper? So with that threat of the cannon, with the threat of the Viper, able to secure the high ground and then work their way around the enemy Feria and able to pull out the win here. It's very important in these end games and when you're very looted from Realm of Yang to secure the win, but it's never going to be easy, Moxie, as we've seen all the Spirit Wall situations and all the Yang depletion situations, just how much chaos there is with the third party, the fourth party, the fifth party. Everyone is just hawking you, looking to vulture, finding a kill for one of their teammates, just because if not, we did see though earlier that you pointed out, a lot of teams didn't go into that second Yang, and we had a lot of, I believe 21 players alive going into the end game with Spirit Wells.
Yeah, which meant that there were some really stacked positions. So a lot of pressure came up through from those ranged options because you just didn't want to risk going for the actual commitment of trading ultimates and getting close enough as well to get pressured by the other teams in the area, because they would see a fight going on between two players in the pocket and everyone would just swap over to the cannons. And instead of hitting one team, you'd be hitting two. How many players chose Kylan in game number 4? Was it A2? Was it B3? Was it C4? Or was it D5? That will be your game number 4 answer for treasure to get your hands on the special gift. I'm wondering though, the question that I am asking is, how is that game going to impact the standings? Because ASE and WZ were both so close to each other in terms of eliminations. They were really looking to be able to leverage that into a high scoring game, and Bauda just pipped them to the post. 23.2, 16 kills coming on out, multiplied as well, and getting that 4 points of ranking means that it's a 23.2 game score for Bauda, something that both ASE and WZ desperately wanted to add to their own tallies because of how close, well, one of them is to falling out of the top 6 and one of them is to making it in.
Wow. That's a lot of damage from all 3 of these players, contributing to the overall score. 10 assists, though, to XEM on the Justina, creating so much opportunity for his teammates. Justina, the lockdown for Viper stun, for Syra stun, and Syra, just the change to her V2, so much utility for her 2 teammates. It really enables the glass cannon of the nature of Viper, where she's able to get this heal, get a second stun to really carry her to having multiple ultimates in these end games. Now looking at the overall leaderboards, WBG still having a slow start at 27. They're going to need to really turn their way around if they're hoping to meet cutoff points. ASC, the gatekeepers at 53.3. And they're not that far off from the current leaderboards. YZG Alliance Wolves are all in the 60-ish at 62. So yeah, I would say let's round it up to 63. And at the top, the 70-ish mark from DRG and Bauda. But it really goes to show when you get there, Bauda able to get that multiplier, it really getting that first place, the 4 points, and the 1.2 against your kills really sets you up to skyrocket up the leaderboard, as we're gonna go to
Rockets being sent out by the Ballista. Brought to you by China's Unicom, the highlights of Game 4.
Well, looking at one snipe to another, that Syra V2 managing to find the powerful dazzle, leading to so much dagger, and then Zhao Yao with the RMB into jump LMB. Zhao looking for an opportunity, sending on out the horizontal LMB that pulls it into RMB, just set up from spacing created by the pressure of that Viper V1, which is about to snap on out into that extended stun. As we can see, oh my goodness, the back-to-back dashes that Young is able to find as well onto so many of those players. And then again, the Syra V2 just leading to that powerful stagger, followed on up by the jump LMB from those throwing knives. As this is the moment where WZ got turned on by Bowder. They were trying to play it safe, hidden away in that corner, and they just get absolutely pressured out by the other Viper team, leading now into a drop-down LMB with those long swords to put the pressure on that last player and guarantee that you get the elimination so that you can get your kill score multiplier as the only team still standing when the zone fully closes. And it's going to be a Viper MVPing. The first time that we've got to see this hero MVP and take to the stage today. Like you said, Raven, it did feel a little bit like Viper was losing her position in the meta. But no, she is very much still incredibly strong. 12,148 damage done with the cannon, which goes to show exactly how many players there were in those last zones, because that Rupture Gale and Flames Breath, yeah, that was doing work for the weapon.
I was wondering how NY7 found that stun at the end, because usually in the Viper mirror, whichever Viper pops you ult first, the one that wins. But looking at the Jades there, we see NY7 with the veteran play here on the Viper. He has the Phantom Step, so as long as he's aware of where the other Viper ultimates, he's able at the last second able to dodge, go invisible, and iframe the actual stun. That allowed him to go second, pop the Viper ultimate, and all he was doing is just waiting. He's like, the other Viper, you're going to stun the rest of the lobby, and then I'm going to stun you, and we're going to scoop up all the kills. Oh, what an excellent play coming out from NY7. He really had his breakout when he was part of Alliance on the Viper, and now he's thriving again on the Viper, feasting on that lobby in that end game with the cannon, being able to get all of that damage through with the Rupture Gale, claiming positioning for his team, and then clutching it up with the Viper stun comboed with that Phantom Step.
I mean, I'm gonna say, I think we all saw it kind of having to come at some point. Phantom Step, legendary. I'm so happy. I'm so happy they made Phantom Step legendary as of the latest patch. However, Nbpl is not playing the latest patch, so it is still purple alongside that Sap Soul Jade. But if we do see a movement onto one of the later patches, likely going to be timed for Jacob, I would imagine those two Soul Jades will indeed be legendary, and we're not going to see every single player in the lobby have Phantom Step and avoid the target tracking coming on through from things like the jump LMB or the charged ranged attacks coming on out of those long swords. It happened, Raven. Now we just have to make Rupture Gale and Flames Breath legendary, and I'll be happy.
So you're sounding like a Dunkin' Donuts to me, Moxie. I was like, who else says this to me every single day? Dunkin' Donuts with the overtuned Jades. And I completely agree that these Jades have been very, very powerful, and the strongest teams have been taking advantage of these Jades for a long time, especially for these end games. I would say group heal and advanced heal also go into the probably gold part. I would say group heal as like especially just because when you see these pop-off games, something that you always see when you peek under the hood of what Jades the characters have, a lot of the times there's group heal involved just because it provides so much durability. The amount of poke damage and range damage that you're taking in endgame is absolutely insane, and if someone on your team has that group heal and you're able to funnel heals to them, you're able to keep your team alive and more importantly keep up the pressure on the other teams, because eventually they are going to run out of HP as you poke them. So anti-burst strategy still not beating the burst strategy of the Syra, Viper, Justina / Temmie. Temmie's still doing very, very well, able to trap teams. But the one thing I would say Temmie kind of lacks is the ability to deal with Syra. That's where Justina comes in a lot better because she's able to peel Syra off of her teammates. Temmie, on the other hand, the Syra beam goes through the wall. So even though you got the Temmie ult down, the Syra is still doing a ton of harassment to your team, setting up for that final stagger. So I gotta say, after watching the interaction between the two compositions, it makes sense why the strongest teams opt to go with Justina instead. I still believe there's one top of the 6 teams that does go with Temmie instead. JL, I believe, still goes with Temmie. But I gotta say, I would go with Justina overall for the extra kill power and the ability to lock down, especially on these bigger maps like Perdoria and Hologroth, where there's so much no man's land where you just can't get anywhere to kite. It's just all flat ground with a couple cliffs, no cities in sight. Justina rush down with a Viper, very, very scary. But Noxy, we're on to the championship round. For a lot of these teams, it may be their last time competing, because this is the last chance qualifier. And game 5, the leaderboard is close. A lot of teams in the 60th point. The cusp, two or three teams all on the cusp. So really setting up for the clutch up for last game can be very, very important. That's why I think 5th round is way more important, because if you have a bad round, the 5th round, it's not going to matter in the 6th round where everyone is throwing a Hail Mary, just doing everything they can to try to qualify. Game 5 is where you need to clutch up for your team big, and we've seen what you can do if you do clutch up. Like 20-point games is completely reasonable as long as you win out the end game and get that multiplier.
Yeah, you're right. In game 6, like the kills, I'm expecting them to be so spread. They're going to be so split because every single team is just going to be going dialed up maximum levels of aggression right from the rip. One of the reasons why we're seeing both ASE and 521 is that they are two teams who are 10 points or below being able to, or rather WZ and 521 are going to be 10 points or below from being able to overtake ASE, who are currently the 6th team in our standings, ahead of them by just a little bit. So if one of these teams walks away with a big game score in game number 5, there's going to be a lot of pressure. There's still going to be a lot of pressure on them, but there's going to be less pressure to have to perform well in game 6, as opposed to not only are you coming in with more pressure, you're also probably going to be a little bit tilted in terms of not being able to perform game 5, which will then carry into potentially the beginning of game 6 if you're not able to mentally recover in time, as mental state is so important for a professional player to have, to be able to consistently play to the best of your level, as it's going to be phase 1 all across the board. No Temmie involvement this time. Every single one of these 3 teams are in full agreement with you, Raven, that the Justina variant is stronger. And I mean, I can't really blame them because we haven't seen a Temmie team make it all the way to endgame so far today. But that does mean that Temmie is going to be up for grabs for traditional Sand Siphon, which TE are immediately going to snap up for themselves.
Ooh, we still got more Yodo on the Cannonball. The OG Yodo coming back with that position 1. Now, OG Cannonball had F1 with the teleport into uppercut. Comes to JL. They love that execution with the F1 uppercut. They used to do it with Viper a lot. They're just carrying you to the moon and back, not letting you touch the ground and finishing you off. 3rd round, everyone's just... Look at how intense we are for this pick. They're like, oh, what can we pick? 521 just fully erect in their chairs, just ready to pick the best comp they possibly could. And they're going to go with the anti-burst. I still feel like, and popularized by JL, is really going to be solidified as one of the premier compositions that deal with the current meta of Viper, Justina, and the Cannonball. Now, phase 4, traditionally we saw Transformers kind of fill in this role just because it was so dominant before. But Transformers, especially the modern variation with Kylan and Zipping, and even with the Takeda Kurumi, doesn't really count in Viper. And Yueishan is kind of buns right now at dealing with Cannonball and all of its shenanigans. We are going to get Moxie's favorite composition.
Yes! It's taking off. I'm so happy to see this composition. I mean, Tessa's been missing in trios as well for a while. It's lovely to get to see Tessa make a comeback too, alongside Wu Chen now that he is re-enabled in competitive. I feel so bad for WZ though. This is like one of the most important games and they're stuck in last phase, which means that they get bottom of the barrel picks when it comes to those compositions, which again, I feel like the strength of that ACOS composition, you don't have to worry about your other heroes already being too expensive from picks from the other phases, because what other composition is gonna run alongside a Wu Chen, Tessa, and ACOS when we've just seen that Viper has so much better synergy for the chain CCs. But we're getting ready to head into game. I'm expecting to see the ACOS B3 loadout. I'm so happy that it's now been able to find a place, as it's also going to be sticking around. They reworked ACOS in the newest patch, but that V3 is still going to have a place as an ability, Raven. They kept it on.
Yeah, but before ACOS was paired with Tessa, it was the new Yodo variation. A lot of teams were experimenting with that, but I didn't really see any success as WZ is going to be running it. No team really popped off running Yodo Tessa Wu Chen. But after seeing the ACOS, I don't know, that looks very, very powerful. With the amount of peel that he's able to provide, it's similar to the concept of the anti-burst that Hadi Zipping Kylan has. But a little bit more bursty with the Tessa punch, just because that when you get that Tessa stun, it can be game breaking if you have all 3 players and everyone has like a long sword and a pole sword ready to charge up a focus attack doubled up. It's just so much burst. Now, it does, I would say, struggle. We'll have to see how this composition plays in endgame. That's when all the Transformers and the Viper stuns come out. Like, what does Wu Chen really do in order to get you out of those sticky situations? Now, you could have the God tier Wu Chen, where he could teleport you an iframe of Viper stun. Very, very tough. I've very rarely seen that ever pulled off in Pro League, if ever. But with the ACOS Tessa Wu Chen showing up, I'm curious to see. It's still very, very early in this meta, but I am pleasantly surprised, Moxie, that in the last chance qualifier that the teams are innovating. They still scrim every single day with the teams playing the actual NBPL finals, but we are getting a sneak peek at what everyone's prepping over, because again, for a lot of these teams, it is their last chance to qualify for the rest of the year. There's not another NBPL. This is going to be the last NBPL for the year as we go on to the championship round at the puzzle. And some ballista jousting going to be going off with Baldazem.
Oh, yes, he's already been able to find the hit advantage. Jam has been knocked off of Ballista, and ASE's players have also been able to rotate over and put the pressure onto him. Jam's about to go down. Unless the peel is good, the RMB actually finds the connection from this fan, but Jam has absolutely no heals right now. Manages to find a Vitalia on the floor, but that means that he's left his team to take an outnumbered fight. Someone else is also on Ballista, as ASE's players are now going to be moving, trying to find the pick onto what they thought would be vulnerable, but they get third-partied when they chase down onto Bowder. YZG shows up to the play, who I believe spawned a little bit more northern over towards Plumed, Big parry comes down, but QGG is able to peel it and then find a parry against his opponent, taking down Bowder's X-Mew. And YZG will be able to take advantage of the two teams not really finishing the fight in time, leaving them very, very vulnerable. As we move on over now and have a look at SS1 Luye already in that Farrier mech, trying to shoot a target. However, the Hardy V1 cube tech means that they're able to reposition before the Farrier shot can find the connection. And it does look like it's just going to be a disengage as everybody takes a little bit of downtime to try and find some better loot or set up for this ballista hold. WBG really need to stabilize their players. They have not been able to do so. Drops down, I believe. No, they didn't find a grey armor swap. Coming on through from that Trove as Luye plays on the outside, just trying to send these charged LMBs from the longsword from afar, just being an overall nuisance as they can't go too far away into the ballista range though, as someone from WBG is actually still holding that position and trying to find the connections. Neither the fight's moved over to blind spot. SS1 will be able to come on through with that Eno V1, setting on up the staggers into the follow-up Yoto V2 chase down. And WBG lose the fight. As we can see, moving back to Salvation Podium, WZ are in the area now.
WZ coming through with the Moonbane at the puzzle. Just an absolute slaughter right there as 521 WZ. DRG gonna come out with 3 kills, but YZG again. We've seen it all day. They just got the off spawn locked in, already up to 7 kills on the traditional Siphon. A rare sighting of the Takeda Tebi Kurumi. Now, Hall Rush usually has been dominated by that composition for years at this point. It wasn't even like a year. It's been years, maybe 3 years that composition has dominated. So I am happy to see Holoroth spread out with a lot of different comms. Something that we are seeing a lot of though is that the Hadi today with the Kylan just being such a stable composition. I am curious to see if we can get a vision about on the A coast. I want to see more of this, even though only one team is running it. SS1 with the Yodo variation of Cannonball. I'd like to see that a little bit too. In the south, we are going to catch BBE WZ. BBE's trying to recover their game right now, making their way away from WZ, but unfortunately showing that body language of a team that doesn't want to fight has activated the hunting gene of WZ. Yao gonna be diving in on the Tessa, has 2 clips in the Tessa cannon, but the first cannon is gonna miss. We didn't see anything right there. Yodo ult's gonna be coming out from the Yodo Xiao Yao. And we didn't see anything there from the miss. We didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. You didn't see anything, Moxie. As BBE is going to respond with the Kylan and Hadi ult. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. We can port, though. Bye-bye.
They still got chased down, though. Kylan still got slashes. BBE are not going to give this up, especially because they've still got zip ult. They've seen that they can absorb that loot. This is not what WZ wanted to happen. The Wu Chen's gonna be left behind. Takes all of the focus fire. They know that he doesn't have teleport up. Combo Breaker comes out, interfering with the Tessa in case the Tessa gets the V1 enchantment. Manages to find the land onto Dofu when he's in the flop state. And gets fully enchanted to the 3-second stun too, which leads to him going down. WZ might lose the Wu Chen. Big parry comes on out, but Young has been removed. As ASE are here for the third party, and they've got all of their ultimates intact. This is not what either of these two teams wanted. Big parry onto ASE's hand. Doesn't have a combo breaker, has to rely now on the pressure that he can find from those flying knife staggers set up into wow, that's brutal. Flying knife staggers set up into fan RMB, and there's absolutely nothing that you can do. If you take one hit of light stagger, you're just gone.
Man, Roy has always had it rough. Every time we go to him, he's just getting swarmed from enemy teams, trying to keep his team in here. As Zhao Wen is gonna get the grapple in parry bait onto Roy. Nice stagger coming out. And from downtown, the supporting Area silence from the F2. Gonna be sniping out Roy Heed, limiting his options. He tries to get the ult off. He's not able to. He just needed a little bit more time, but missed with that support on the Fairy from long range. It's gonna cut off all of his options. We are gonna be looking at 5-2-1 on the other side of the map. The other Vietnamese team, the other global team, still with their dreams alive, being on the cusp. Right on that red line, Moxie. 51.6.
Look at the spread. ASC's on 4, 5-1's on 4, WZ's on 4, and TE's on 3. All of the teams that are within distance of overtaking ASE, they're all having a pop-up champion round, Raven. Which means if everyone's having a pop-up champion round, no one's having a pop-up champion round. And we're going to be heading into game number 6, still on a knife edge over who is able to claim that top 6th position. This is going to be so much pressure stacked on all of these players, especially because they don't know whether or not the teams ahead of them in the leaderboard are the ones coming on through from the kills. They only see the heroes.
I imagine tracking enemy teams right now in this current meta is pretty tough of what people are going to actually pick. We've seen, at least in the first 2 phasings, very common picks coming out with the Viper Justina, the Attack on Titan, followed by Cannonball in phase 2, but I don't know, Box of Chocolates in phase 3 and 4. We've seen a little bit of this anti-burst with Hadi zipping. Kylan coming into the picture more, especially outside of the mirror matchups, Moxie. We haven't seen Monk being played at all. No one bringing out big chunky Monk out. Doesn't want to get caught out in this very, very high mobility meta, I would say. Every single comp has an ability to get out while protecting each other. While Monk, I'm not gonna lie, he's kind of a tank. Kind of just eats damage over and over, as we're gonna see a blast from the past. Sand Siphon versus Cannonball, but with Enor. We saw this comp fight so much in the past. What does it look like now?
ASE need this win if they want to have a good chance of continuing a strong game 5 performance. They're already fully locked down in that Tell-Me ultimate though, and the Farrier mech pillar, the interruption, has to be there to appeal for Han to set him up long enough to have the HP and survive the activation of the Eno V1. The first execution state, the second that comes on through, putting pressure into the Karumi, but the Karumi ultimate is still going to be in the mix, so Han has to settle for trying to not play his out. Takeda ultimate's also going to be on the field now as well, looking for those Furin shoves to try and find the interference, but they're not there to be able to peel for CXC, who has gone down to that Eno V1 coming on through. Han's going to throw out the Thundermark, looking to find an opportunity to kite back to it if he feels like he's coming under a little bit too much pressure. Turning around, isn't able to peel for his player, and we go to a 2 versus 2 situation. The Takeda F finds the connection onto the Eno. He spaces out his second teammate, coming in clutch to buy himself a little bit of an opportunity, but he doesn't manage to pull off the heal. Comes on through with the F2, managing to find the elimination.
That F absolutely shredding right here. We're going to go over to Wolves, cleaning up TE, it looks like, or at least executing TE's zipping, as now in a 2v3 situation, Yali is going to have to try to bring this back on the Kylan. Unfortunately, his teammate is going to get taken down, but there is ZK very, very low, but ZK says, just because I'm low doesn't mean I'm not going to parry. Takes him down, as Wolf is going to be clutching up as a bunch of blueberries turning up into a grape. ZK with the purple armor. Gotta be
oh my goodness,
moving up the tier.
All of them won. Raven, SS1, ASE 521. All of them won their Realm of Yang. 7-7-4. They continue to be so incredibly close in game number 5. It's gonna come down to whoever manages to rip the million birds might off first.
Oh, the mid game has been very, very chaotic. YZG in a very, very precarious position, even though they're leading with 8 kills. Like Moxie said, ASC and 521 at 7 kills as well, but TE, SS1 all climbing up the leader, where we are going to be looking at 521's Pampy versus SS1. Both of these teams in contention, trying to get into the top 6. Pampy's going to be using the Q to reset right now as Luye on the Farrier trying to pepper him up. Looks up. Where did you go? Realizing Pampy's right next to him. Pampy gets the Kylan ult off, trying to connect onto Yuan. Not able to, though. Yuan gonna go right under the tower, trying to connect to the zipping, as Pampy is gonna get smacked away by the Enor of Shuan. Pampy gonna come back in, finding some slashes, and immediately getting skewered by Shuan on the Enor. Transform's gonna be coming in, and Pampy now in a tough position is gonna be lightninged up, but he does have combo break. It's not gonna matter because SS1's gonna come cutting in. Wait a second. WBG on the Kylan ultimate, coming in, picking up some kills. It doesn't matter. He's taking damage. He's taking names, taking kills up, cutting through. But Huron is... Hadi is going to get taken down, as Yali is going to get fourth partied by YZG. Looking around like, wait a second, this is not who we were fighting before, as he's trying to fight off with the zipping ult coming out in support. Popping the ultimate up, YZG has to deal with this Kylan and multiple teams. They can't get this clear kill. You see the synergy of Kylan and zipping just being so durable and annoying to kill, as YZG now is going to turn their attention to 521.
Oh, the parry! Is it going to be enough? Ivan turns it onto CXE. QGG trying to step up. Yeah, it's still a 2 versus 1, and for 521, they wanted to just die when Vermilion Bird's Might was currently up. My goodness, WBG being able to get 2 Kylan ultimates in one fight off of the fact that they were able to pick up a Vermilion Bird's Might Essence, which drastically increases your rage generation once you've been able to nab it. Now we can have a look and see the Temi ultimate is stopping Alliance. Jiang goes through the window into the Wisp throw, and this Viper is not able to keep up the pressure onto the players from TE, who will be able to escape out into the desert. Now have to deal with the third party, doesn't manage to dodge the Tesla ultimate rather, and gets taken down by Yang depletion timing on out. And that's going to be WZ not in for a great time. Out comes the Wuchen teleport. They will be able to pick up the body of one of their players, making it away. But TE swapping over to the ranged weapons, having to contest first through the Wuchen F1, which will be able to prevent those bow shots from hitting that mark. Now they know that the Wuchen teleport isn't going to be on the field. Any kill that they find is going to stick. It falls to the Yodo's V2 to try to shut TE down, but Youth is able to perfectly space through all of the Yodo's hits until that last one manages to find the interference. He's trying to do everything that he can to fry Youth, who's on a sliver of HP. The fan RMBs, the scale rushes, trying to do everything to stay on top of this Wu Chen and not allow him any moment to stabilize. Swaps over to the Fist Blades, will be able to find the pick, and WZ, I think of the ballista shot damage, are going to be sent out of this lobby, which is so unfortunate for them. They're on 5 eliminations, and one of those teams within breaking point into the top 6, and they're entirely denied. It's 5-1 put themselves into a realm of Yang. They want a fight here, Raven. They want to add to the tally of kill score eliminations. They do not want to get this for free.
I mean, a free realm of Yang is a free realm of Yang. Yeah, I mean, I'll take a gold weapon and gold armor to go, Moxie. I mean, 5-1 is a composition, even though it's anti-burst. All these players do benefit a ton, as SS1 is going to answer the call. Gotta take your destiny into your own hands, as we're gonna watch Pampy. No ultimate the same, 93% on the Kylan. But the good thing about this anti-burst, usually Hadi's gonna be leading out with ultimate, setting up the cube, and 5-1 can delay their ult. Leading out. Wait a minute, Pampy is gonna be leading the charge right now. Kylan ult's gonna pop out, as he did get deep-fried, as Igor is gonna respond with the ultimate, and now Pampy double tap dodge here, trying to dodge a lot of this damage from the Enor. Just using his slashes to try to get some space, and oh my goodness, Juwon with the kebab right now. Pampy double tapped out again, is gonna get caught out, forced to pop the Q. He is taking so much damage, only with a sliver of health right now. Loye is gonna lay down the law inside the barrier ultimate, trying to de-mech the hottie of 521. Ivan does get sniped out of the sky. Wait a second, Loye. Gotta check the computer for the aimbot. He's locking on right now, keeping his team alive. And finally, Yuwon gonna pop the ultimate straight from old school NARAKA, the old school Yodo ult. Gonna be trying to lock down Pampy as he's trying to make his way using that fist blade dodge to get around the corner. SS1 with a ton of momentum, but no more ults to his name. 521, can they clutch this up as their health is depleted? And Pampy is gonna be the first one to fall as Loye with the long range F2 snipe is gonna land it. Ivan, though, fighting his team back into this. Ivan able to dodge out as Fat Milk able to get a big parry off on the zipping, but it's not going to be enough as his teammate Ivan is going to fall. SS1 able to burst through and outlast this anti-burst composition, taking down Fat Milk. This is going to be setting up SS1 for a pretty endgame.
4, 3, 2. Can I get a kill to Zip? Oh my goodness. The Zip almost survived long enough for timeout. That would have been wild. Then SS1, yes, would have gotten 2 additional kills, but they wouldn't have gotten the lid upgrade and they would have Yang depletion too. Oh, if this had been Padoria and that Zip had soul Volpine Essence, my goodness, that would have been absolutely tragic for SS1 to have to deal with. SS1 will be able to find the elimination before the Yang times out though. And we can have a look and see who exactly is going to be on the board with the buffs. It looks like TE was able to win their Realm of Yang. I believe they got this for free. As they're going to be locking horns potentially with SS1. Yeah, 521 are the only ones currently on Yang depletion. The other one was a freebie. There was no contest to go through it, which is very unfortunate for TE because TE also needed the eliminations. They're on 6, but their game score, or rather their total points, is currently 45.9, which means that they need every single kill that they can possibly get to try to rival ASE's scoreline of 63.8. SS1 currently sitting on double digits. If they get the kill score multiplier, they should be able to overtake TE and WZ, as WZ are unfortunately already out of this lobby. And 521, another unfortunate circumstance for this team being the only one on Yang depletion. No one else is going to be trying to force a fight. They're going to have to go out of their way to try and force a fight, and it can be very easy when you see in the kill feed that a Hardy, a Zip, and a Kylan lost the Realm of Yang to be able to figure out which team and which players, whether you're fighting the team with Yang depletion. So you can simply time out when that debuff would expire and go for the last hit. Which is unfortunate for 521 Raven. They're going to have to play this perfectly because everyone in this lobby is going to know that they're going to have Yang depletion. That high mobility, survivability against burst composition is going to be truly tested when they properly start taking fights.
Looking at the compositions going into this endgame, we haven't got to see Baldo with the Tessa Echoes. Why haven't I seen me some V3 Echoes? Where is this composition? It looks like they've been playing this very, very slow, and they're trying to play consistent going into the last game, not taking a lot of risks. As long as they're able to get a couple points, they can feel comfortable that they're gonna for sure qualify going into this. I mean, the 30. Is it 30? No, 20-point cushion actually is not very comfortable. When you think about it, just because of a pop-off game, we've seen 20+ points. It'd be pretty hard for the average to really pass an 80-point threshold. It looks like the cutoff is probably going to be around 70-ish in order to get in. As we look over to YZG, they're also going to be press SS1. 521 shopping around for possible customer to give them a soul boom so they can continue their quest to try to qualify getting to this top 6. If you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last chance qualifier. We are on game 5 going into the end game of Spirit Well, as the Sand Siphon of YZG is going to try to weather the storm of all the new compositions of this 2025. Takeda ult's going to be coming down to try to hold the center, but they are going to get pushed off by another Takeda team, it actually looks like. But SS1 is going to find the buff on the other side, and they are going to let TE know this is fine now.
Wait, no. Part of the well is on the other side of the Forbidden Seal. Juan can't go in. He's having a little bit of a temper tantrum on the plot of the Spirit Well that he actually can play his V1 off of the back of, but he doesn't get to go in, otherwise he loses transform early, which means that there is a contestant coming on through from Wolves ZK looking to find those stuns onto these players leading up into the LNB coming on through from those daggers. But SS1 going to be rolling on up to the show themselves. They did have another cycle of Juan's ultimate ready, given the fact that they were able to pick up the previous Spirit Well and have that one on hand. Unfortunately for 521, they weren't actually involved in that fight, nor were they able to get their hands on the buff. This is going to be a very inconvenient team to have to fight against, but they have no choice. They yank depletion, or maybe they make a play for the flag. Do SS1 allow this? Can they find the cleanse? Somehow, other teams other than Atemi Wisp aren't really turning onto 521, and oh my goodness, off of the flag capture, they got the cleanse with 15 seconds to spare.
Wow. Ballsy play from 521 to go for the cleanse right there, but it just goes to show that this clutch moment, a lot of teams are opting to go with the conservative route, just trying to play it safe, find a better position rather than in a very, very aggressive do or die 5-2-1. We are going to go over to SS1. Triple gold armor, Draco Storm, Juan on the Enor, shopping around for some kills in this edge game. We're seeing the ring around the Rosie on the edge of the zone as Juan with these gold dual halbies looking for an opportunity onto Wolves. They have to be careful though, because it is a zipping, or not a zipping, a Viper. And Syra, Wolves, you on the Syra, gonna be blasted too, gets a double stagger onto TE with nice peel, getting his teammates some room to breathe inside the building and going to the outside. We see the chaos erupting as SS1's Juan taking a ton of damage on the Enoi. He still has ult to his name, has to be careful though. He could get comboed up and denied his ultimate. Heavy ult's gonna be coming down as we see the remnants of Wolves. ZK and you trying to survive inside his building, but the barbecue is showing up. ZK trying to pop the Viper able to save his teammate, but the Enor of Juan gonna come in and start smacking. This is my house now, evicting this Wolves team from this building. Juan keeping the slashes going for SS1 to go out of the building after picking up that kill. They still have the Fairy ult, they still have the Yoda ult to maintain their pressure, but 17 players still alive in this end game. It's looking like a stacker, and we are going to see the Akos ult come out, but they're going to immediately run away into the building. That building had a lot of tenants in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, you do not want to go into that building. You immediately want to exit that building, as unfortunately Bauda found out they did not have Mystic Might. They had no idea the amount of players that were there. They burned the Akers V3 as well, trying to make a play to hold ASE's position on that high ground, so they don't have it to try and contest the Spirit Well. Currently going on against a fight of SS1 and 521 to be captured. The longer this lasts though, the more teams have the opportunity to third party on through, especially because that bubble that blocks all the range damage is going to be breaking real soon, as TE Xiaonan is unfortunately going to go down alongside his teammate. WBG will be able to pick up their 7th elimination. Wolves out of this lobby on 71.2 are still in danger of being overtaken if ASE are able to come away, but as I say that, YZG fully clear ASE's entire team from the board, and now the opportunity is here for 521 or SS1 to be able to overtake. SS1 do have the Enor for the health reset refresh if they can win the heal of situation and bag that kill score multiplier, but 521 when the zone closes have so much frustrating to play against knockback potential with both the Hardy and the Kylan, and they're getting these kills. Ivan's able to find one onto Bowder's XEM, YZG trying to take cover behind the sandbags, now finding themselves getting turned onto by SS1. They're a little bit too grouped up, a little bit too close to the ends of that zone, which means out comes the Eno V1 lockdown, and they have no choice but to use the Kurumi ultimate and look to sustain through all of the focus fire as SS1 try to find these last eliminations. Juan gets caught out with the execution state, has to go aerial because of the focus fire coming on from the players in this lobby, gets the ferry a V2 mech drop to be able to hop into and start stabilizing. He's got to peel for Yuan though, who's going to be down that Yodo F2 and down their entire health bar, did not get the opportunity to utilize that ultimate, and now SS1 have painted a big target on their backs. The second that Yuan is out of this mech, they need to turn the focus onto another team, force WBG into overinvesting ultimates so that 521 looks at them instead, and no way do they manage to heist this revive. Oh my goodness, do they find the pickup? 521 noticed it, however, and out comes the Hardy ultimate, and SS1, the hubris to try to go for that pickup onto that Yodo has cost them dearly.
Wow. 521 was on the brink of dying earlier in this mid-game, able to risk it all and get that cleanse by claiming the Spirit Rod. Now, they still have the work cut out for them with a duo and a solo left, all with gold armor. WBG on the top end. Never mind, spoke too soon. With the Palm Lightning coming through as a menace, picking apart WBG's remaining member. Year-round just trying to survive to that second place, but Fat Milk with the Palm Lightning able to secure the kill. SS1's Loye valiantly trying to fend off 521. It's not gonna matter though. 3v1 situation. Kylan ult. Hardy ult. Can we play the game? No, we cannot. We're just gonna get shredded in 3 different directions. And 521 satisfied right there with the clutch round. We saw them in the pregame lobby, just super intense, trying to figure out exactly what they were gonna play, what's gonna be left to them. And they come in with the perfect game plan, able to navigate this end game perfectly and really illuminate what it takes to win this end game. When the rules first changed and the patch came in with this Spirit Well and Yang depletion, it really changed the tempo of how all these pro teams were supposed to play this end game. And finally, in this last chance qualifier, we're seeing a very clear meta evolve.
Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna constantly be asking the question, and I'm sure 521 or 2, what would have happened if they actually got challenged on the capture the flag? Because if they had been challenged and they don't manage to cleanse the Yang depletion off of that, they go out of this lobby, I think, off of the scoreline that they were able to set, given the fact that they got the kill score multiplier. That's actually enough to push out ASC's position in the top 6. In fact, I don't even know if they're going to be 6th in the top 6. I think they might have been able to claw their way to 5th, which is going to be a little bit more stable in its spot given how close all of these other teams are. SS1 are going to know as well, like, how close they came to being in a position that 521 found themselves in, and SS1 needed to be able to score highly. Like, Game 5 was the champion round, but we are not determined. We are not secure in our top 6 at all, Raven. There is going to be so much pressure on all of these players to perform from the beginning of the game all the way to the end, and like one mistake, one overstep of the boundaries, and you're just gonna be gone. Like, you have to perfectly calculate exactly what you can get away with, because SS1 going for the revive. Oh my goodness. They thought that they would get away with it. They thought that the attention was on the other team, that WBG would be able to hold the attention long enough. But the pivot is just immediate. 5-1, eyes in the back of their head, immediately sense that revive going on through and stop it. And at that point, the positioning, they're so close to the Shadow Corruption tick damage that they're fighting a losing battle.
I'm gonna have to. I mean, this is very hindsight. SS1, they had the best loot out of all the teams and the best position, being on the Transformer composition going into that end game. But first, hold that thought, ladies and gentlemen. One of the last questions of the day: how many kills did YZG get in this game 5? Was it A, 13, B, 14, C, 15, or D, 16? Now, going back to that thought, SS1, they had a position right there for this clutch round to really set themselves up to climb up the leaderboard. And that multiplier is so important to getting there, but they're denied by an even more clutch round of 5-2-1 coming into that end game on the back of their heels, barely surviving, but finding the reset for that last little bit, not rushing things. And this is something that 5-1 has really matured this year, as finding a footing in their tactics and being very, very confident once they have that situation of staying true their tactics and not really overextending. SS1, it's very hard once you get the adrenaline going to not go for bust and keep it going, especially with gold armor. It can be illusion to some when you have such good loot that you feel like you're indestructible. But you gotta remember, Battle Royale is all about unfair battles, and even though they go over there to bully the competing MVP team, the other teams notice the overextension and immediately take advantage of them. Now, to be fair and credit SS1, they still managed to eke out the second place and clutch up placement that way. We are gonna go to the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by China Unicom of this game 5.
Oh my goodness, this whole way. Just perfect positions for that Temi ultimate to trap absolutely everybody in those small spaces. There's absolutely no way that you're going to be able to escape all of that coming on through. Despite YZG going up against a team that had Moonpin, they're just perfectly able to execute the Temi ultimate lockdown and then kite out the fight into the open space so they have more room to be able to avoid the Moonpin AoEs. SS1 here getting to showcase off the synergy of that Yoto F2 actually being utilized for the entirety of the team, not just the Yoto, to be able to find the reset, and the Farrier gets the space to be able to set up the F2 silence chain as well. Coming on out, does get parried on the R&B connection, but has another F2 to be able to land the silence and subsequent stagger onto their opponent. Here's the moment where 5-2-1 scout out that attempted revive onto the Ken and immediately turn in with that Hardy V1, managing to knock everybody into the corruption tick damage. Palm lightning as well as a setup. Fat Milk perfectly dodging every single one of those Farrier cannon shots coming on through to come on out with the palm lightning hit the second that they're out of mech, swapping on over to the staff, looking for the jump LMVs to just keep hounding the damage in long enough for both the Kylan ultimate and the Hardy ultimate to do their work. And do their work, 5-2-1 did. Not only did they make it into top 6 up of that game, they're 5th. Alliance got knocked down to 6th now, and have to have an absolute stellar Game 6 if they want to be able to continue making it into Grand Finals. A team that started the beginning of this day in position 1.
Plume Blade. Interesting. What is a Plume Blade? Is that the
Hardy. It's the Hardy ultimate.
Why wouldn't they just call it the... Normally they just say ultimate and skills.
Because it's ultimate damage, not the F2 damage.
Not the F2 damage? Huh?
I mean, yeah, F2 doesn't do damage.
Yeah, I was like, what? F2 damage?
It wouldn't be skills and ultimate, it would just be ultimate. It's like, you know Zai, well, when we see Zai stats, it says the chain whip rather than the actual skills and ultimates because the F2 is separate. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final game of the day here at the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Trios LCQ. Raven, we said at the beginning of the day we probably wouldn't really get to see a full static top 6 until we finish things out, and yep. That's exactly what has happened. So there is going to be so much focus on all of the teams within a stone's throw of being able to make the grand finals off of this last game. But it's do or die. If they put a foot wrong, they're out of this lobby and out of this tournament for good.
Yes, Moxie, it is everyone's last chance to qualify for this NBPL finals. And like Moxie said, it's been a roller coaster. All the teams in the top 6 have been mixed up. I don't think anyone can be really comfortable. Even first place has to know that they have to get at least a couple points. No one really wants a goose egg for this last round. We've seen a lot of heartbreaking things in the past where tournaments have been decided by just a decimal point, a 0.2, a 0.5. So every little inch really counts at this level. And I gotta say, Moxie, I was hoping to see a lot of the cutting edge technology from these teams. Qualifying rounds, you see all the teams really test out things, especially the top teams once they make it past this point. But today, the bottom 12 of the league have really shown what their best hands are, what their best cards are, and it's really telling of the current meta in the future, and really great foreshadowing of what we'll see this NBPL finals. A lot of new creative compositions, and this end game that before was so chaotic, didn't really have a frame. It just seemed like everyone was just holding their breath, hoping to find a way back into it. But now we're seeing very decisive actions in these end games that show what teams need to be playing for, as they're able to 5-2-1's able to clutch up this last round. Now going
you saw it. Split screen, all to play for 3 teams. Oh my goodness, the amount of pressure. Because it's not just the 3 teams either. Like, Alliance are so close to actually falling out of top 6 currently, despite the fact that they started the beginning of the day at number 1. But again, like we talked about it, they had a cushion. They had a cushion of pre-post points coming on through, and they had a rough beginning to the day where they really didn't score highly in games 1 or games 2. Because heading into game 3, that lifeline has now been removed. They have to perform, and they were unable to do so. I'm really hoping that we get to see the return of this Acres composition for them, because it's really rough for Alliance. They're going to be one of the last teams that get picks on hero compositions. 5-2-1 is going to be second, ASE and SS1 first, so they're going to be able to get their hands on things like that Justine the Siren and Viper composition. For Alliance, it's going to be whatever is left after everybody else is selected.
Daytime Morris for the last day, though, Moxie. It's going to be very spicy to take a lot of fights here, just because you're all in once you use your abilities or your ultimates here. No fireflies on the map besides the caves in order to recover. It makes just fight selection so much more important on these daytime days. Now, in previous metas, everyone took daytime days very, very slow and would just loot up and play a long game. Like we've been talking about, this last game is very, very close. And if you sit back, you could just miss the opportunity for qualifying right here, as multiple teams, as we've seen throughout the day, can have 10 plus points. So you can't sit back in this, even though all the fear is telling you just like, oh, we got a couple kills, we should just play this a little bit slower. You really cannot slow down. Now, we've seen an ebb and flow to how this goes down. Play fast off spawn, set up for Yang. Once you're in Yang, win it and come out and find the big fight, playing fast again. afterwards slow down for second Yang. We've seen something we haven't seen before in a long time, where teams are opting not to go second Yang and opting to play the Spirit Well endgame instead. And it makes sense after I've seen there are a lot of different ways to cleanse yourself besides finding a kill onto the enemy team. You could claim the Spirit Well now that there's an extension. Before it was like only like 10 or 20 seconds. Now there's a lot more time on that Spirit Well. We are going to see the Sand Siphon and the Hadi composition come out. Now, Siphon did pretty well on Hollow Rust, which it normally does. Last round, though, tough break for Alliance, DRG, and Wolves being the last round going through this, but it is what it is. You got to find a clutch up here, as we're going to see the Zai Tessa variation come out from Wolves and DRG. Very interesting.
I got my wish. Alliance do it. They run the ACOS back. That was actually so much length of pause and debate coming on through that from WZ before they decided to lock in Sand Siphon. Like, they almost actually went down to 10 seconds left on composition selection. So you can see that there's like a lot riding on this. They know that there's a lot riding on this. I think Alliance are like, well, we were able to make so many kills early on with the ACOS V3 lockdowns and Pure for our players to keep them up, that we did come through with about 8 eliminations before we even went into final zones and kill score multipliers. So if they can just keep adding kills and take kills away from other teams that risk overtaking them, they should be able to keep their heads above the water. But this is such a big risk for Alliance because it means that they're going to be very easily recognizable. They're one of the only teams that have been running this ACOS variant. We've seen 3 teams total run it today. If any of the teams that are below Alliance see an ACOS in the kill feed, that's an immediate signal flare of what composition Alliance are on and who you need to target focus down to free up one of those spots in the top 6.
That is true, Moxie. It's a good point. Everyone's still gonna have to survive the painful Viper Justina Silas running around. That's the name of the game for a lot of these teams. We've seen Hadi being a good answer to all of this, and Alliance's Wu Chen and ACOS at Peel, and they did have an excellent game on Morris earlier today. Can they replicate that same magic? Now, they didn't go Remo Yang. They mainly fought on the outside. So they're going to have to navigate this map perfectly once again. As we're looking at the overall spread, today we started out very spread out with the Monk Mirror matchups for game 1 and 2, where everyone landed pretty safe. Wanted to just loot up, and we're seeing DRG do that. We're seeing Wolves do that in the cave. Going to be coming out with timing attacks into other teams and their neighboring POIs. Now, being so far out, do you really want to play this last round very slow, or do you want to play it super fast? I feel like the success we've seen today from YZG, their off spawn has been absolutely stunning. Seems to be find that fair 3v3 off spawn, get your ultimates by beating them, but more importantly, buy the Moonbane, because it allows you to set up for another fight before Yang, so you can really double dip and get as much value as possible and also secure the most amount of loot.
Oh boy, we're starting things off with a very crucial fight. SS1 versus 521, and Juan is already down to the Matari F, cutting him through. And I think 521 are gonna be cleaning up Luye just as quickly as well. So that's gonna be a lot of coins off of the rip to immediately be able to try and grab your hands onto one of those Moonbanes. as SS1 is going to be on that Syra trying to run away, but he runs directly into WZ. Can he lead them into 5-1? There's the Moonbane that 5-1 were able to buy off of the 2 eliminations that they found early on. And they're going to be able to find a third onto that Yoto, as 5-1 understand the precarious position that they're in and know that they cannot afford to slow down. They need to keep coming through with these kills as they keep up the pressure, moving away from that Moonbane AoE into potentially taking a fight against WZ or Wolves now.
Some nice aggression coming out from 5-1. The body language of this team is a team with a lot of ultimates. Every enemy team doesn't want any part of this, as they were trying to see if they can find a nice third party as their attention was split. We are going to go over to Celestra with TE. Geonan on the Viper is already down. It looks like he's going to salty respawn, though, try to find his way back to his team's fight, as DRG's Kakaxi is going to get stunned by the chase down of TE's Peaks Syra. Very, very nice stun from her. We are going to move back to the north. WZ and 5-2-1. 5-2-1 was hunting them a little bit earlier, but it doesn't look like they want to overcommit, as the enemy team just keeps running away. They want to posture up and loot, try to set up for that first realm of Yang.
Powder going to be playing inside the Forbidden Seal. WBG drawn by the AoE marker. Know that there's a fight going down. Look for the drop down RMB. Doesn't find an opportunity to parry right now, but does manage to set up the first stage of the F2 into the follow-on through. Gets the fry as well with the fan, but already we've got a team of Palm Lightning showing on up. Yiran just taking so much damage from behind with the charged RMBs from those halberds. Looks for the uppercut catch into Scale Rush. Now trying to turn on to the scale rushing pole sword player from Barda's XEM. They'll be able to find the isolation fight. WBG with the numbers advantage managed to take him down. Now just moving into the cleanup, and the drop down is immediately there from Yiran, with all of his players setting on up for the full charge up of that LMB coming on through from the pole sword. BBE's Roy He able to come on through in time with the Eno V1, starting to apply these thunder marks into the execution follow-ups. Has so many players that he can turn and look at, that this Eno's damage is absolutely huge. Unfortunately for him, though, someone popped the Forbidden Seal and he's taken out of his ultimate early, giving these other players and teams around an opportunity to potentially gracefully disengage. But it looks like Asbon was able to keep a hold of YZG's CXE, and now it's just a matter of 2 versus 1, and they will be able to find the kills without trading anyone.
Oh my goodness. Are we going to see something that for the first time ever happened, where 12th place goes from 12 to qualify? Because right now BBE has 6 kills, but 20 points. We've seen it already today. 24.4 has literally been the biggest scoring round, and they still dropped some kills. BBE has a flawless game. Even 12 plays can get there, and they are on the second best composition, that being that cannonball with Matari. So they have the tools to get themselves there. Will they be able to do it? That would be the craziest clutch up, as we are gonna go over to Alliance's Jang on the A-Coast in this horse hat. Oh my goodness. He is gonna be fighting it out versus ASC, looking for the F2. Getting surrounded right now, but did you surround me, or did you fall into my trap? As Yang gonna pop his V3. Now ASC, oh, actually very interesting. The Echo Souls also stops the Sire from chasing down the teammates to land that stun, as Han is not able to connect to anyone due to that Akko's ultimate. Now Jang on the A-Coast is going to be coming back, but now Han dropping the V1, trying to find one of Alliance's member. Good kiting, though, from Alliance, using line of sight to get away from that stun. And ASC has to be careful right now. All of them are very, very low, as Alliance is going to be able to port out of here.
Oh, but they left Yuma. That's so unfortunate. Alliance are able to port with the Wu Chen, but they're not able to pick up Yuma in time. and ASE immediately find the body too. That's, yeah. It's probably the worst composition for the Aegis V3 to run into, because they found the V3 lockdown, and they found the Tester enchantment, but the Syra V2 was currently up. Like you said, it stopped the Syra V2 from chasing them down, but it also meant that the powerful Dazzle on the Expiration actually procced inside the Aegis V3, so no one from Alliance could actually hold an aggressive position and punish the Viper, who was incredibly vulnerable at the time. The Syra entirely covered the teammate. As TE now going to be dropping that Moonbane, looking for the lockdown onto Bauda, coming on first. Still haven't utilized that silence. Now the Viper is going to try and employ it to find a connection. Doesn't have any of that armor left over. Comes on for the RMB, but has to worry about the cube because the silence wasn't able to stop Bauda's reposition. They were able to take down X-Move in the meantime, but the fight has moved a little bit too far away for TE Peak's comfort, and it looks like they'll actually let Bauda disengage off of the hardy mobility for the rest of this team. It comes at the cost of losing the zip. The TE do not want to overextend. They're currently on 3 eliminations. They're not within the top 6, but there's a chance for them to be able to make it, as ASE's 1 elimination that they've been able to pick up so far this game has allowed them to overtake Alliance, who are now going to find themselves in 7th.
Looking at the overall leaderboards, TE with 4, BBE with 6, 521 with 3, and DRG with 4. SS1. Is it possible for 24 points? I was thinking to myself this. Or is it just like pure hopium? Like to just come out with the craziest clutch of all time? I mean, I would love to see BBE finally heat up, you know? And there are cases where certain teams take a long time to warm up. And the pressure of the moment, you'd like to think that that's where diamonds are made and we do not crumble. So I'm going to still believe for them to come back, but it's going to start with this Realm of Yang. That's when it's really going to be telling of whether or not they have it in them. Who are we going to get, though, going this Realm of Yang? Interesting setup. The Justina sitting in the center right there. They are going to be going against BBE. This is going to be the first speed bump in BBE's quest to have one of the craziest, insane clutches of all time. But Xiaowen is going to be piling a Justina, looking for the lockdown. Is going to get staggered out of midair and immediately shredded up by the Matardi. Dash through multiple times. Farrier's trying to find the kill, but he is going to pop the Justina on. Double jump up, but he gets staggered in midair. Very, very dicey for him, but his Syra is going to pick him up with the heals. That's going to be trying to focus fire. The Farrier right now against the corner. Nowhere to go. The stun is going to come out. Doesn't go for the actual hit. Instead, mashes the Enor with some RMBs. Now, Viper stun's going to be coming up. Everyone is very, very low right here on ASC. Farrier shots are going to be coming out. Nice job using the F to iframe a lot of this damage right now. ASC in a weird position as they do have one player down, but the Farrier mech is still coming out, impacting the fight. Now 2v3 situation. ASC all very, very low. Can BBE clutch this up?
Oh, Xiaowen's going for the overhold of the RMV, and they managed to find it. I mean, the Syra V2, every single time it looks like they're able to turn onto that Justina. The Syra V2 just procs, manages to catch the Enor and allows Xiaowen to set up into the mash charge RMB from that purple spit, which got so much damage on through. The powerful Dazzle, it keeps catching multiple players stunned. Alliance do take the opportunity, though, with all of the scaled teams going into the Yang to take a rebirth, and will be able to get their 3rd player back up, so Yuma is going to be on the field. Unfortunately for them, though, they're not getting to play aggressive off of the back of this. This is really risky. They're having to hide it out. They haven't been able to scale up their loot. They're not even really able to try and look for loot on things like Spirit Wells, because they don't want to run afoul of a team with a buff kiting into those locations, or a team with Yang depletion looking for someone to take a fight against. ASE's Han utilizing that Viper V1 does mean that the second Viper ultimate is going to be coming on through from SS1's end, as ASE's Mr. That Syra V2 is going to keep up the pressure. The second that expires, the powerful Dazzle is probably going to be put directly on top of someone, and SS1 tries to peel for their teammate, but it is not in time. Luye is gone before the Syra can heal them, but the powerful Dazzle leading into the follow-up focus attack coming on through from the pole sword. Oh my goodness. The back-to-back double parries as well from Yuan. This Syra is on absolute fire, already over halfway to the next V2.
Wow. Nice combo right there with the Justina and Syra able to secure the kill. We are going to move over to WBG. Hopefully they can keep their tournament life alive with their Yang depletion. They need to find a kill right now. We're going to move over to Alliance on the cusp right now. Akos V3 going to be coming out, but P is going to get parried by TE's P. Jang now 1 HP situation. The call is to disengage in the situation, but unfortunately Alliance does have a bounty on them, as TE is going to stay in hot pursuit, looking to secure this kill. They do have Vermilion's buff too. Tough position with the Justina. Actually, Justina ult was already used, so
yeah, Youth doesn't have dashes.
Syra and Viper ult still on deck. If they catch up, they are for sure dunzos. As we're gonna move over to the north with YZG and WBG.
EXE getting absolutely cooked. Does manage to come on through with that Zip F1 to get some stabilization, but the Farrier mech cannon shots coming on through from behind have kept him having to be very wary. Does come on out looking for that parry instead of the jump LMB. Now gets to utilize that jump LMB to find the elimination into a parry follow through. And that is going to be YZG walking away with the eliminations onto WBG. As we can have a look at poor WZ, who are trying to restabilize their game. They've got Yang depletion, they're having to take a fight in a multi-way situation, which is not going to be for the best, as Fat Milk inside this Matari ultimate makes it so hard for WZ to try and track down exactly where this Enos position is. Great peel from WZ's Young, however, coming on through, interrupting with the jump LMBs from the longsword, but the F2 from the Eno just absolutely cleaves through Xiao Yao, and 5-1 will be able to find the eliminations, but they can't keep themselves in the fight because DRG roll up for the third party and they're down their ultimates and have to look for the disengage. Ivan gets left behind though and caught out by Wolves, who also show up for the fourth party situation, and all of a sudden what looked like a good opportunity for 5-1 has really taken a rough turn for them to have to recover from.
Tough break. Looking at the leaderboard, BBE still has 10 kills in the Dream Alive. They do need to cleanse 2 more though. Right on the cusp of the top 6. It looks like the gatekeeping number 69.3 of ASC, and they're up to 5 kills. Alliance still not fully eliminated. On the cusp, they're going to have to pull out a miracle, though, to get through without their third teammate, TE and SS1. Having a solid game and having the Viper composition going in their favor. A little bit of luck to have this phasing play out the way they do, but it's not going to be lucky at this point of who can qualify. Second Realm of Yang is popping up. It's do or die. Do you risk all of your tournament here, or do you try to find a desperate team on the outside as a desperation of 5-1 onto DRG to solidify their qualifying position? 74.9, not enough to guarantee the actual qualifier, as Fat Milk is going to pop the Enor ult. Pampy very, very low on the Matari. He is going to fall. Fat Milk needs to find the kill to respond to this, to keep his team at even odds with DRG. Fat Milk finding the stagger onto them, keeping on top of Kakashi. Gets a skewer, but he's taking so much damage, and now Ivan is going to fall as well. 5-1. They dared to take down DRG, and now with that risk, they're going to be eliminated, and they're going to have to watch and hope that no one else passes them.
They're going to have to hope that ASE loses this Realm of Yang against TE. Syra, Viper, Justina, Mirror coming on through. Viper ultimate from Zhounan, looking to find the stagger. Second Viper ultimate from ASE's Han, managing to find 2 stuns into the follow-up damages. However, Syra ultimate has procced from the side of TE, which means that the powerful Dazzle hits onto ASE's Han long enough for the Dragon Slayers into Nez's. ASE respond with their own powerful Dazzle, though, looking for the toothpick setup from that longsword coming on through from this Viper. The charged LMVs just from outsides of that fight that you constantly have to worry about, especially when ASE are able to set up another Nez's, and that is going to be ASE winning their Realm of Yang, showing the coordination between those three players, as SS1 was also able to win their Realm of Yang Raven. And once more, that leaderboard is going to be a little bit too close for some of these players' comforts.
Ooh, ASE. They are on fire right now, already up to 8 kills, and this is the comp you want to be on if you're trying to clutch it up to punch in to this NBPL finals. If you're just joining in, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last game of the day and might be the last tournament for a lot of teams if they do not clutch up here. BBE was up to 10 kills. They needed a miracle right here. I was believing for them, but that miracle may just be a dream at this point. TE, former Worlds winners, in a tough position right here. They're going to have to fade 20 points, already up to 7 kills. They would basically have to eliminate the rest of the lobby in order to qualify. SS1 in a similar position, but both of these teams, tons of kills, has the Viper composition, which has been performing well this meta, but they are going to be being held by the Gatekeepers, also having a good game of 72.8. ASE is going to be increasing that gatekeep. Wolves has to be careful though, Moxie. They are on the weird Zai Tessa Wuchen composition. We haven't seen this comp do well at all today. But as I said, that DRG is running that Zai composition, and they are doing well. So it's still anyone's ball game between 5th to 9th. Who can qualify here? It's just going to come down to who can execute, who wants it more, who's not going to leave anything left on the table and really push to win this. Bauda, we saw them kind of coast up for their game 5, and it looks like you're going to continue with that same strategy with game 6. They just don't want to goose egg. They don't want to overcommit, and they just want to play one of these end games to guarantee and punch in to this NBPL finals.
Alliance, I think the dream. No, the witch and teleport. Maybe. Are they able to escape? No, PP I think is going to go down here, even with the witch and F1. It's just a matter of who's going to be able to find the elimination. SS1's angling for it. Can he manage to find it? The cutoff is there. Yuan with the drop down, just in case he was able to break away from Juwan's flying knives. We'll be able to cover that elimination up. It does look, though, that Alliance were able to sacrifice 1 for the benefit of 2. Yuma and Jiang were both able to disengage somewhat safely, as all of our teams who actually won their Realm of Yangs opted for the Mystic Might, so that they got all of the information read of the players around them. Wait, Alliance? Oh, this is so risky. Oh, Alliance, no. By backtracking over to try and pick up their player, they've gone too close to BBE! Oh no, they don't have ultimates. Jiang doesn't have a combo breaker. It's done.
Unlucky for Jiang and the Echo's composition of Alliance. They opted to go for the play to res their teammates, but you can't sneak a fast one from BBE in that spot. Wait a second, but BBE's up to 11 kills. Alliance is donating towards the dream. Let's see, the dream of BBE somehow qualifying from 12th to 6th.
I mean, Alliance fell from 1st to 7th. That's not a dream, that's a nightmare.
We got the nightmare and we got the possible dream. You never know when it comes to these things, Moxie. TE is going to be dropping their Viper ultimate. Geo now trying to find the stacker right here, but every player moves into the house. He's not able to land it. He's getting juggled by this Kylan right here, but TE's peek on the side are going to be helping out his teammates, healing him up as they're going to be chasing down these aggressors right here. Geonan and his teammates up to 55 seconds for their Yang depletion. Geonan's going to get shredded up by DRG and surrounded. Domq's going to secure the kill as YZG showing up. Going to be able to yoink one of those soul blooms right here. DRG going to be satisfied with that situation. Same thing with YZG and back out of here. As we see TE hiding in the trees right here.
30 seconds. I don't know if they're gonna be able to do it, Raven. They've got 2 players on Yang depletion. They're going to have to make a play to try and, I mean, do you even manage to make a play? Bardo got the buff. TE aren't gonna be able to cleanse in time. I think at this point, maybe you just don't give elimination sight to your opponent. 5, 4, they haven't been hit, at least. There's no last hit situation. We can have a look and see that indeed TE will be going down to the Yang depletion. I believe actually their Siren might have been able to cleanse. So they will be able to survive for now. As Bowder are going to be trying to now control the second Spirit Well, as they do have the second ult cycle coming on through from the one that they picked up previously. It's going to be the Inner ultimate that they have to worry about, but NY7 on the Kylan V2 is going to be able to disrupt every single bit of coordination that their opponents can levy against them. And unfortunately for BBE, it came out on top against Alliance, then not able to find the kills against Bowder right now. Looking for the R&B coming on through from that longsword. He's been fishing for this parry, but it's meant that too much time has passed. And without his teammates, he doesn't have the coverage. Has to go for a grey armor swap within the space. Manages to find a big double parry to turn things around, but that just means that ASE's hands able to scoop the kill with the cannon fire coming on through. And ASE go up to 9 eliminations. 3 minutes for their Yang depletion to burn on through. They're not going to stick around and try and cleanse it now. There's too many players fighting in this area, especially since SS1 just rolled up to the plate with Draco Storm, making things even more lethal for all of the other teams around.
What an awkward position for ASC. They're up to 9 kills right here at 74.3. They have Yang depletion, but SS1 is making a run for this top 6. They have Draco Storm, they have double gold armor, perfectly geared for this endgame. 16 players left alive, but 16 minus 3, that means 13 possible kills for SS1. They get up to that 20 bomb. With the multiplier and a secure win, they will be punching their ticket in, but they need ASE to drop the ball here because they are the gatekeepers at 9 kills at 74.3. 80% Moonbane's going to be coming out, forcing everyone to the side. Everyone's slowing a little bit down. ASE, though, double gold armor, a minute and 51. Tough break for them. This tower just gives a lot of maneuverability for players to survive this situation, as ASE trying to find some players hiding away. TE is along this tower. They want to pick this last member of TE off. We're going to go over to Wolves fighting in the Moonbane.
Oh my goodness, there's an opportunity here. Can ASE stay close enough to pick up the blooms to be able to cleanse? They haven't been able to come and prove the kill credits just yet. ASE's looking for those blooms. They've been denied all of them so far. They'll be able to find a kill onto Wolves, which is clean. It's just their players around, so they'll be able to pick up one of those blooms and get the cleanse, prioritizing the Viper for the drop-down capabilities of that V1 stun as SS1 move into position to try and hold down the fort of Spirit Well. Has got the cannon, has got the flame breath and Roger Gale, and all of that range damage does go out of the dome. It does not come back in, however, as ASE have to continue applying this pressure. They've got the Viper V1. They're utilizing that Syra V2 to try and find any form of stagger that they can onto these players. They've been able to scout out DRG, who are going to be low and vulnerable. They find one elimination, which is going to mean now that they just have to cleanse one last player with 25 seconds remaining. But SS1 have scouted a team in desperation, and they're directly going with that White Tiger's prowess to be able to find the elimination onto Zhao Wen. And off of the back of that one, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to stabilize. They've just got this Viper, and Han is stuck inside the zone. A sliver of HP, and Bowder scouts the Viper out. Here's the heal attempt, and that is going to be ASE falling now. 4th position. There is a clear point for SS1 to be able to bypass. It would have to be 5-1 and 74.9, but with 14 eliminations, if they can get the kill score multiplier, Raven, they might just be able to do it. As, oh my goodness, DRG making a play to the Soul Altar, now potentially going to be putting another kill up for grabs.
Yeah, SS1 is going to need that 20+ kill if they hope to survive this. 5-1 on the cusp as ASE punches their ticket in. 5-1 at 74.9 is going to be gatekeeping as we're looking at Bowda's NY7 going to be punching his opponents into the zone right here. SS1's Loye on the Viper. Double, triple dodge. Looking for the cross up. Cyber Ultimate's going to be popping out. Looking for the stagger onto Bowda's. Zipping here is Jelmu, trying to get out of this situation, but the stagger's going to come out. Tessa ult peel coming through as the Zeiss Comet, it's Meteor creating some space. SS1 trying to find the kills right here, but they're taking so much damage. Yuan and Juwan so very low as Loye finds the stagger right here, forcing everyone off. Looking at Kakashi right now. Aids back. Doesn't want to hard commit right here. Trying to peel for his teammates as SS1 stabilizes here. Up to 15 kills with only 4 remaining kills. They need to pick up every single one, and I don't know if it's going to be enough, Moxie.
Oh my goodness, we've got Unseen Current on the field. We've got a Hardy V1 on the field as well. And SS1 need to find the lockdowns. They're able to claim another one. DRG are slowly starting to fall apart. They just need to clear everybody else up. Yuan with the Syra V2 is going to be able to keep the pressure onto Bowder. DRG's last player is currently hidden on the cliffside. Was able to dodge the Syra V2 expiration. And now it's just a matter of making sure that SS1 are the ones to come on through with the last hit and the kill score multiplier. Can they do it? DRG can stop them. Bowder can stop them, and unfortunately for them, this zone, are they going to be able to get on top of the player currently above them? They've been able to lock down Bowder's NY7. They're putting the pressure. The combo breaker is forced to be used to escape out of that Unseen Current. The Viper V1 finds a connection onto one. NY7, though, the follow-up damage isn't there because they tried to take the Hardy down instead of that Kylan. Out comes the V1 looking for the knockback. Luya gets interrupted, hit by the dash into the zone pressure. DRG claims the kill onto Bowder, and that might just have been enough. Even if the kill multiplier is there, I don't know whether or not SS1 lacking those kills is going to be able to walk away with it, especially because it's just their Syra left, and she does not have the V2. The pressure is coming on through from the Zai. They don't want to let the Syra take this. They don't want to let her build up the ultimate, and unfortunately the combo breaker is just going to carry you on further into the corruption tick damage. And now it's a 1 versus 1 against 2 teams that are already confirmed in that position. And off of the back of that, it is going to be a win for the Kylan. And unfortunately for SS1, it was a desperation play. They came so close, but they were just a little bit too far.
That is heartbreaking for SS1. Man, they really poured their heart into those end games, going fully aggressive, and that's what happens when you fly too close to the sun, Moxie. Sometimes you're going to get burned with that aggression. You can't fault them for stepping up to the plate and trying to get as much as they can in their end games. I have to go back to their play on Holoroth when they were super stacked on Transformers. I think that clutch up, that flub really cost them this qualify, just because the big strength of Transformers is playing the heal-off situation. Once you get there, you force everyone to make the mistake, the forcing to aggress onto you rather than you do it the opposite way. And it really costs them this tournament. As we see, such a great showing into that end game. Nice little 1v1v1 to close out today's last chance qualifier. And I gotta say, Moxie, I'm not SS1, so I am very satisfied with today, seeing all of these teams play their heart out. For a lot of these teams, the bottom 6, it's their last tournament for NBPL this season. For the other 6, though, they're going to be punching their ticket into the NBPL finals. They got to be ecstatic for another chance at this. And I got to say, when you get to play another tournament right before the last tournament, you're going to be warmed up. You're going to have a ton of momentum. So competing with those Titans at the top, we're going to have to see if any one of these last chance qualifying teams, can they steal it away? We saw Wolves do it last year at Jacob. So the Cinderella story of not being one of the favorite teams going in is still possible, especially with how competitive we've seen these lobbies get.
I mean, one of the big changes too is that there's going to be no pre-finals. So you're not actually getting to accrue together points within 6 games and then take some of that forward into the grand finals and have a lead on your opponents. It's very much going to be a fresh page coming on out for all of these teams in those grand finals, which means that every single match, every single score that you're able to put up has to count. As we've seen, you know, it goes the distance. It's just a little bit too hard to prevent some of these teams from being able to walk away with the MVP when they're eligible and over that threshold, both in solos and trios, as things like the Spirit Well, winning your Realm of Yangs. Essentially, all of the stars have to align for you to be able to come on out with an MVP and end the day early. Not only do you have to win all of that, you also have to get the composition that you need to be able to secure all that. And obviously, the closer you get to match point eligibility, the further down you get in terms of getting to pick your heroes, which means say goodbye to Viper, Syra, Justina compositions.
Looking at the final score of the final round of today, Game 6 was a nail-biter. SS1, 16 kills, 18 points. They needed that multiplier, though. Would have really skyrocketed the score up. Just insane performance from those guys. DRG with 14 kills at 16.5. ASC with 12 kills at 13.5. Thumbs up from SS1's Juwan. They played their hearts out. So much crazy aggression coming out from these guys. Just absolutely flooring it with kills today. Fragging out multiple times. It's just that the art of the end game, the art of finding that first place, the multiplier just comes in so big that the only time I would say justifying taking your foot off the gas is definitely that last little bit when there's under 10 players left. You really, or under 4 teams, you really want to secure and if you're in the position where you have most of the loot, you want someone else to go first so you can go last. It's that old adage, first to ult, first to lose. Looking at the overall scores, WBG having a very slow day. They had one good game in Game 5, so a little respectable. Hope they come back next time around. BBE, same thing as well. Now looking at the top 6, your qualifying teams. 5-2-1 started the day with second place. A little bit dicey. They ended up clutching out Wolves. Same thing, and you're seeing just how close it was. 74, 75, 77. 3 of these teams, ASC, Wolves, and 5-2-1, barely got there. And not to say that YZG, DRG, and Bauta had it easy for them. They played super well throughout the day, as we are going to see the highlights of today. And I'm not gonna lie, Moxie, normally last chance qualifying is just not as exciting without the Titans of the lobby. But I gotta say, all of these teams have improved so much this season that everyone was looking like a top contender. That I gotta say, going into this finals, I'm excited to see if we're gonna see an upset this season.
Yeah, I think we could definitely see an upset coming on for, especially because the teams in the last chance qualifiers, they'll have had the opportunity to play in official capability, not in a scrim capability, against some of the newer compositions. Like, scrims and officials are very, very different, as we can have a look and see what a beautiful parry coming in through from Yuan. 2 in one direction and 1 from behind with the 360-degree parry window now. As we can have a look at the moment where DRG were able to turn now onto 5-1. It really looked like 5-1 had the read of the situation, but it is actually that Zai F2 getting to bring them back out of the corruption tick damage into the V2 chainside follow through and punishing how static the Uno was when he was looking for those executions, taking it now into a 3 versus 1, which out of the ultimate is just immediately going to be closed on out. Here's the moment which was so unfortunate for SS1. This Kylan being able to find the triple charge knockback onto the Viper and make it a 1 versus 1 versus 1 was always going to be a really rough state to try and recover into, because the Syra is going to be the one that they both turn and target. They know that V2 is up. If the Syra gets another V2 back, Syra wins the heal situation and stuns both of them as the ultimate ends, so she would be able to bag the kill score multiplier as well. As it is going to be Yuan on that Syra coming away with the MVP. And we got to see Unseen Current, one of our newest Soul Jades in the game, coming on through, managing to charge it up into the golden frame focuses with that AoE stagger coming on out. 20,130 points of damage, 15,321 points of healing for the Syra in terms of those overall statistics. Like you said, SS1, they played the hard side. They came so close. It really is heartbreaking to see them fall short.
Yeah, seeing the MVP screen, it almost gives you a little bit of hopium that somehow they pulled through. Unfortunately for them, that end game, just the Buttery Rocks end game, there's not really much counterplay you can do. Everything is very committal in that situation. If there was a building, maybe we see some type of miracle play. SS1 does their absolute best. They still played very, very well today. It's just a lot of the lobby played super well today. Now, we are going to go to our interview of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll be wrapping things up for this last chance qualifier.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with 小文 and let him say hello to our audience. 来，小文先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
Hello， 我是 ASE 的小文。
欢迎小文来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome and congratulations, you guys qualify for the grand final. 那首先呢，也要恭喜一下 ASE， 也是成功晋级到了我们的决赛当中。就特别想问一下，对于最后2把时候可能会没有晋级的时候，全队当时是个什么状态 ？So first, I would like to know, at the latest game, last 2 games, you guys maybe cannot qualify for the grand final. So how's that feeling? And what happens with the communication between you? 那也是想问一下，其实当时在最后2把的时候，就是有没有跟队友去说些什么，鼓励一下大家，鼓励一下士气呢？
有的，特别最后1把。我跟队友说了，没事的，不要急，随便进。所以其实这个复活赛很简单，找的是哪个队犯的病比较多，犯病少的话是随便进的。
OK。也是非常自信啊 To be honest, at last, in the latest game, I just talked to my teammate that don't be worried. I'm really confident that we will qualify for the grand final and don't have too much pressure, because in the rapid cage, it's not like fighting for whose ability is better. It's more like which teams you have the less issue in a game, and after that, I think we will qualify. That's why how I just told my teammate at the latest game. 其实也是给到了队友一定的安慰，提升了一下士气，终于也是进入到我们的总决当中。来，我们也来看一下今天的我们的有奖问答的题目是什么。Okay, so now we can see the question is, which hero did ASE 小文 use in the game 6。好的，这道题目呢是小温刚刚在那把比赛当中用到的是哪个英雄呢？所以我们说回今天的比赛。So let's back to the matches, and I would like to know. So for the whole season, it seems like you guys your status up and down, and I would like to know why and how you guys just adjust. 那我这边也特别想问一下，其实可以看到这个赛季对于 ASE 来说，整体的状态还是有起伏的。那么在这个过程当中是发生了什么问题？然后队内是怎么去调节的呢？
状态起伏可能是春决拿了冠军有点飘，然后后面
玩嗨了是吧？
对，玩可能会有点嗨，队友可能会觉得有点飘啥的，然后没打好，肯定也憋着一股气，然后秋季赛会以冠军去冲击，尽量夺冠。
尽量夺冠，复刻一下自己春决当时的一整个过程。Okay, so to be honest, like for this season, because after the grand final championship in the spring split, so maybe for our whole team we're too confident and maybe we don't have really good status in this season. So now we are qualified for the grand final, and for us everyone is really full of energy, and I think we will like broken out in the grand final, and just look at us, maybe we will get the championship again in the fall split. 那我们也期待一下你们的表现。好的，接下来我们要给我们的观众发出福利了，那接下来让我们进行一个英文，说一个 3, 2, 1好不好？就先说一下 3, 2, 1，我们截个屏就可以。来，有请。
3, 2, 1
Screenshot. OK, 那我这边我来给大家公布一下正确答案。So figure out the answer from me is the B, and congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, at last, because we're going to have the grand final, and you guys just said about prepare for the grand final. So I would like to know, so how the like resting day for you going to prepare for the grand final? 那最后呢，也想问一下，其实离我们的总决还有最后一段时间了。那么小温，对于你们队来说，有没有什么样的计划去备战我们这个最后的阶段呢？
先放2天假，然后后面努力。
哎，我发现 ASE 特别有趣啊，就是打得好了，我们先放2天假，然后就好不容易过了我们的复活赛，我们也先放2天假。这放假这2个字真的是放在了 ASE 的心头，是不是 ？Okay, so for our whole team, like resting 2 days for holidays to celebrate for the rapid cage, we qualify for grand final first, and then we will prepare for the grand final. 也是特别可爱的一队，希望在秋决当中你们的表现可以让我们眼前一亮，复刻一下春季赛的精彩操作，好不好
？Okay.
Cheer up for ASE, and thank you for today's interview, and we'll get back to our casters.
Thank you, Jaeger, for that interview, and congratulations to ASC. They definitely deserve a nice vacation after they played their hearts off, and just like all the teams today, they played super well. It's been an exciting day of NARAKA Pro League trios for this last chance qualifier, Moxie, and I gotta say, all these teams definitely impressed me with how well they've played today, and what they're going to do for this finals. Is it going to be another crazy upset like Worlds last year, where Wolves just takes it away from everyone after everyone set the meta and they just stole it away? Who will know? But you're going to have to tune in for this Nbpl finals if you want to find out.
I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a wait too. Finals is on the 25th and 26th, so there's going to be a lot of time for these teams who were able to make it to the grand finals to be able to prepare for some of the new compositions that have been coming on out, especially because in the bi-weekly finals, like, we so rarely didn't see trios go the entire distance to game number 8 just off of the MVP eligibility ruling, which means that you're going to have to start playing all of these new compositions if you want to have enough hero points to be able to make it for the day. So it's time for everybody to make sure that they've got the SWAT up on the ACOS composition coming on for Raven, because I think honestly having that in the back pocket to be able to dodge the incredibly punishing part of when you go late in the day and you run out of hero points and you're one of the last groups to be able to pick your hero compositions because of phases. Having that while still being able to consistently put points together, maybe not MVP with it, but still be able to keep your score competitive with the other teams off of eliminations you can get, is going to be absolutely crucial to staying competitive as the day goes on.
Yeah. I mean, today we saw those compositions do very well. NBPL Finals is a different format though. 8 rounds, very, very different. We saw basically a snippet of what that will look like because a lot of these teams adjust their strategies for the long haul. 8 rounds, a lot more to go, but it is based on the match point system where once you get into that threshold, you can take and end the tournament with a win. So one thing that I thought was very surprising is they Transformers out of the picture really when it comes to these end games. But I would say the top 6, I've said it before, that trios are really defined about your Monk team as well. And we'll have to see how those top 6 really fare through this lobby because Monk is still very, very strong when it comes to MVPing around and snowballing. That was really how SR took EWC down. And it's how a lot of worlds have gone down as well. Even though Viper, I talked about it a lot, it has been that composition that dictated the meta for these really, really big tournaments. Monk is one of those stable points that even when we think it's done, the best teams really show up and they find the clutch up with their star monks really showing a performance under the big lights.
I feel though like Monk and Viper both get impacted by final zones. Like the terrain, whether or not it favors them. If it favors them, they can absolutely steamroll. If it doesn't favor them, they get very little value. So honestly, when it comes to just overall consistent value, the Hardy Kylan composition might actually have the most amount of stable points that you can put together. So I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of teams trying to pick that one off as well so that they don't have to spin the wheel of whether or not those final zones are going to favor the composition that they find themselves in. Though it also means as well that with the Kylan ultimate, you can try and control your spirit wells, moving from capturing one to capturing the second, or at least trying to vie for control of it with the pressure that the V2 can output onto both the players inside the spirit well and also on the outsides itself. But here you have it. OUG, JL, GG, SR, FPX, OA, Bowder, DRG, YZG, ASE, Wolves, and 5-2-1 are all going to be in the running to walk away with that NARAKA BLADEPOINT full split trophy. Can SR find the back-to-back? They've been popping off on solos, they've been popping off in trios, or is it going to be one of our teams like JL or OUG who are able to walk away with the first bi-weekly finals win, coming on through and claiming that trophy? Either way, it's probably going to be a very long day of play for NARAKA, as Wolves in the past have been able to cut the day short with MVPing on eligibility after Game 4. That was, however, with the buffed White Tigers pass. It has since been nerfed, and ever since, we've seen it go the distance either to 7 or 8. As we can see, what an absolute dominant performance Spider had all the way up until bi-weekly 4, where it was Chen, one of the rookies of Nbpl, who was able to walk away with the bi-weekly win, and OUG were able to pick up their second in trios too.
Wow. It seems like this NBPL season went by in a flash, and we still have the best part, grand finals for this, but the crowning of new champions. And like you said, Moxie, Chen, one of the newcomers, able to pull that upset. We are going to see the first priority pick for solos. First being Lonnie. No surprises here. Lonnie has been dominating the meta so far. Second has been Syra. This is a little bit surprising because Liam has always been that second pick. And recently, even with the changes to Syra, the solos players have decided Syra is just too OP not to play. And this has been very curious. Kylan. Now, remember, this is based on everyone playing a certain character. Everyone's been playing Kylan, and he's closer to one of those personalities picks, but he has been performing. The mirror matchup is going to be the Lonnie, and to be fair, it's probably the most fair, and I love this new rule set because the Immortal War CN server is just filled with Lonnies running around, peppered in with a little bit of Tarkers for flavor, a little bit of Justinas for flavor, but it's mainly Lonnie if you're hoping to be competitive, just because of how versatile she is in solos. Whew, what a crazy NBPL split this has been, Moxie. And even though there's going to be finals, there is still going to be the China mainland qualifiers for J-Cup afterwards. So I spoke a little bit too soon that some of these teams, this might be their last chance for playing a tournament this year. They're going to just get a little bit of an extended break as they prepare for that mainland China qualifier for the most prestigious tournament for NARAKA, this J-Cup this year. But NBPL finals, I got to say, even though J-Cup is the big one that everyone wants to win, as a competitor, I've always felt that the Pro League is probably one of the hardest tournaments of the year because it only has the teams that have been slugging it out, grinding consistently in the Pro League. It doesn't have any of the global teams yet in it. So this lobby coming up is probably going to be the hardest lobby we are going to see this year, as it's been a long ruling year of new rules, new characters, and these teams are going to be cutting edge going into this last little bit. And out of all the years I've watched NARAKA, it's probably the closest I've seen between the #1 team and the #12 team going into this finals.
I tell you what though, that first solos game I feel like is going to determine who's the favorite to take the entire day. Because remember the Chen strategy where he was able to secure first phase for map number 2, picked Syra. Map number 2 was Holoroth, go Salvation Podium, solve Salvation Podium, gets a legendary weapon to scale the Syra ultimate, and absolutely dominates the entire game. I think whoever pops off on that Lani game is going to try and do the same, and it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not the lobby has adapted since that bi-weekly final, and are all going to band together and try and take that Syra down. Otherwise, solo grand finals might be ending a little bit prematurely, but whether or not that is going to be the case, we're going to have to wait and see, as this has been the games of 6 that we got to see for LCQ. And unfortunately, Raven, that means that we're going to be saying goodbye. So for everyone here at the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, we're going to say goodbye, and we'll see you in the finals. Take